Chapter 281. After 2 days of training, Lu Yu'er was finally summoned by the emperor to the palace, and was named a concubine in name only. The family was honored. The Lu family was extremely happy. With Lu Yu'er's halo, they stayed in the palace for 2 days, and the surrounding relatives were also very attentive. Only Xiao Jiu's family was indifferent to this matter, and pretended that nothing had happened. Such an attitude made Qiao Ming a little worried. There must be something strange about the emperor marrying a concubine. Are you really so relieved? Even if I'm not relieved, there's nothing I can do. After all, the emperor's orders are greater than heaven. How can we resist? Xiao Jiu drank tea in a calm and leisurely style, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. But the more this happened, the more uneasy it became. Silly girl, if you don't keep an eye out now, someone will find fault with you in the future, and it will be too late to regret. There's nothing to regret. When she entered the palace, I sent her this gift, and I've done my part. What else can I do? Is this the thing I'm talking about? I always felt that Xiao Jiu and I were not on the same page. Seeing Qiao Ming so anxious, Xiao Jiu patted him on the shoulder and said, "Okay, Dad, let's just do our own thing, and we take it one step at a time." Now that his affection was in place, he wouldn't be cursed for a quarter, and it could be considered that one of the things had been solved. Seeing his daughter's confident attitude, Qiao Ming felt that he was worrying about nothing, so he didn't continue to worry about it. However, Bai Yu was dissatisfied with Xiao Jiu's calmness. It's strange. Her cousin entered the palace as a concubine, but she calmly sent the gift and acted as if nothing had happened. Doesn't she think the emperor has other intentions? After all, why would a dignified emperor let a country girl be his concubine? It's not just weighing this layer of kinship, but thinking carefully, I remember that the relationship between the emperor and the third prince's mansion seems to be a little stiff. Xiao Zhua pondered for a moment, and Bai Yu suddenly smiled. Xiao Xue, why don't we go visit the new Yuguiren? This? After all, she is a relative of the third prince's concubine. Won't you lower your status by doing this? It can't be said that it is lowering one's status, but Bai Yu and Xiao Jiu have always been irreconcilable, and Lu Yu'er is a relative of the Qiao family. If Bai Yu took the initiative to please Lu Yu'er, would it be destroying his own ambition and enhancing others' prestige? Although he said so, Bai Yu had made up his mind. He stood up, and his eyes became firmer. Don't worry, Lu Yu'er is not a good person, otherwise Xiao Jiu would not be so indifferent to him. After saying that, he attacked directly and met with Lu Yu'er in Xiangtan in the name of the concubine of the third prince's mansion. Although Lu Yu'er disliked her very much, she wore a luxurious dress, the most exquisite makeup, and the most complicated headdress, which was even more exaggerated than the specifications of the queen. Looking at Bai Yu's smiling face, Lu Yu'er looked more contemptuous. Who did I think he was? It turned out to be just an unknown person in the third prince's mansion. I was wondering when the third prince would marry a concubine again. This naked blow made Bai Yu speechless, and he almost couldn't help but slap her. Biting his teeth, Bu Mian glared at Lu Yu'er fiercely. This damn woman really thought that she could become a phoenix by flying up the tree. It's ridiculous. However, even if I was angry in my heart, I had to hold it in at this moment. After putting these contemptuous words behind her, Bai Yu put on a flattering smile and let someone give her a gift. Noble Yu, you are now a proud daughter of heaven, with an extraordinary status. You should be careful when you say some things. Here are some gifts I brought to you. I hope you can accept them with a smile. I used both soft and hard tactics. Lu Yu'er was there to save face. I didn't want to be rumored to be cunning and domineering as soon as I entered the palace, so I could only restrain myself a little. However, he still disliked the woman in front of him. I won't invite you in for tea, just tell me, what's the matter? Such a contemptuous attitude seemed to regard Bai Yu as someone who came to flatter. Both parties were not even relatives, so they were naturally disgusted by Bai Yu's behavior. This woman is really arrogant. After eating a little sweetness, she really thinks that the world is sweet. With a heart full of annoyance, Bai Yu suppressed her breath, and then reluctantly pulled a far-fetched and awkward smile and said, Noble Yu, I know that my status is humble, and I don't plan to come here, but the third princess is really too much. I can't stand it. As soon as the third princess was mentioned, she knew who she was talking about, which aroused Lu Yu'er's interest. What do you mean by this? What did he do? What does it have to do with me if he can't go down? This series of questions clearly showed that she was in a hurry. Bai Yu pretended to hesitate, which made people even more upset. Under Lu Yu'er's relentless pressure, she slowly said, To be honest, I accidentally saw the third princess piercing a doll in the yard with her birth date written on it. Bai Yu innocently read out Lu Yu'er's birth date, which matched every word correctly. Isn't it obvious that piercing a doll means a curse? Lu Yuer's face suddenly changed. How could there be such a situation? This woman just can't stand seeing me doing well. No wonder she was so attentive before. With a bit of resentment in her heart, seeing her chest heaving with anger, Bayu's mouth corners unconsciously rose, but she still pretended to be weak and innocent. Don't be angry, I have already secretly disposed of that thing, but I can't help but worry about your situation. This is a bit hypocritical. Lu Yuer rolled her eyes at her. You and I are not related, you are telling me these things, I am afraid it is not for nothing? There is nothing special. In addition to worrying about your safety, I also hope that you can say a few good words in front of the Emperor, so that the Emperor can grant me and the Prince a marriage as soon as possible. This is a little more convincing. Lu Yuer looked at Bayu, sneered. Okay, since you still have a conscience, I will tell the Emperor about this, you can go. After sending Bayu away, Lu Yuer was a little angry. That woman is really getting more and more excessive. We should do something. Under Bayu's instigation, Lu Yuer deliberately spread the news that Xiao Jiao cursed her, and soon got a great response. All of a sudden, the rumors fueled the already unsettled VC, which became even more intense. Everyone pointed their sharp spearheads at Xiao Jiao, preventing her from leaving the house. Xiao Jiao was also furious. She had finally waited for the previous rumors to subside, but now another wave of rumors had not yet subsided. Sitting at the table at this moment, she felt that her lungs were about to explode. This Bayu is really ungrateful. She actually said such nonsense. Princess, don't be angry. These fabricated things will surely be broken after a long time. Although it was said that someone wanted to stir up this muddy water, I'm afraid he wouldn't be so easy to clear up. With a deep sigh, Xiao Jiao tried to calm himself down, and then he said, send 2 smart little girls to serve Bayu and monitor her every move. Don't let her do anything else. Although he had a good attitude, he couldn't stand her tossing around like that, lest one day he would be drowned by the spit of outsiders. Bayu didn't care, and accepted the 2 maids with peace of mind. Such a calm attitude made people feel uneasy. At night, the room was warm with red candles, and Jiang Yifeng was eager to try. However, Xiao Jiao really didn't have any thoughts. His mind was full of thoughts about Bayu. He gently pushed away his restless hand and said shyly, okay, don't make trouble anymore. I've been upset enough recently. Go to sleep well. Madam, aren't you making things difficult for me? Jiang Yifeng coquettishly held Xiao Jiao's waist and rubbed his head against his body. This made Xiao Jiao feel a little uncomfortable, and he shrugged slightly. My husband, can't you let me stay at ease for a while? It's really annoying. When he said this, Xiao Jiao's attitude was already very obvious, and Jiang Yifeng stopped making trouble. But looking at this sad little face, it was really uncomfortable. He sighed heavily, and then he couldn't help but whispered angrily, this Bayu was kind enough to take her in, but he was so wanton. Why not find an excuse to drive her out? If you can do this, it would be the best. I'm afraid those people will say that I'm making things up. Now is the time of the storm. If Bayu is really driven out by the identifier, and then exaggerates it, she will have no room to stay. It was the first time that Xiao Jiao felt so helpless and depressed. He lifted his legs and fell on the bed, covering his head with a quilt. Okay, I'm going to sleep. We talk tomorrow if there's anything. This cold attitude made Jiang Yifeng feel a little helpless, so he nodded and quietly left the room. Because of the estrangement between them and Bayu, the 2 had been sleeping in separate rooms until now. Today, they finally got a chance, but it was ruined because of Bayu's matter. Chapter 282. After 2 days of fermentation, the rumors outside finally died down. However, new things happened from Bayu. One of the maids, who was sent to follow Bayu, reported to Xiao Jiao. Reporting to the princess, Miss Bai seems to be a little abnormal recently. She vomits frequently, and likes to eat sour food. After saying a lot, these are all signs of a pregnant woman. After all, Xiao Jiao also pretended to be pregnant before. If she wanted to pretend, she had to work hard. Now such similar symptoms made Xiao Jiao a little overwhelmed. She frowned slightly and looked at the little girl in astonishment, asking for confirmation. Are you telling the truth? Have you consulted a doctor? Hearing this, the little maid shook her head, but it's almost certain. It's because the symptoms are too special that I came to report. If it was just a serious cold, she wouldn't care about these things. Xiao Jiao's heart was instantly in his throat, and he couldn't speak for a long time. His slightly clenched fist showed his nervousness. If she is really pregnant, what should I do? After thinking for a while, the maid next to him didn't dare to disturb him, but suddenly saw Xiao Jiao stand up, his eyes revealing a bit of determination and nervousness. He opened his mouth and ordered the maid, Go find a doctor and confirm whether she is pregnant or not. Hearing this, the maid nodded and watched Xiaojiu walk directly to Baiju's yard. The sun today is very bleak, often lazy with the help of clouds. The sunlight is sometimes there, and sometimes not, just like a person's mood is sometimes good, and sometimes bad. With an uneasy mood, Xiaojiu finally arrived at Kaliyuan with difficulty. Inside, Baiju was lying on a recliner leisurely, holding a grape in one hand, and putting it into her mouth, enjoying the service of two maids tapping her legs and back. She looked very comfortable, which made people feel a little uncomfortable. It seems that you have a good life here, with food and drink, and people serving you. After saying sarcastically, Xiaojiu walked in with his hands up. Hearing this, he turned his head slightly, but seemed particularly calm, and responded softly, "It turns out that the princess is here, which really makes my small courtyard shine. Don't say anything polite here, you all go down first, the princess has something to say to her alone." After the others were dismissed, Baiju also sat up straight, but she always had a lazy and complacent posture, which looked a bit annoying, but Xiaojiu held back. "Princess, I don't like drinking tea recently. How about you eat some fruit?" Baiju pushed the fruit plate in front of her, and Xiaojiu lowered his eyes to take a look. Driven by curiosity, he picked up a fruit and tasted it. A sour feeling flowed directly from the tip of his tongue into his lungs, and the hairs on his body were eaten by the sourness. Ahem. What are you eating? Is this thing edible? It's so sour, even more poisonous than bitter melon. However, Baiju took another one, but it was like nothing happened. She ate it without changing her face or heartbeat, but with a satisfied and enjoyable expression on her face. The food is obviously delicious. Why doesn't the princess like it? She looked as if nothing had happened, and her heart was tense again. Is she really pregnant? It was just once, but who knows what will happen to this life. With a little inner entanglement, she watched Xiaojiu suddenly stand up. "Let's go, I take you to see a doctor." Baiju was unhappy with this. "Why do you have to see a doctor? I'm fine, and there's nothing wrong with me." "Of course there is a reason for this, princess. Don't you want to go, or do you want to disobey the order?" Xiaojiu glared at him coldly, but she didn't intend to be polite with him at this moment. If she was really pregnant, she would decide whether to stay or go. This was her last choice. After saying that, she grabbed the reluctant Baiju with one hand and dragged him. Not noticing the sinister smile of the woman behind him, when he walked to the door, he suddenly saw Baiju looking at the door, and the whole person fell directly to the ground. A sharp cry came over. My stomach hurt so much." After a long time, she staggered and almost fell to the ground, but what was more frightening was the scream behind her. When she turned around, the blood had already spread along the hem of her skirt, which was really horrible. "What's going on? How could you bleed so much? Are you really pregnant?" For the first time, Xiaojiu felt helpless. Seeing him covering his stomach and screaming, she didn't dare to speak loudly. Coincidentally, at this time, the maid ran over with the doctor. "Princess, the doctor is here." This speed was too fast. Xiaojiu didn't have time to think so much, so she could only let the doctor diagnose her. After more than an hour, the doctor finally came out of the room, but looking at the expectant eyes of everyone, he seemed a little panicked. "How is Baiju now? If you have something to say, just say it directly, don't hesitate." Xiaojiu couldn't control his excitement. Others were quite surprised by such concern. The doctor had to tremble, and clasp his fists, and said, reporting to the princess, "Miss Bai miscarried." As soon as the words fell, everyone present was stunned. "What? Miss Bai is pregnant? When did it happen? How come we didn't hear any news?" As the crowd talked, Xiaojiu was stunned on the spot. How is this possible? She is pregnant. All this came too abruptly, and people were a little caught off guard. After being stunned for a long time, Xiaojiu took a deep breath. "I heard a heart-wrenching cry from inside. I just want the mother and child to be safe. Why do you treat me like this?" Just when Xiaojiu was a little at a loss, I don't know who called the old lady in Jiang Yifeng to follow. Hearing the voice inside and someone reporting, I already knew the whole story. The old lady came forward nervously, and held the dazed Xiaojiu for 2 days, and asked with concern, "Are you okay? What can happen to me? It's your child who is in trouble." I don't know where the angry words came from, but Xiaojiu felt uncomfortable. Suddenly, he heard the old lady came out angrily, pointing at Xiaojiu and cursing, "You vicious woman, you don't want Feng'er to take a concubine, but now you kill their child." I don't know what Baiju said in the short time she was in, but looking at the old lady's appearance, she was sure that Xiaojiu had killed her grandson. Xiaojiu quickly defended himself. I really didn't know she was pregnant, and it was indeed me who pulled her, but how could it be so easy? Now, Xiaojiu only felt that his head was a little painful and hard to accept. Coincidentally, at this moment, Baiyu rushed out like crazy, still wearing white pajamas. Seeing Xiaojiu with an innocent face, he directly put his hands on his shoulders, shaking him madly, and shouting desperately, "Give me back my child, this vicious woman, you have to pay for my child's life." With this sharp cry, Xiaojiu didn't know what to say, but felt that his head, which was already a little faint, was shaken more and more by her. On the contrary, Jiang Yifeng next to him was a little dissatisfied with such behavior, and grabbed. He grabbed Baiyu's arm, pulled her aside and roared, "Enough? How long are you going to make trouble?" The sharp voice came to her face, and Baiyu was stunned in place. For a moment, she had no support and could only cry to the old lady. "Old lady, I have said it long ago, this woman can't be kept at all. Now she is so blatantly harming your grandson. This matter is more and more pitiful." The old lady has always been thinking about holding her grandson in her heart, but now, her grandson is gone. At this moment, she was even more angry and said in a stern voice, "This matter today can never be let go, Fomer, you divorce her immediately. What's the use of keeping such a vicious lady by your side? It will only make the third prince's mansion uneasy." "Yes, prince, this woman really can't be kept." Baiyu was watching the fun and adding fuel to the fire with a crying voice, making Xiaojiu speechless and unable to save face. Under the bombardment of the two women, Jiang Yifeng remained indifferent, and stood by Xiaojiu and said, "I've said that I will never leave my wife, so don't say those things. As for whether she is pregnant or not, it remains to be verified." "What do you mean?" "This is your own flesh and blood. I was afraid that this woman would be jealous of my pregnancy, so I didn't dare to make it public. Who knew that she would find out?" What she said made sense. Xiaojiu didn't know how to defend herself. She just thought of the scene of her miscarriage at that time. It was so bloody and terrifying that people couldn't look at it directly. She closed her eyes tightly, and they were still scarlet. She felt like she couldn't breathe. "What's wrong with you? Are you okay?" Jiang Yifeng looked very nervous, ignoring the joint pressure from the old lady and Baiyu, and instead, his mind was still on Xiaojiu as always. Such concern and trust, Xiaojiu couldn't help but look at him with emotion, and shook his head slightly. The interaction between the two was really annoying. The old lady was so angry that she couldn't hold it back. "Your child is gone, and now you are still so concerned about this vicious woman. You are simply bewitched by this vixen. If you don't divorce her today, then I will die in front of you." Chapter 283. The old lady's eyes widened, and she looked fearless. It seemed that she had decided to fight Xiaojiu to the end. The scene was awkward for a while. Jiang Yifeng's expression was slightly moved. For a moment, he was a little at a loss. He could only ask, "Old lady, please stop making trouble. She is my wife married in a formal way. I have sworn in this life that I will be loyal to her alone. How can I divorce her?" Whatever she said, Jiang Yifeng was not going to compromise easily. Who knew that as soon as the voice fell, the old lady suddenly gritted her teeth and rushed directly to the big tree next to her. In a moment, everyone was dumbfounded, and a sharp roar cut through the sky. "Old lady." Just when her heart was in her throat, Baiyu, who was closest to the old lady, noticed it first. At the critical moment, he hurriedly grabbed the old lady and barely saved her life. Jiang Yifeng also came over quickly, grabbed the old lady's arm, and said helplessly, "Madam, why do you have to do this? I really don't understand. I have married a wife, but why can't people in the world see her goodness and want to kill her?" However, the old lady didn't appreciate this. She swung her arm and pushed Jiang Yifeng away. She stared at Xiaojiu and angrily scolded, "I have been stiffened and it is clear to the chat. Today, she will have no me. You can do it yourself." The atmosphere once again reached a high point. Jiang Yifeng was completely speechless, but Baiyu quickly stood up and added fuel to the fire. "Prince, please don't provoke the old lady anymore. She is not in good health. What if something really happens?" Not to mention Baiyu, even the maidservant beside the old lady couldn't sit still and quickly followed to comfort her. "Yes, your majesty, these three princesses are being scolded outside. What is there for you to cherish?" The old lady made such a fuss, and the voices of opposition from the crowd followed one after another, and Xiaojiu completely became the target of public criticism. Standing not far away, the one who took a step forward took back and bit his lips slightly. The fist under the sleeve was already starving to death, with a little pain from the fingertips, and then suddenly said, "Okay, you don't have to say anything more. Don't you just want me to leave? At worst, I will leave." After saying that, he turned around and planned to leave. Seeing this situation, Jiang Yifeng could only quickly instruct the maidservant, "You must take good care of the old lady. If she has any problems, this king will never let you go." After leaving this sentence, he chased in the direction where Xiao Jiu left, and finally intercepted his way in the garden. "Madam, you know I don't want you to leave. Do you want to embarrass me? The women in this family are all a headache. I thought there would be someone who understands me, but Xiao Jiu is just like them, and likes to make trouble for me at this critical moment." Faced with the other party's retention, Xiao Jiu sniffed, trying to suppress the discomfort and bitterness in his heart, and then said, "I know your feelings for me, but the old lady doesn't like me so much. I will only make her angry if I stay here, and I don't want to embarrass you. I just want to go back to my parents' home for a few days, and wait until the old lady calms down." Such an explanation can be regarded as popular. Jiang Yifeng was silent, but he did not continue to persuade her to stay. He gently took Xiao Qiao's hand and apologized. "I'm sorry, I will definitely handle the matter of the blessed land, and bring you back in style. I'm sorry for your hard work these days." Xiao Jiu nodded, feeling very uncomfortable in his heart. In the end, he turned back and resolutely left this place that made him love and hate. After 2 days, the old lady's mood finally eased a little. However, when it came to the rescue, even though it was a desperate attempt, only Bai Yu was by her side, whispering in her ears every day. In the study, Jiang Yifeng's servant explained the situation of the old lady clearly, and he couldn't help but throw the books heavily on the ground. "This Bai Yu is becoming more and more undisciplined. Today," she whispered in the old lady's ear, "I'm afraid she will never want Xiao Jiu to come back in her life. If there was someone close to the old lady besides me, who could say a few good words for Xiao Jiu, things wouldn't have deteriorated to such a bad point. But Bai Yu, the only one who can make the old lady close, and has a few words, and Xiao Jiu are incompatible, so there is no way to end this." Just when he was angry, he suddenly heard a soft voice outside the door. "Prince, I stewed some black chicken soup for you to nourish your body. Do you want to try it?" This voice was known to come from Bai Yu. Jiang Yifeng hugged the table and slightly supported his head with his palms. He felt annoyed when he heard it. This woman is really haunting. When he was depressed, he could only speak in a low voice. "No need, don't you want people to disturb me? Don't you understand?" But as soon as the words fell, the door was opened with a creak, Bai Yu squatted, and the black chicken soup with a strong aroma came directly with a graceful figure. Seeing her smile on her lips, she looked charming, but she didn't notice Jiang Yifeng's irritability and depression at the moment. Instead, she put the tray on the table with a coquettish voice, and served a bowl of chicken soup by herself. "My lord, this chicken soup is good for your body. I have specially boiled it for more than 2 hours. Even if you are angry, you can't waste my kindness." In the middle of the words, the food was delivered to Jiang Yifeng. It can be seen that he was indifferent for a long time, and his face was full of verification, so he simply took a step closer, picked up the spoon and put it in his mouth. "Enough, get out quickly, I don't want to see you." Xiao Jiu's departure, but it was inseparable from Bai Yu, and now, he didn't know what was good for him, and came here to ask for trouble. Following that angry roar, Jiang Yifeng waved his hand, and overturned the chicken soup that was piled in front of him that night. Bai Yu was startled, and looked at the soup spilled on the ground with a confused face. The fragrance spread more and more, filling the whole room, but she seemed a little aggrieved. She changed her face to a submissive one, and moaned in a low voice, "Prince, I am really good for you, why don't you appreciate it? The old lady is the one who decided whether the princess left. Do you want to hate me for this matter forever? This grievance is really like a white lotus in the prosperous age, which can be called innocent. It's a pity that Jiang Yifeng is not a stupid person who is controlled by women." He raised his head and glared at Bai Yu coldly, and the unceremonious sarcasm rushed towards him. "What are you thinking in your heart? You should know it in your heart. Why are you pretending here? I hope you will take care of yourself." After saying that, he waved his sleeves and left, leaving Bai Yu alone, retracting that pitiful look, remembering to stamp his feet on the spot, but he couldn't do anything to the other party. In the third prince's mansion, Xiao Jiu had been away for 3 days. In order to avoid Bai Yu's various temptations, and avoid her from bothering him, Jiang Yifeng simply stayed away from home. Even if he was busy with court affairs, he would rather stay in and outside than go back to face that woman. After not seeing each other for 2 days, Bai Yu was a little anxious. Why hasn't the prince come back? Is he deliberately avoiding me? How dare you say that? Knowing that he is obsessed with that vixen, you deliberately provoke him at this time. Isn't it asking for trouble? The old lady saw it clearly, but there was nothing she could do. She sighed slightly, and then said, "You should be quiet these days." When the prince's mood calms down, you can make a decision. Anyway, Xiaojiu has been driven away, and she doesn't believe that Jiang Yifeng can be sad for a lifetime because of a woman. The afternoon sun was extremely soft, with clouds occasionally covering the scattered beams, which quietly sprinkled in the imperial garden of the palace. Looking at Xiaojiu in front of her, despite the delicious food and wine on the table, he was still indifferent and full of sorrow. The queen mother felt a little distressed. Sighing slightly, she held Xiaojiu's hand casually on the table with one hand, and comforted him earnestly. I know that your relationship with the third prince has not been smooth recently, but you have to think about everything. It was because of this that the queen mother specially invited Xiaojiu to the palace to relax. But who would have thought that in the face of the spring scenery in the garden, Xiaojiu was not only indifferent, but also kept a sad face, which was really not appropriate. Faced with this persuasion, Xiaojiu had to force a smile and nodded. Thank you, Queen Mother, the flowers are blooming today, but I am depressed. How can flowers and plants solve it? If Jiang Yifeng didn't deal with the affairs of the third prince's mansion, he would have to stay in his mother's house. Even Xiaojiu, who was open-minded, would care about other people's words and eyes, and he would inevitably be a little depressed. It was originally a warm afternoon, but Xiaojiu made it a sad situation. The queen mother didn't know what to say. Just as he was about to offer some consolation, he suddenly heard a melodious voice floating towards him from a distance. Oh, Queen Mother, and Third Princess, why are you all here? What a coincidence today. This weird voice made people feel a little uncomfortable. Looking up and looking far away, he saw a woman in a dress with a veil on her shoulders. Her snow-white skin was looming under the light, and her every frown and smile was full of charm. But the weird tone made people feel a little uncomfortable, and he couldn't help but frown, but saw her coming straight towards him. Chapter 284. The atmosphere was already somewhat depressing, but with the arrival of Lu Yueru, it became even more gloomy. The queen mother glanced at her, and her originally kind face now revealed a sense of disgust between her eyebrows. What are you doing here? Queen Mother, what are you talking about? It's just the imperial garden, and it's reasonable for me to take a walk here. Lu Yueru smiled, and took her seat unceremoniously. This move made the queen mother unhappy, and she was even more angry, but considering that she was the emperor's favorite concubine, she just held back her anger and didn't say much. Xiaojiu was tactful, and didn't want to pay attention to her. After all, this woman's mouth was not something to be messed with, but Lu Yueru didn't think so. Seeing her holding up the wine glass, swaying the wine in it leisurely, her beautiful eyes slightly raised, under the thick makeup, but there was a hint of playfulness. She raised her eyebrows slightly, and her eyes fell on Xiaojiu. I heard that the third princess's relationship has not been going well recently. It must be because of the previous incident, right? This revealed a strong smell of gunpowder, which made people feel uncomfortable. Xiaojiu turned his head, and frowned slightly. What happened before? Of course it's cousin. You disregarded common sense, insisted on monogamy, and did business. Not only did you make your mother-in-law hate you, but even other people dislike you. No wonder it has become what it is today. Although what she said were all facts, it just happened that these words came out of her mouth with a fatal taste. You? Xiaojiu was speechless by what she said. It was not very hurtful, but it was extremely insulting. I am sure that with the queen mother here, he could only grit his teeth and give up. Turning his head, he wanted to communicate with her more, but Lu Yueru was not a pushover, and was aggressive. Third princess, we are cousins after all. If you are willing to ask me for advice, I can teach you how to get along with men, and what the 3 obediences and 4 virtues are. While speaking, Yueru drank tea, and her calm and leisurely appearance really regarded herself as yeast. Xiaojiu's originally white and smooth forehead also unconsciously had a few more blue marks. At this moment, he looked at her coldly, and his face was full of dissatisfaction. Noble you are the emperor's woman after all. Before, someone asked you to follow the palace rules. Don't you know what it means to be cautious in words and deeds? Not all the anger was vented on her. Now the queen mother is still here, and this stupid woman is so unscrupulous. It doesn't matter if she is punished, but she has a relative relationship with the Qiao family. It's not ideal to pretend to be innocent at that time. Although that was what she said, Lu Yueru's brain was not working well, and Xiaojiu's implicit warning was regarded as a cowardly act by her. She sighed lightly, put one hand on her eyebrows, and began to talk about how loving and harmonious she and the emperor were. It was really a show-off. The more she listened, the angrier she got. It was just intentional. Xiaojiu had tried his best to suppress his anger, but facing her endless words, he couldn't hold back his temper. Suddenly, he glared at her angrily. Enough, do you say enough? The sharp voice came over her, and Lu Yueru was startled. She trembled slightly, but in the blink of an eye, she became extremely weak. Cousin, why are you so fierce? I am not the nameless little girl before. As the Emperor's woman, you should show some respect. The Queen Mother is still here. This is a bad guy who complained first. I don't know whose mouth is like a stale durian, so stinky that it's unbearable. Now I feel that I have been wronged. If the conditions did not allow it, Xiaojio really wanted to get up and give him 2 big slaps to experience what it means to be human. Seeing Lu Yueru looking at the Queen Mother with a pitiful look and wanting the Queen Mother to be the master of the house for him, Xiaojio felt a little depressed. However, before approaching the Queen Mother, Lu Yueru was pushed directly and almost fell off her seat. Queen Mother, what are you doing? With a confused expression, Lu Yueru couldn't understand the Queen Mother's behavior. But as soon as she finished speaking, the Queen Mother's rebuke came at her. You vixen, your king doesn't attend the court, but now you are still so unruly, it's ridiculous. Outside, there are countless court officials who are scolding Lu Yueru at this moment, and even the Emperor is implicated. Now, I didn't ask her to settle the score, but this woman is ungrateful and came to ask for trouble. This is a bit inexplicable. Lu Yueru, with a confused face, still said stubbornly, Queen Mother, the Emperor's love for me is not something I can control. But my cousin was so powerless to me just now, but it broke the rules. Why are you still turning your elbow outward? Although the Queen Mother and Xiaojio have a good relationship, as the Emperor's woman, the Queen Mother should naturally be closer to me, at least that's what Lu Yueru thought in her mind. The shameless words made Lu Yueru a joke. The Queen Mother snorted coldly, swept her eyes towards Lu Yueru, and said sarcastically, Listen to me, you are just a little noble, and the third princess is not someone you can afford to offend. You were so rude and provocative just now. If it weren't for the third princess's kindness and generosity, I'm afraid you would have been slapped in the face long ago. Not to mention the matter of confusing the Emperor, just this point alone, she has a lot of sins to bear. But this stupid woman really doesn't understand. This. What is this? You are so ignorant of the rules, and you still want to climb onto the Emperor's dragon bed, which really loses the face of the royal family. Today, I will punish you and teach you what the rules are. After that, the Queen Mother directly ordered people to drag Lu Yueru down and slap her in the face. The noise was thrilling. Xiaojio was sitting at the table drinking tea, looking indifferent. Seeing the Queen Mother helping him vent his anger, he could not help but feel a little touched. Thank you, Queen Mother, for helping me vent my anger just now, but there is no need to do so, lest the Emperor cannot justify it. After all, she is a favored woman. Even if she is his own mother, how could the Emperor, who is good at calculating and lustful, care about these things? At that time, would it be a real loss if they caused a quarrel between the mother and son? But facing such unnecessary considerations, Taiho could not help but chuckle and said, You don't have to think so much. The Emperor only likes this cunning and wild character for a while. If it lasts for a long time, I am afraid he will also feel disgusted. Now I am really doing this for her good. Once these words came out, people were speechless. After chatting with the Queen Mother until sunset, Xiaojio went back with others. After a night, with the Queen Mother's company and guidance, Xiaojio slept more peacefully, but it was not until the next morning that the worry came directly to him. Xiaojio, don't sleep anymore, something big has happened. Xiaoming ran in a panic, forgetting even the etiquette and rules. Xiaojio was a little surprised. Looking at the panicked Xiaoming, he hurriedly asked, Dad, what happened? Why are you so panicked? If you don't know, you might think that a thief came in and robbed the house. However, the situation described by Xiaoming was far more serious than imagined. Today, I heard news from the palace that someone found a scarecrow under Lu Yueru's bed, and it was written with the Queen Mother's birth date. Upon hearing this, Xiaojio was so scared that he sat up. How could this be possible? Although the Queen Mother did punish her yesterday, Lu Yueru was not so stupid that she actually cursed the Queen Mother. Isn't it obvious that she is sending her head to the Tiger's Head Gate? Dad, don't worry. Tell me what the specific situation is first. Xiaoming explained the matter clearly, now that Lu Yueru has been imprisoned in the prison. The Emperor is very angry about this matter, and seems to want to punish her severely. After saying this, Xiaojio felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. If this is true, then things may not end well. After all, the two families are still relatives. The two aspects of witchcraft and curses can be regarded as taboos in the palace. What's more, the one who was cursed was the Queen Mother, and I am afraid it will be fatal. After taking a deep breath, Xiaojio had to put on her clothes quickly, and was about to go out in a panic, but was stopped by Xiaoming. My dear girl, where are you going? Where else can I go? Of course, I'm going to the palace to plead with the emperor and the queen mother. If I do nothing at this moment, I will definitely be considered to be shirking my responsibility, and then trouble will come directly to my door. Moreover, according to Lu Yuer's brain, she is not so stupid. I'm afraid that someone deliberately framed me. At least I have to fight for it, so as not to be convicted of her crime and then harm others. Arriving at the palace, Xiaojiu went to find the queen mother first. Fortunately, the queen mother was reasonable. You don't have to ask so many times. According to Lu Yuer's brain, she is not so stupid. I will ask you to help the emperor. With the help of the queen mother, Xiaojiu finally gained 3 days to investigate the truth. I was busy until the evening, and only then did I have time to go to the building to see Lu Yuer. But as soon as I arrived at the door, I saw Yuer's personal maid rushing over. I couldn't help but frown and asked, "What are you doing here?" "Of course I'm here to see our nobleman," the maid answered confidently. But this made people a little confused. Obviously, the master has become like this, and this maid has not been with her for a long time, but she behaves so centrally, which makes people suspicious from the beginning. Xiaojiu found an excuse to send the maid away and entered the cell himself. Chapter 285. After going in, I got nothing. Lu Yuer couldn't say anything except that she didn't do anything. When she came out, it was already dusk. Xiaojiu rubbed his eyebrows slightly, feeling a little annoyed. I shouldn't have gotten involved in this muddy water, but now I've gotten myself involved. With a deep sigh, the maid next to her couldn't help herself. "This noble lady I heard that she was very arrogant in the palace, and she didn't care about you at all. Now she knows she regrets it, so why do you, princess, have to meddle in other people's business? It's like this, the more arrogant you are, the more jealous you will be." Even if Lu Yuer was really wronged, it was expected. But unfortunately, with this family relationship, plus Xiaojiu has already made a promise to the emperor, this matter is probably a tricky thing that can't be shaken off. "Come on, let's go!" Xiaojiu shook his head, not wanting to continue arguing, but the direction of the footsteps was a little wrong. He hurriedly chased after her and reminded her carefully, "Princess, the direction we leave the palace is over there. Did you go the wrong way?" "I'm not so confused. I'm going to find that little maid." The woman's eyes were solemn, and her speed increased a bit. The people behind her could hardly keep up, but they couldn't help but be confused. "What are you looking for him for? Since she is a personal maid, maybe you can find some clues." With his last expectation in his heart, Xiaojiu quickly rushed to Yuehua Palace. However, before he stepped inside, he suddenly heard a scream, "Ah, help! Help! There is an assassin coming!" The night was slightly quiet. This sound was like thunder in the ears, and it was a bit shocking. Xiaojiu's heart couldn't help but tremble, and his brows frowned. He felt that something was wrong. Oh no, that person must want to kill people to silence them. "Let's go in and take a look." The moment he pushed the door open, he saw a man in black with a long knife in his hand, who was about to end Yuer's life. Xiaojiu was quick-eyed and quick-handed. He picked up the broom next to him and flew out directly. The man in black had no time to react and was hit on the forehead. He couldn't help but look at Xiaojiu fiercely. "Damn woman, get out of here quickly, don't meddle in other people's business." I thought my deterrent power would have a certain effect, but Xiaojiu sneered. "Do you really think that I'm a sick cat if I don't take action?" As these words fell, Xiaojiu put his strength on his heels and rushed towards him directly. He backhanded a logistics, grabbed his wrist, and threw him to the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw. This action was so quick and clear that the maid next to him was dumbfounded and even forgot to call the guards, but it seemed unnecessary. "Damn it, I didn't expect you, a woman, to have some skills. Don't blame me for being rude." The man in black shook his body and used all his strength to resist. When the sword was in his hand, Xiaojiu was pushed away a part of the way and almost fell to the ground. Seeing that the man was going to fight back, he was a little at a loss. But suddenly he heard hurried footsteps outside, knowing that the guards were coming, and then he pretended to be calm and warned, "If you don't leave now, I'm afraid you will die here later. You should think it through. Either she kills him and both sides perish together, or he can only abandon her and run away." The man in black gritted his teeth, turned around, and jumped out from the high wall. The guards also came in a hurry, but they caught a lonely one. Looking at Xiaojiu, whose hair was a little messy after the fight, he couldn't help but look a little more panicked. "Third princess, are you okay? Fortunately you came quickly, otherwise something would have really happened. This efficiency needs to be improved." Xiaojiu rolled his eyes at them, and pointed to the direction where the assassin had just fled. "Why don't you chase him quickly? The assassin is cunning. Try to catch him." As the crowd dispersed, Xiao Jiao also breathed a sigh of relief, and then he looked at the trembling little maid who fell to the ground. Okay, you don't have to. No matter how scared you are, the assassin has been driven away. Get up quickly. Hearing this, the maid supported herself on the ground with one hand, stood up tremblingly, and quickly bowed 90 degrees. Thank you, princess, for saving my life just now. No need for such a big gift. I just want to ask you something. As the personal maid of Yu Guiren, do you have to make his bed every day? Originally, Xiao Jiao still suspected the people around Lu Yueru, but seeing the little maid being assassinated, he had cleared his suspicion, and now he was relieved. Faced with this, the little maid thought about it and nodded. Under normal circumstances, it is the maid who is responsible for helping to make the bed, but the day before yesterday, the maid felt a little uncomfortable in her stomach, so she handed this matter over to Qiu Shui. Qiu Shui? These two key words made Xiao Jiao's spirits rise again, and he continued to ask, is this Qiu Shui also a maid in the palace? To answer the princess, this Qiu Shui just fell into Yuehua Palace a few days ago, saying that they were afraid of not having enough people to serve. Good man, is this really a coincidence? According to the little maid, after Qiu Shui made the bed, such a big monster happened. I'm afraid that Qiu Shui played an important role in the negotiation. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Jiao suddenly raised his eyes and said, take me to see Qiu Shui. There must be something wrong. When they came to the maid's residence, the yard seemed extremely quiet. After all, some people were still busy at this time. Princess, I will go in and call Qiu Shui out. It's dirty here. Don't hurt your feet. Perhaps because of the gratitude she had shown before, the little maid behaved very decently. Xiao Jiao didn't say anything, just stood outside the yard and waited quietly. When I was depressed, another sharp scream came towards me. Oh no, what's going on inside? Let's go and take a look. With the personal maid beside me, the two of us entered the room where Qiu Shui lived, but when I entered, I saw the little palace maid with a terrified look. What happened? Why are you shouting so loudly? Xiao Jiao gave her a cold look and carefully moved over to see. The palace maid left a place. Her teeth were almost trembling while she spoke, and she pointed at the body lying on the bed with shaking hands. Reporting to the princess, Qiu Shui seems to have committed suicide by taking poison. Without him saying anything, Xiao Jiao had already seen it clearly. Qiu Shui was lying on the bed, his face was black, he was foaming at the mouth, and he was holding a medicine bottle in his hand. Obviously, this is the performance of suicide by taking poison. Xiao Jiao couldn't help but frowned, and tentatively touched her body, but didn't find anything suspicious, and became more depressed. This is a coincidence. First you, then Qiu Shui, almost all the things and people who have contact with the case of Lu Guiren were killed to silence them. This could only mean that the person behind them knows their whereabouts very well, and has made a perfect plan in advance. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Jiao tried to suppress the irritable anger in his heart, waved his sleeves, and turned his head and said, keep this body well, I don't believe that person can do things without any loopholes. After returning, Xiao Jiao told Jiang Yifeng about the palace, and asked him to help protect the close-fitting maid and investigate Qiu Shui's affairs. This day has passed. Counting the days, there is not much time left to solve the case. It seems that we have to speed up, otherwise those people will be at large, and I will be implicated. Xiao Jiao sighed and entered the palace again, but his target was clearly in Changzai. Although Lu Yueru's family had a small business, her status was still insignificant compared to the concubines in the harem. In addition, she was favored by the emperor, so she was naturally excluded. But the only special thing was in Changzai, who was particularly warm and caring to Lu Yueru. I heard that the two of them were good sisters, who got along well in the harem. So you are the third princess. I am also very sad about the matter of Yu Guiren. If you have any questions, I will definitely know but not say. She often frowned slightly, looking like a weak willow in the wind, and she looked a little sad. Xiao Jiao didn't bother to be polite with her. He picked up the teacup and looked at Changzai, who was full of sorrow. He suddenly laughed and said, I heard that Changzai likes to be alone on weekdays. Why does she get along well with Yu Guiren? There is no difference between me and Lu Guiren. We are sympathetic to each other, so we play together. And Changzai's answer was impeccable, and sounded like nothing serious. However, Xiao Jiao stroked his chin and mentioned casually, by the way, do you know a maid named Qiu Shui? She is our only clue now, but she is dead. I heard that she had some contact with you before. These words were all made up by Xiao Jiao, but Changzai heard them. I don't know if it was because of her guilty conscience. She trembled and the tea in her hand rippled. She was obviously panicked. She looked at Xiao Jiao and shook her head and said, maybe she got along well with Yu Guiran, so she is a little familiar with the maids in her palace, but it can't be said that she has any contact with them. After that, she drank the swaying cup of tea. Then she sighed deeply and tried to calm down. No matter how good her disguise was, it was a pity that she couldn't hide from Xiao Jiao's eyes. It seems that this Changzai has something. Xiao Jiao turned his eyes slightly, but did not continue to press step by step, but secretly bribed the little palace maid in her yard. Chapter 286. Another day passed. Xiao Jiao still had nothing to show for it. He turned and watched the sun rise, feeling a little tangled in his heart. There is only one day left. If it is not resolved, I am afraid that Huangshan will not be able to justify it. The unwarranted sigh spread along the window. Suddenly, a teasing voice came from behind. When will my princess also be sad because of this kind of thing? The familiar voice and teasing words made the listener's heart tremble, and a feeling of longing surged instantly. Turning around, Jiang Yifeng was dressed in black, full of vigor and handsome. You, why are you here? Shouldn't you stay in the third prince's mansion? Xiao Jiao gritted his teeth. When he mentioned the third prince's mansion, he didn't know where the sourness came from. Anyway, he felt uncomfortable all over. Turning his head away, he made a disliked expression again. However, Jiang Yifeng came over and held the woman tightly in his arms with his broad mind, and then comforted her. You know that I only have you in my heart. Why can't you get over this hurdle in your heart? The more he talked, the more aggrieved he felt. Jiang Yifeng didn't do anything, but he was blamed for nothing. When this matter was mentioned, Xiao Jiao felt irritated and uneasy all over, so he had to shake his head. Forget it. What on earth are you doing here? As the saying goes, no one comes to the temple for no reason. Even if it's because of missing someone, you wouldn't come here so early in the morning. Jiang Yifeng was not disappointing. He took out a clue for investigation. This is what I asked someone to investigate, and found that Qiao Shui's identity is not ordinary. Unusual? Xiao Jiao took the paper and looked through it carefully, then showed a surprised expression. What? This Qiao Shui is actually from the same hometown as Changzai's personal maid. This is really a coincidence. What's going on? Just based on this one fellow villager, it doesn't mean anything. But at this moment, the maid who was sent to monitor Changzai suddenly ran back, and saw that he was holding a wet bundle in his hand, and rushed over in a panic. Princess, look at this thing that Changzai secretly threw into the lake, and I don't know what it is. Hearing this, Xiao Jiao hurriedly took the bundle and opened it. It turned out to be just a wooden box, which was a bit confusing. Wooden box? There was a small lock on the box. Xiao Jiao used his own development to pry the lock open, but was stunned in an instant. What is this? So disgusting. There was a small meatball inside, which had begun to rot and exuded a strong stench. In panic, Xiao Jiao threw her to the ground. No one could answer this question, but it could prove that there was something wrong within Changzai. If I am not mistaken, this should be caused by miscarriage, resulting in a dead fetus. The maid next to him spoke first, and surprised everyone present. What's going on? And Changzai is pregnant. 9 out of 10, but why did he throw her away secretly? Is he trying to hide something? A series of speculations began to emerge. Xiao Jiao pondered for a long time, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. If that's the case, why don't we make a plan and let her tell the reason herself? The words made people confused, but Xiao Jiao turned around and went about his own business. Until the night fell, and in Changzai's bedroom, the small lotus pond reflected the moonlight, and everything seemed quiet and peaceful. However, Changzai, who was not in the room, waited for 10 candles to light up the room, and I don't know if it was because of fear. Near the window, I could still hear her whispering, "The child is all my mother's fault for you. I hope you don't blame me." Is this really the child she aborted? Why didn't she dare to tell you when she was pregnant with a dragon fetus, and she had to abort it? Xiao Jiao was wearing a white dress, and her hair was disheveled, but she fell into deep thought. Just gently pushed open the window, and a gust of cool wind from outside poured into the room, blowing the swaying candlelight. Who is outside? The vigilant voice sounded immediately, and Changzai shrank her neck and quickly looked at the window, but found that there was only a gap and nothing was seen. With a somewhat trembling attitude, Changzai walked towards the window tentatively. After looking around to confirm that there was no one, he reluctantly closed the window. He breathed a sigh of relief, but there was always a feeling of uneasiness in his heart. He turned his head with his chest in his hands, but suddenly heard an ethereal voice floating over. Why, are you looking for me? Changzai raised his head, and suddenly saw a white figure floating in front of him. He almost fainted with fright. You, who are you? Don't come over, or I call someone. What's the matter with calling? Anyway, I'm already a dead man. Can they beat me to death? Xiaojiu said confidently, and walked slowly towards Changzai, holding a baby in his hand. Look, is this child cute? Does he look like me before I was born? There was something else behind these words, and she was a little confused. She trembled her lips and shook her head. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Get out of here. What frightened her more than the woman in white was the child in her hand. And Changzai gritted her teeth and was about to throw a brick under the table, but Xiaojiu grabbed her wrist. Why did you poison me? You made me not even born yet, and you have to entrust me to someone else. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Mother. The last two words scared Changzai to death, and at this moment he turned his head and looked at the hateful Xiaojiu. She swallowed her saliva, unwilling to accept the fact, you are not my child is dead. But it's all because of you. I really don't want to die, mother. As she spoke these words, Xiaojiu burst into a scream of a crying baby, which made people tremble with fear. And Changzai was a little nervous and swallowed. Impossible, the child is dead, you should not have come into this world. I just want an answer. You know I died before I was born, and even the ghosts would not let me reincarnate. Xiaojiu pressed on step by step and forced Anzang to no way out. Seeing that he was stuck in the corner, he squatted down and stroked the rag doll in his hand. Changzai was frightened and swallowed, gritted his teeth and said, blame you if you want to blame someone. The emperor hasn't touched me for several months. If he suddenly finds out that I have a child in my belly, what do you think he will think? Xiaojiu suddenly understood the meaning of this. So I am not a dragon seed at all, but a bastard from your adultery with someone else? No wonder she wanted to kill this child cruelly. Who knew it would be like this? You can't blame me. The emperor is a man who loves new things and hates old ones. There are so many women in the harem. Can everyone stand the loneliness? Hidden in a righteous manner, but what made Xiaojiu wonder was, then why did you wrongly accuse Yu Guiran and put a villain under her bed? Did he offend you too? How do you know this? And Changzai frowned slightly, and looked at the female ghost in front of him carefully, but the smell of the candlelight around him made her shrink her neck from time to time, and her fearful attitude was almost written on her face. As my mother, you have done so many bad things, and people have recorded them one by one. If I don't figure it out, I'm afraid I will become a beast in my next life. Xiaojiu was talking nonsense seriously, but Changzai listened carefully, and had to explain quickly. She caught me having an affair. Although she promised me to keep it a secret, I believe that only the dead will not speak. Well, now the truth is out. Xiaojiu sighed heavily. After all, it was your mistake, but you didn't expect others to pay for you. It's really pitiful and sad. What are you talking about? And Changzai stared at him with some dissatisfaction, always feeling that this ghost's words were inexplicable. But the next second, she saw Xiaojiu pulling her hair back, simply wiped off the makeup on her face, revealing a slightly pretty face. This familiar look instantly made her dumbfounded. How could it be you, princess? How could you? What is going on? And Changzai turned her head around in a daze, feeling that everything happened unexpectedly, and didn't understand what was going on. By the time she reacted, it was too late. You deliberately pretended to be a ghost to scare me and trick me. Well, what's the point of entangled in these things now? Those who should plead guilty should still plead guilty. Xiaojiu yawned slightly. It was not easy for him to be tossed by him until the middle of the night for this case. However, just as she was about to turn her head, and Changzai suddenly laughed crazily, haha, even if you force me to say these, what's the use? Can anyone else hear it besides you? I won't admit it in front of everyone. Really? This slap in the face came too quickly. As soon as the voice fell, the door was pushed open, and the emperor rushed in with a solemn face and landed in front of Changzai. An emperor who was high above, and a concubine who was in poverty. This strong sense of oppression made Changzai dumbfounded. Your Majesty, you. Enough, no need to say those useless words. I never thought that you would dare to debauch the harem. The emperor directly executed Changzai, and even his mistress outside was not spared, and also implicated his own family. It was rare that he played a bad hand last time. The matter was over, and Yu Guiran was acquitted. Chapter 287. The matter has been settled. The only thing that makes people depressed is that Changzai's distant cousin, General Li in the court, was implicated and dismissed from office. Everyone in the court knew that General Li and Jiang Yifeng had a good relationship in private. Now the emperor has implicated so many people, and his purpose is clear. It seems that the emperor has some small opinions about the prince? Don't you feel entangled at all? Lu Yueru, who was released, was now in a leisurely mood. She didn't have a good time in the prison, but now she has made up for it. The table in front of her was piled with all kinds of delicious cakes and fruits. Her mouth almost never stopped, and she teased her savior from time to time. Facing Lu Yuer's speculation, Xiaojiu turned his head slightly and looked at her, but with a somewhat playful attitude. I thought you were not smart, but I didn't expect you to be able to think so far ahead. It seems that I underestimated you. Don't talk so sarcastically here. Don't think that I will be grateful to you just because you saved me. Lu Yuer turned her head and put the last crystal clear grape in her mouth. She looked arrogant. She couldn't be said to be angry, but she was somewhat embarrassed. After all, before she got out of the prison, the two of them were still at odds with each other, but when she heard that it was Xiaojiu who saved her out by himself, she still felt a little grateful. Okay, I don't expect you to be grateful to me. Xiaojiu shook his head, put his slender hand on it, and threw down a grape. The two sat in the yard. Facing the cool breeze, it seemed that nothing else disturbed their thoughts. However, a little maid suddenly ran over and said to Xiaojiu, Princess, the third prince wants to take you back. This was too abrupt, but Xiaojiu shook her head without thinking. No, I'm fine staying here, and I can spend more time with my cousin when I have nothing to do. After saying this, Lu Yuer turned around and looked at her with surprise. Why is this person so ungrateful? A prince has come to pick you up in a humble manner. What else do you want? The main thing is that it's okay not to want to go back. But why does he use me as a shield? She doesn't remember that she has any excessive involvement with this cousin. Xiaojiu said nothing, but waved his hand and sent the maid away. These days, I will stay in the palace to teach you Guiran etiquette and palace rules. Don't bother me with ordinary things. After sending her away, Lu Yuer looked around. What do you want to do? Do you really think that I have to listen to you just because you saved me? I'm doing this for your own good, don't be ungrateful. Xiaojiu rolled his eyes at him, not wanting to patiently persuade her like a child. This made people speechless and choked. Lu Yuer still didn't understand it, but until a day passed, Yu Guiran, who was originally favored by the emperor, fell from heaven to hell in an instant. Not to mention that the emperor came to see it in person. He didn't even send someone to send a condolence after being released from prison. The morning sun greeted the breeze, blowing Lu Yuer's long hair on her forehead. Looking at her face full of sorrow, Xiaojiu was still as comfortable as the spring breeze. Why, the emperor is not coming. Do you know you are being ignored? What do you mean? Did you expect this? Lu Yuer glanced at her, feeling a little complicated. I thought that the emperor's feelings for me, even if they were fresh for a while, would not fade away so quickly, but who knew it would be so fast? With a slight sigh, Lu Yuer walked around the windowsill and sat in the yard, raising her eyebrows and looking at the woman in front of her. You are quite happy. Do you think I can't control you? I said, I am here to help you. We are a family anyway. How can I watch you being bullied in the harem? The main thing is that if Lu Yuer can't grow up, she can't be a relative anymore. Under the other party's suspicion, Xiaojiu directly took a few thick books and put them on the table. These are some of the information I collected, including the emperor's preferences and the taboo preferences of other concubines. You can read more and remember them in your heart. They will come in handy sooner or later. Hearing this, Lu Yuer was slightly stunned and felt a little incredible. Picking up a book casually, it was too detailed. Not to mention the birth date, even the height, weight, and family background were clear, which made her shocked. She looked up at Xiaojiu in astonishment, and the whole person was full of confusion. Why do you want to help me? I said we are a family. You rely on me, I rely on you, and we can make progress together. We can't kill each other, right? Xiaojiu waved his sleeves and suddenly took the book in Lu Yuer's hand, closed the book and put it aside, and said, These are all read in your spare time, just a sloppy reporter. Remembering too much detail will make people feel too deliberate. So what are you doing now? Seeing Xiaojiu's posture, Lu Yuer felt a little uneasy. As expected, Xiaojiu smiled slightly, and his eyes turned to the empty space. I wonder if I can have the honor to appreciate Yu Guiran's dance. This? Are you kidding me? When did she fall to the point of dancing for a woman? With a bit of dissatisfaction, Lu Yuer said in a muffled voice, Don't talk about saving my life. I'm not that kind of casual person. Do you think you are the emperor? If I were the emperor, I would find your poor dancing skills irritating. The words were not very hurtful, but they were extremely insulting, and they made him speechless. He was not born with a silver spoon in his mouth, and he was not a rich lady. He learned dancing and singing from this man, and he was not an outstanding martial artist. But now, he was put on the table and ridiculed by Xiaojiu, which made him somewhat unhappy. Since you saved my life, I won't bother with you if you insult me today. Just leave. The originally harmonious scene suddenly became awkward and solemn. Looking at the angry Lu Yueru's chest heaving up and down, as if she was about to burst out of her body at any time, Xiaojiu couldn't help but cover his face and chuckle. You are so impatient. You still want to win the Emperor's favor? As he said, Xiaojiu suddenly stood up and stood directly on the open space, twisting his graceful body, and began to dance even without any music. Lu Yueru was stunned. Not to mention how she danced, she could not wear such a simple dress. After the dance, Xiaojiu turned around gorgeously, picked up a flower from the bush, and gently placed it in front of Lu Yueru. This beauty matches the beautiful flower. I think Yu Guiran is quite suitable. A gentle word, even though she knew that the other party was a woman, it still made people's heart flutter. Lu Yueru almost didn't react. She felt her heart beat slightly, and she took a step back in fear. What are you doing? Nothing, just like what happened just now. This is the type that the Emperor should like, not someone as unruly as you, do you know? Lu Yueru was related to the Qiao family, and was the object of the Emperor's fear. If she kept her arrogant attitude, she would only become a tool used by the Emperor. At this moment, Lu Yueru was clearly pointed out, and she suddenly realized, so this is the case. Thinking about herself before, apart from touching the Emperor and using her foxy energy, she had never used other means. It was not until she met Xiaojiu that she realized that a woman's charm is not reflected in physical contact. For a moment, Lu Yueru had a deep understanding from nowhere, and she took a deep breath and looked at Xiaojiu seriously. If you can help me win the Emperor's favor, I will take care of you in the future. Hearing this, Xiaojiu was just thinking about it, and suddenly asked, can you sing? Time passed briskly, and occasionally there was a graceful sound echoing in the air, which continued as the sun gradually set. Lu Yueru followed Xiaojiu's arrangement and stood on Zuetian Pavilion, singing a ballad to herself. Her melodious voice was like a lark, slowly spreading in the middle of the lotus pond. Xiaojiu watched silently from the side, and nodded with great satisfaction. This woman is not so stupid that she is hopeless. He looked at the sky again and began to think, according to this time, the Emperor should have finished his government affairs, and should pass by here. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly heard a voice from afar. Wait, I don't hear any sound. It's so beautiful. Hearing this, a little eunuch stopped and noticed the woman singing and dancing in the distance. It seems to be Concubine Yu. Concubine Yu? The Emperor frowned slightly, and looked along the silver. Under the scattered moonlight, a graceful woman hummed a ballad and danced in the wind, which was incredibly beautiful. The ripples of the moment surged again. As if his legs were out of control, the Emperor glanced at the followers behind him. You don't have to follow me. Leaving this sentence behind, he went to Zuetian Pavilion. Seeing the Emperor's footsteps approaching, Yu Guiran was a little surprised, but pretended not to see it. She didn't stop until she finished singing and dancing, wiping the sweat on her forehead. My beloved concubine dances well, and her singing is also very beautiful. Fong is really talented. Suddenly praised, Yu turned her head, and pretended to be surprised. Your Majesty, why are you here? As she said, she hurriedly behaved herself and wanted to salute him, but the Emperor pulled her hands up and took her into his arms. My beloved concubine has worked hard just now. Why bother with these etiquette? Why don't you follow me back to rest? Chapter 288. After this night of love, Lu Yueru once again won the heart of the Emperor, and he also rewarded her with a lot of things. Looking at the room full of gold, silver and jewelry, she almost couldn't stop laughing. It seems that the third prince's wife really has some tricks. No wonder the third prince is so devoted to you. It's really admirable. Having tasted the sweetness, Lu Yueru praised people endlessly. Xiaojiu just smiled and looked at her love for those jewelry, and then warned her again, I told you before, I just hope you don't forget it. If I want to capture a man's heart, I have to learn to create freshness, not just expose my true nature. Don't worry, I'm only so arrogant in front of you. As she said, Lu Yueru's eyes almost fell into the money. But noticing Xiaojiu's direct gaze, she felt a little embarrassed. Why are they staring at me? You know, we are all in a relationship of interest now. There is no free lunch in the world. There was something behind this. Lu Yueru naturally understood, straightened her body slightly, and then said seriously, Don't worry, you saved my life before, and now you have helped me gain the Emperor's favor. I have always been grateful. This is very good. Xiaojiu slightly raised the corners of his lips, but there was no joy on his face. However, he still hooked his finger at the little maid who followed him. Xiaoyun has been with me for a few years. She is smart and quick in doing things. Why not give her to you? And I will remind you if there is anything. It was a maid, But in fact it was like planting a spy. Lu Yuer was slightly stunned, but she didn't have any opinions. She just chuckled and said, "Thank you for your kindness, cousin. Come to the palace often when you have time." "Haha, of course it's like that. I leave first if there's nothing else." Without saying much to him, Xiaojio was a little bored with staying in the palace. He explained everything and left the palace directly. However, not long after he left, the Prime Minister's gifts came one after another. "Prime Minister, you are a rare guest. How can you have time to come to my Yuehua Palace? It is a rare thing for someone in the court to take the initiative to come to the harem to curry favor, not to mention the Prime Minister, who is in a high position in power." Lu Yuer naturally has to be polite. After serving him tea, she set her eyes on the Prime Minister again, trying to peek into the man's mind, but she was not good enough. Facing this, he looked at the Prime Minister and glanced at Xiaoyun. "Madam, there are some things I still want to talk to you alone." In this case, then Xiaoyun, you go down first." The money was returned to those useless people, and only 2 people were left sitting here drinking tea. The atmosphere was somewhat indescribably serious. Lu Yuer sat up straight for a while, feeling a little uncomfortable all over. Looking at the Prime Minister who kept drinking tea and kept silent, she finally couldn't hold back. "Prime Minister, if you have anything to say, just say it directly. I don't like to beat around the bush." Putting down the teacup, Lu Yuer didn't want to continue playing these useless games with him. Since the conversation has come to this point, the Prime Minister simply came straight to the point and said, "Your Highness has been in the limelight recently, and the Emperor's favor is so great that it is enviable. So, I have a better deal to make with you." Lu Yuer frowned slightly when she said this. "What do you mean by this?" "Although your Highness is in favor, it's just that the Emperor is favoring you, and you are just a noble lady. Don't you want to be the master of the harem? This is a dream that others can't reach. Not to mention that she is a noble lady, there are concubines, imperial concubines, and concubines above her. I have just entered the palace not long ago, and there is no movement in my stomach. Unlike other people whose children have reached the age of marriage, some people have already closed the web page and have their own territory. If she wants to be the queen, she will have to wait until all those women die. Please stop joking. If others hear this nonsense, it will implicate me." Noble lady, you stroked her eyebrows with one hand, obviously unwilling to have any contact with him. No wonder this guy was sneaky, and wanted to send everyone away. It seemed that he was planning this matter. "So don't you want to be the queen? Are you willing to be suppressed by Xiaojio all the time?" Lu Yuer really didn't dare to think about the first part, but the second part was a bit touching. Turning her head slightly to look at him, Lu Yuer's face was a little more dissatisfied. "Don't stir up trouble here. Even if my relationship with her is not good, there is still a family relationship in it. Why should I believe you? What's more, if it weren't for Xiaojio helping her, she might have been a corpse long ago, let alone the Emperor's favor." Faced with such a firm attitude, the Prime Minister nodded thoughtfully, but suddenly sneered. "Can you believe that Xiaojio is sincere to you? Instead of using you?" Lu Yuer was speechless for a moment, lowered her head and thought for a while. She and Xiaojio had some conflicts, and the excessive courtesy made her feel uncomfortable. "Okay, I wanted to give you another chance. If you are willing to conspire with me, then the position of queen must belong to you alone. But if you must stand on Xiaojio's side, I'm afraid that they will cross the river and destroy the bridge. Don't blame this Prime Minister for not reminding you." This word was loud and clear, and Lu Yuer fell into silence. She looked up at the Prime Minister's calm attitude, and her heart began to beat restlessly. The slightly moving fingers set off the uneasiness on her face to the fullest. "If he can really help me take the throne of the queen, I won't have to look at other people's faces anymore, not to mention the Qiao family." Swallowing her saliva, Lu Yuer seemed to have suddenly realized something. She looked up, her eyes flashing with complex expressions, and suddenly nodded. "If the Prime Minister really has the ability to help me take the throne of the queen, I will do my best if I need your help in the future." The two hit it off and reached an agreement happily, but they didn't know that all this was seen by Xiaoyun, who was listening silently. "I really didn't expect that this woman is really an ungrateful person. I must tell the third princess quickly." After secretly passing the message, Xiaojio took it over. Looking at the contents of the envelope, it seemed that he had expected it long ago and didn't take it seriously at all. It seems that the Prime Minister has been holding back for too long and finally can't sit still in the court anymore. He is planning to launch a second mutiny. Isn't it clear that the Prime Minister's purpose is to get close to the Emperor's favored concubine? "Princess, what happened?" Xiao Chui was a little confused, so she just watched Xiaojio burn the note to ashes. "Nothing, I just feel that some people are going to be restless again. I'm afraid they have forgotten the previous painful lesson. Let's go find someone." As he said, Xiaojiu got up and walked out the door, all the way to the private room of the inn. When he opened the door, the first thing that caught his eye was such a tall figure. "Your Highness has such a good ear." He knew I was coming, but he pretended to be so indifferent. Could it be that he didn't like me? Xiaojiu gave him a cold look from behind. He was handsome, but a little too much. With a somewhat teasing attitude, Xiaojiu sat down on his own. Jiang Yifeng turned his head, looking a little embarrassed. "Isn't this the king who wants to leave a tall and mighty image for the lady? Lest the lady forget about me." "Stop talking nonsense here. There is new movement from the Prime Minister. How is your side?" Xiaojiu took a sip of tea, moistened his throat, and looked at the other party with some expectation. Jiang Yifeng sighed slightly. "You and I are a legitimate couple. It's okay to meet secretly, but we are finally together. But we are talking about these insignificant things." Speaking of it, it was also bitter and tearful. Jiang Yifeng was pretending there. Xiaojiu felt a little bit unbearable. "Okay, this is not a stage for you to play. Hurry up and talk." Facing Xiaojiu's anxious look, Jiang Yifeng stopped teasing her, and took out a piece of paper from his sleeve, and spread it flat on his hand. "I have secretly replaced the military department with my own people. Now most of them are our people, and there are guards here." The huge map of the palace layout has basically been occupied by Jiang Yifeng's people. Seeing this, Xiaojiu felt relieved. "Very good, now we have a certain strength. At least we can suppress those who have evil intentions." As he spoke, Xiaojiu's eyes accidentally revealed a few traces of sadness. Just watching the wind and clouds outside, it seems that the rhythm of the sky is about to change again. Jiang Yifeng didn't care about so much, and his mind was focused on Xiaojiu. He felt a little wronged. "I have done so much, there should be a reward, right? Can't you be more serious about family and national affairs? I have something to do, and I have to leave first." Xiaojiu rolled his eyes at him. It's not that he didn't miss her, but there were still some misunderstandings and barriers between the two of them. If it is not resolved one day, she will never be able to face the man in front of her with emotions. Until the evening, the palace was brightly lit. As expected, the Yuehua palace was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. The two of them lay naked on the bed, but Lu Yuer's hands were restlessly wandering on the emperor's body. That kind of foxy energy simply fascinated the emperor, and he couldn't help but sigh. "You are really a troublesome little goblin." Chapter 289. After a round of sex on the bed, both the emperor and Lu Yuer were exhausted, and occasionally there was a slight panting sound in the cool air. After a short pause, when the charming atmosphere in the room faded away, Lu Yuer gently stroked the emperor's chest with one hand, revealing a charming look between her eyebrows. "Your Majesty." The gentle voice made people feel amorous. The emperor could not control the throbbing in his heart and grabbed her wrist, but he seemed powerless. Forget it, I'm old, and my physical strength can't keep up, unlike you, a little devil." The ambiguous atmosphere came again, but the emperor seemed to be a little powerless. Lu Yuer chuckled. "Your Majesty is the real Dragon Emperor. What are you talking about?" As he said, he stood up slightly, and suddenly changed the subject. "By the way, Your Majesty, the third princess has been coming to me everywhere a few days ago. Did you know?" As soon as these words came out, the emperor instantly became a little alert. He was originally aroused, but now he frowned slightly. "Why did she come to you? Did she tell you something she shouldn't have said?" The emperor has always been wary of the third prince's mansion. Although he and Lu Yuer had a night of love, his inner vigilance has never dissipated. Faced with the sudden folk atmosphere, Lu Yuer hurriedly smiled and said, "Your Majesty, don't get excited. The third princess is just here to give gifts and say good things about the third prince, asking me to say a few good words for him." "Oh, really? Then why did you tell me instead of saying good things about him directly?" With a somewhat suspicious attitude, the emperor's eyes wandered over the half-naked woman. He always felt that something was wrong with Lu Yuer, but he couldn't see where it was. As if noticing the other party's doubts, Lu Yuer sighed slightly. "It stands to reason that as relatives, we should support each other, but recently the third prince seems to be a bit unruly. I heard that he suddenly spent a lot of money. I am a little worried." "What is this worry about?" Lu Yuer didn't say it clearly, but with the emperor's narrow mind, it is enough to imagine at this moment. The atmosphere fell into silence again. The emperor raised his head slightly, and his eyes moved, but there was a fire in his heart. It seems that this third brother is getting more and more restless. Sooner or later, my country will fall into his hands. The emperor had to make far-reaching considerations about the things he had been worried about, with Lu Yuer's blessing in a few words. He looked back at the beauty lying next to him, and his heart began to struggle. Did you really reject the courtesy of the third prince's concubine? If you didn't reject it, how could I be here to talk with the emperor so freely? Lu Yu'er said it seriously, and the emperor felt more depressed when he heard it. It seems that concubine Yu is no longer enough to control the third prince's mansion. We have to find a more powerful tie. After thinking for a while, the emperor turned his head slightly, looking at the pair of clear eyes that had been staring at him, and suddenly he felt playful. What do you think is the weakness of the third prince? This is naturally the princess. However, if you can understand the feelings of the two, wouldn't the third prince be defeated? As the saying goes, a word can wake a person up from a dream. The emperor suddenly realized it, and put his hand around Lu Yu'er's waist, feeling happy. You are indeed my favorite concubine. You are really smart. I don't know where the energy came from, but the emperor suddenly used force with his backhand, and knocked her down with his upper body. The two of them looked at each other, and saw a charming scene again. When they went to court the next day, the emperor's dark circles were so heavy that they were obvious. Everyone saw it, but they kept it in their hearts, and didn't say anything. Looking at the silent people, the emperor spoke first. My dear ministers, do you have anything important to say today? He didn't notice their strange expressions at all. Some people said some insignificant things, but Jiang Yifeng still stood in his position, and kept silent, with the spirit of not making trouble. Unexpectedly, the emperor suddenly called out his name, Third Prince. What do you think of Princess Yong'an? The sudden words made people feel very bad. Jiang Yifeng frowned slightly, but still stepped forward, nodded and replied, Princess Yong'an is as gentle as water, and as beautiful as a flower, naturally impeccable. After all, Princess Yong'an's father is still in the court, and at least, to give face, he should praise her. Who knew that as soon as the voice fell, the emperor suddenly laughed and clapped his hands. Very good. Since the third prince is so satisfied, why not give Princess Yong'an to you as a concubine? What do you think? Another shocking statement. There was an uproar at the scene, especially Prince Gua, who seemed a little unhappy. Your Majesty, Princess Yong'an is a concubine. This is somewhat inappropriate. After all, she is a princess, and Jiang Yifeng's wife is an ordinary merchant's daughter, which is somewhat humiliating. Jiang Yifeng was naturally not happy. Please take back your order, Your Majesty. Although the princess is good, I already have two people in my heart, and I can't accommodate other women. Although he knew that the emperor's sudden marriage was definitely not groundless, he was angry and jealous when he thought of Xiao. Jiang Yifeng really couldn't bite the bullet and accept this marriage. Even if he had to resist in front of all the court officials, he would not hesitate. Facing these words, the emperor frowned. Old Third, as a prince, how can you only marry one concubine? It's simply a loss of face for the royal family. It's really inappropriate to be disciplined by a woman. Moreover, you personally admitted that Princess Yong'an is impeccable, but now you want to abandon her? This is naked moral kidnapping, without considering the feelings of Prince Gua at all. Gritting his teeth, the prince said nothing more. He just glanced at Jiang Yifeng and warned in a low voice. Third Prince, my daughter is also a rich daughter. She is many times more noble than your third princess. I hope you will not be ungrateful. Even if she is a concubine, it is better than Jiang Yifeng directly embarrassing his daughter in front of so many people. In the future, she will be called an abandoned woman who no one wants. That is really embarrassing. With the emperor in front and Prince Gua behind, Jiang Yifeng was really caught in a dilemma. Standing there and thinking for a while, listening to the whispers around him, he still remained indifferent. Suddenly, he bowed his head, and clasped his fists and said, Your Majesty, please take back your order. I have sworn that I will only marry the princess in this life. The sonorous and powerful words echoed in everyone's ears, and it almost became an irreversible situation. The emperor couldn't lose face, and the high dragon throne could no longer control his desire to get angry. At this moment, everyone shut their mouths wisely, fearing that they would get into trouble if they were not careful. Suddenly, the emperor slapped Yurong heavily, and with a loud bang, he came towards him. Jiang Yifeng, you are so bold, you dare to disobey the order. It's really ridiculous. I'm giving you a chance. Do you want to marry or not? Your Majesty, I have made up my mind. Please take back your order. Jiang Yifeng knelt directly on the ground. Obviously there was no way out. The emperor was completely embarrassed. Facing the slightly rising and falling chest, he could not help but sneer and said, Very good, the third prince is indeed courageous. Since you disobeyed the order, don't blame me for being ruthless. Through this incident, the emperor temporarily deprived Jiang Yifeng of his right to attend court, which was equivalent to dismissing him from his post and leaving him at home to recuperate. This temporarily solved his worries. Jiang Yifeng didn't care. When he returned home, he was still like nothing happened. However, Qiao Jiu's news was much more informed. After gently untying his belt, Qiao Jiu moved his lips, his face full of worries, but he was discovered by the other party first. My dear wife, what's wrong with you? Have you been wronged by others? Tell your husband, I will definitely help you vent your anger. Hearing this, Qiao Jiu felt a little uncomfortable. He slightly clenched the clothes in his hands, and then asked in a tangled way, I heard that the emperor does not allow you to go to bed, which is equivalent to weakening your power in the court, just for the matter of marrying a concubine. Thinking it was something, Jiang Yifeng nodded with a relaxed look, as if nothing had happened, and said comfortingly, Don't worry, it's not like the sky is falling. Even if it really falls, I still be there to support it. Why do you worry about these insignificant things? What do you mean by insignificant? The emperor is obviously wary of us. Now that you've been exploited, I'm afraid the emperor will take advantage of the victory to pursue you. At that time, Jiang Yifeng might be tormented in any way, and Qiao Jiu absolutely doesn't want to see that scene. Putting the clothes aside, she sat on the edge of the bed again, and looked up at him. I heard that you disobeyed the emperor's order in the court, and didn't want to go to the Princess Yong'an. You must have considered my feelings, right? Don't think too much. This is the oath I made to you. I can't break it. Go to bed quickly. Jiang Yifeng didn't want to spend time on such things. He put one hand around Qiao Jiu's waist, and pressed her to the bed, wrapping her tightly with a quilt. After a night, Qiao Jiu couldn't fall asleep. After thinking about it, she went to the palace to meet the emperor early in the morning. Your Majesty, I came here this time to ask for a favor on behalf of the prince. He is willing to marry the princess as a concubine. Qiao Jiu asked for an imperial decree, and Jiang Yifeng couldn't do anything about her. Looking at the imperial edict that had already been issued, it was obvious that there was really no way back, and she sighed helplessly. Why do you have to wrong yourself like this? Obviously, she didn't like sharing her husband with others, but for the sake of justice, Qiao Jiu was always the one who sacrificed the most. Chapter 290. On the second day, the third prince's palace was very lively. A large number of women came to the palace, all rushing to the threshold. Didn't we agree on one? Why did a bunch of them come? Qiao Jiu frowned slightly. He hadn't finished drinking the tea in his hand yet, and he almost dropped it on the ground in shock. Looking at those women, each of them was graceful and dazzling like a fairy. He couldn't control his excitement. One is annoying enough, and a bunch of emperors came. What's going on in their heads? Do they really think that these vulgar women can make Jiang Yifeng fall in love with someone else? It's interesting. What does the prince say? After giving a glance, the maid next to her quickly replied, The prince is not happy to see them at all. He still let those women come in through the small door. Although they took the money, they didn't make it public. They are no different from the maids recruited into the mansion. After saying this, Qiao Jiu smiled contentedly. As expected, you can settle those people down. It's good to have more people. Let's see what kind of trouble they can make by fighting each other. Qiao Jiu didn't pay much attention to it, and let the women start to adapt to the environment in the mansion. But just after noon, one of the concubines came directly. Alan meets the princess. Seeing that she has a decent appearance and is quite polite, she smiled and said that she is a well-behaved and clever person. It's just a pity that the vixen's aura that was faintly revealed could not be hidden. Qiao Jiu smiled and nodded. No need to be so reserved. Now that we are here, we are all family from now on. Is there anything I can do for you? This. Alan came here and didn't think about anything else. The main thing is to seek stability. As he said this, Alan picked up the teapot and poured a cup of water. He knelt on the ground respectfully and handed the tea over with both hands. Please have some tea, princess. Seeing her clever little appearance, Qiao Jiu's mind was slightly relaxed, but just when he wanted to take the tea, he saw that the other party suddenly loosened his hand, and the cup fell to the ground. The water was spilled everywhere, and it also splashed the corners of her skirt. She frowned slightly, and before she could speak, Alan said with a wronged face, Oh, I'm really sorry. Alan came here for the first time. Seeing Wang Fei's divine face, I can't help but feel awe, so I was a little nervous. Please forgive me, princess. This is not a question of whether it is nervous or not. It is clearly a deliberate attempt to give her a warning. Haha, it's quite interesting. Qiao Jiu stroked his chin slightly, but he didn't mean to blame. Instead, the maid next to her took the handkerchief and wiped her hands, muttering, You just pretend to be good. You can't even serve tea and water, but you still want to serve the prince. It's obvious that you are doing it on purpose. Alan heard this, and was not a pushover. He retorted directly on the spot, Princess, the third prince's mansion is extremely luxurious. You can't manage it alone, even this maid's mouth. In the future, we will have more sisters, and naturally there will be no more such a talkative maid. This double entendre criticized the maid and Xiaojiu, saying that she was not strict in discipline, and the maid was not well educated, which confirmed the reason why the emperor wanted to find a concubine for Jiang Yifeng. You? Xiao Chui was speechless. She was so angry that she couldn't vent it. She could only puff up her cheeks. Xiaojiu looked at Alan carefully, but suddenly laughed out loud. It seems that the emperor has a good eye. He picked those who are eloquent. Our third prince's mansion is indeed large. This princess can't manage it. So many people came at once. Can't just eat for free? This princess sees that you are full of energy. Why don't you go to the logistics department to wash clothes? As soon as the words fell, Alan's face changed suddenly. What do you mean by washing clothes? Princess, are you kidding? I am the prince's concubine after all. How can I do such a vulgar thing? Alan was 100 times reluctant, but Xiaojiu had no room for rebuttal. Listen to me, this princess is the mistress of the three princes' mansions, and you are just a concubine? Since you can't get the favor of the prince, don't be an idle person, otherwise don't blame this princess for reporting to the emperor and punishing you for the crime of treason. When it comes to the emperor, Alan was speechless again. She thought that they were sent by the emperor, and Xiaojiu would give them some face. Who knew that now she was counterattacked, and her backer became her excuse? Biting her teeth slightly, with a face full of unwillingness, Alan knelt on the ground, still a little unconvinced. What do you mean by me? Someone is coming, take her to the logistics department quickly, this princess wants to rest. After the voice fell, Xiaojiu supported his head with one hand, and sat down in the yard to take a nap, and no longer paid any attention to her. The matter about Alan was spread in the palace in an instant, which was regarded as a warning to other women. No one dared to continue to be arrogant this time. It was not until dinner time that Xiaojiu specially gathered all the concubines together to examine their character one by one. There was a girl named Exiner, who was well-behaved and sensible, and was very popular. Don't worry, this princess is not a difficult person to get along with. As long as you don't make trouble, we can all be sisters. Xiaojiu rewarded her jewelry one by one, except for Alan who deliberately provoked her today. Suddenly, there were rewards and punishments, and the others dared not act rashly. As for Exiner, Xiaojiu took her to his side and trained her as a maid. You also know that the prince's mind is only on this princess. If you are more sensible, you will know how to answer the news from the emperor, right? Turning his head to look at the woman who followed behind him, Xiaojiu looked at her with some consideration, and his deep eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. Exiner was slightly startled, and quickly nodded and said yes. Don't worry, princess, Exiner understands everything. How can we expect the third prince to be like him? Back in the palace, Exiner was very smart, and showed that Jiang Yifeng was particularly fond of him, which dispelled the emperor's worries. I said it, heroes have always been hard to resist beauties. Even if he said something nice, he still wants to indulge in your pomegranate skirt now. With this burst of laughter, the emperor nodded contentedly. You did a good job. As long as you win the heart of the third prince, you will be satisfied with anything you want in the future. Although she said so, she also had to have the ability. Exiner nodded awkwardly. Please rest assured, your majesty. After returning to report, Xiaojiu and the emperor were quite satisfied with their relaxed attitude. Exiner instantly got the best of both worlds, and felt like a fish in water. It was a pity for the other concubines, who had to stay alone in an empty room every day and work as laborers. Their lives were almost the same as those of maids. After all, some people were not convinced. Forget it, I don't want to do it anymore. Even if I'm a concubine, I'm still the third prince's person. But I'm pulled here every day to do these rough jobs of wiping tables and sweeping the floor. Do you really think we are those lowly servants? Yun Shang was a little impatient. She threw the handkerchief in her hand, and didn't care that the water splashed on the stool she had just cleaned. She sat down on the side, with impatience written all over her face. She couldn't help but glance at the bronze mirror next to her, and touched her delicate face. I am as beautiful as a flower after all. Even if I am a concubine, why should I be so wronged? This third princess is really too much. For this self-pity, the others had no words to say. Could it be that they slightly teased, well, you should be content. This is also famous. It is a gift from God that we can enter this mansion. Do you really want a status? They saw clearly that there would be no other women in the world of the couple. Amid the teasing of the crowd, everyone finished their work, turned off the lights, and went to sleep. Only Yunshang was alone in bed, and it was really difficult to fall asleep. After several turns, they still quietly left the room. Just when I was strolling outside to relax, I saw Jiang Yifeng sitting in the pavilion drinking. I couldn't help but feel happy. It's really hard to find someone after searching everywhere. Since you don't let me contact the prince, I still want to contact him. After stripping off her clothes, Yunshang exposed her shoulders, and walked to Jiang Yifeng's side, with a twisted body, pretending to be drunk. What a coincidence, your majesty, I didn't expect you to be here too. A sudden hand was placed directly on Jiang Yifeng's shoulder, and the thick smell of rouge and powder almost made him unable to breathe. Jiang Yifeng frowned, and felt that all the pores on his body were about to stand up. He couldn't help but look back at her, and quickly pushed her aside. What are you doing? Your majesty, why are you so rude to me? It's really too much. Yunshang continued to make trouble, and came back unconvinced, and stuck to him again like a dead plaster, and couldn't get rid of it no matter how he shook it off. Jiang Yifeng took a deep breath, angrily stripped her off, and looked at the woman's overly naked body, and he really couldn't bear to look at it. It's really troublesome, put on your clothes. As he said that, Jiang Yifeng pinched her collar with his backhand, but he didn't break his neck. Ahem, prince, be gentle. Yunshang felt that she couldn't breathe, and couldn't help begging. Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng pushed her away with a look of disgust, and then he tidied his clothes again, and warned in a low voice, if you dare to get close again, don't blame me for being rude. After leaving this sentence, the man left without looking back, leaving Yunshang alone to fall to the ground, looking pitiful. Wei Wei bit his teeth, his face full of unwillingness. Damn it, how can this guy not care about the daily necessities of life? I'm like this, but he doesn't react at all. Chapter 291. After all the efforts, Yunshang was left alone, and no one cared about her exposed shoulders. Muttering a few words, she turned around and wanted to leave, but suddenly saw the housekeeper in the distance, staring at half of her body, which was very exposed, and she panicked. Hurry up and pull up her clothes, with a little dissatisfaction. What are you doing? Close your dog eyes. Hearing this, the housekeeper was a little panicked, and turned his head away in panic. Until Yunshang came in front of him, she was still pointing at him. What a dishonest old thing. You are still coveting my beauty at such an old age? Please forgive me, Madame San. The housekeeper bowed, but his unpromising eyes still glanced upwards. Seeing that the other party's clothes had been pulled, but the slightly raised peaks and the enchanting face made people linger. The sound of swallowing saliva echoed faintly in the lonely night sky, making people more and more embarrassed. The housekeeper subconsciously rolled up his sleeves and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, and then hurriedly wanted to escape from the scene. If the first lady has nothing to do, I will go down first. After saying that, he was about to leave in disgrace, but suddenly felt something grabbing his shoulder. The whole person paused slightly, but did not dare to look back rashly. I wonder if the third lady has any other instructions. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Since we have met, why don't we sit down and have a drink? Anyway, I'm not in a good mood today. Walking around in front of the housekeeper, Yunshang's mouth corner slightly raised, like a fox-like eyes, almost revealing a glow of electricity. Just a glance, the housekeeper was aroused by her. It was a cold night, but he still felt a burning desire. Isn't this inappropriate? Indeed, we are different in status. It would be bad if someone saw us. Why don't I go to your place to drink secretly? Regardless of whether the housekeeper agreed or not, Yunshang led his arm and dragged him directly to the housekeeper. The moonlight lingered all night. Xiaojiu was busy with business and got up early. When passing by the housekeeper's territory, he saw the door open, and the girl hugged the housekeeper's arm, looking intimate. Xiaojiu held the account book in his hand and froze in place for a moment. The accounts that were originally calculated in his mind were instantly swept away. He just stared blankly at the two people laughing in an ambiguous way, a little puzzled. Strange, how could they be together? As if she didn't notice Xiaojiu, Yunshang was coquettish, and said something to the housekeeper. Seeing the housekeeper laughing happily, he pinched Yunshang's waist, and sent Yunshang away. It seems that the relationship between the two of them is not simple. After thinking for a moment, Xiaojiu looked at the headache-inducing accounts in his hand, and felt a little depressed. Forget it, let's give this thing to Mr. Zhang Fang. The most urgent thing is to tell the prince about the girl's affairs, so as to prevent this woman from causing any trouble. Such a beautiful girl, it can't be because of loneliness, so she took such a big risk to have sex with an old housekeeper. Who knows what bad intentions she has? In a blink of an eye, Jiang Yifeng heard the news in his ears, but he didn't show too much surprise. Aren't you surprised? Even if it's not surprising that Yun Shang and the housekeeper are having an affair, she is still his nominal concubine after all. Even if he doesn't like her, she has been cheated on, so she has to be angry. What's the situation of being so calm and unhurried? Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng suddenly chuckled and patted her head. You were not an impatient person before. Why don't we wait and see what they are thinking? Anyway, can a loach cause a landslide? Seeing Jiang Yifeng so calm, Xiaojiu nodded with a depressed look. Okay, since you are not worried, why should I worry about it here? It's boring. I don't know if he was angry. Xiaojiu turned around and left after saying this, leaving Jiang Yifeng alone and helpless. In the evening, in the main courtyard, Xiaojiu gathered all the concubines. Seeing that they all looked sad, and some of them had lost some weight compared to when they came, she was quite satisfied. It seems that you have been working hard to adapt to the life in the third prince's mansion recently. This princess appreciates it very much. Xiaojiu said, then she put her hands behind her back and walked in front of them, and ordered, spread your hands, this princess will check one by one, so that there will be no one who fishes in troubled waters. After hearing the order, although they were reluctant, they could only spread their hands obediently. Although each of them was not born in a famous family, they were more or less powerful in their families. They were pampered since childhood. Who knew that they would marry into the third prince's mansion as a concubine, but they made their hands calloused. Some even peeled off a layer of skin, with large and small cracks on it, which was horrible. Xiaojiu looked at them one by one, quite satisfied, and handed them the Minfu ointment he had researched. You have performed well recently. This skin solidifying ointment is good for your hands. After you go back, apply it for only 2 or 3 days, and you will be reborn. He did not mean to torture them. After all, they were forced to do so under the emperor's order. Now he just wanted them to remember and see who is the real mistress of this palace. However, until Xiaojiu's footsteps landed in front of Yun Shang, seeing her hands as smooth as new in jade, he frowned instantly. After looking at her twice more, he didn't expose her directly, but laughed sarcastically. You are amazing. You have been doing rough and tiring work these days, but your hands are as smooth as eggs without shells. It seems that you have a unique maintenance secret recipe? As soon as the words fell, Yun Shang's body trembled slightly, and she hurriedly said modestly in fear, Princess, you are joking. She couldn't find any suitable excuse. Fortunately, Xiaojiu didn't pester her too much, but just chuckled, Your hands are so beautiful, you don't need to wipe anything like them, so I won't give you this thing. After a circle, only Yun Shang's hands were the smoothest, basically the same as when they came. Xiaojiu didn't care much, but his words faintly aroused the attention of others. One by one, they shrank their heads and couldn't help looking at Yun Shang. In fact, it was the housekeeper who was dealing with it, and helped her reduce a lot of work. Well, as long as you work hard and behave yourself, nothing will happen. Today's inspection ends here. After saying that, Xiaojiu didn't bother with the others and turned around and left. Others looked at the plaster in their hands, and their hands, that were worn out, which were almost the same as those of the elderly woman. They felt a little distressed and regretful. But someone suddenly came to Yun Shang with a somewhat arrogant attitude. I heard from the princess that your hands are well maintained. Why don't you show them to us? Once a stone was stirred up, other people came over, and each grabbed one of Yun Shang's hands and rubbed it carefully. As Xiaojiu said, her skin was as white as cream and as beautiful as jade, which made many people envious. Your hands are indeed beautiful, but it's no wonder. I didn't see you much when I was working before, so this is understandable. Yes, your hands are well maintained, and you are also good at being sneaky and cunning. It's really impressive. The women were weird, and not easy to deal with. Now that they saw this pair of beautiful hands compared with their own, they were so jealous. All of a sudden, everyone was furious, almost like a wolf that had eaten a person, and people were trembling. Feeling that things were not going well, Yun Shang hurriedly shook her head and tried to defend herself. Sisters, I just took good care of myself. There is no such thing as laziness. Stop talking nonsense. I saw the housekeeper gave you food before. I'm afraid you and the housekeeper have some unspeakable secrets. No wonder no one said anything when you didn't work. The few people were getting angrier and angrier, and someone behind them suddenly grabbed Yun Shang and pulled her back. What are you doing? Let me go! Before he could finish his words, he kicked her knee with a sweep. Yun Shang's legs bent, and she fell into the jar. The jar was originally used to collect rainwater, but now it had soaked half of Yun Shang's head, and bubbles were seen gurgling inside. Help! Help! The intermittent voices came towards them, but they did not intend to relax, but gnashed their teeth in hatred. It's said that the third prince's mansion does not support idle people. You bitch is lazy. The third prince's concubine doesn't say anything, but we have to teach you a lesson, so that you don't know how to appreciate it. The women were ferocious and ferocious, watching Yun Shang struggle getting smaller and smaller, but they still had no intention of letting go. When she was almost dying, she suddenly heard a shouting and cursing from a distance. What are you guys doing? With this voice, everyone looked back and saw that it was the housekeeper. Seeing him rushing over and seeing Yun Shang in the jar, he pulled her out. Oh, third madam, what happened to you? Seeing the housekeeper's worried look, the others dared to be angry but didn't dare to say anything. After all, in this third prince's mansion, their status was even lower than that of the servants. One of them hurriedly explained, she accidentally fell into the water tank. It has nothing to do with us. That's right. The housekeeper didn't argue with him. Instead, Yun Shang finally recovered and spit out a few mouthfuls of water. Then she stared at them angrily. You guys are really too much. I'm going to complain to the third princess now. Don't even think about running away. Chapter 292. With a wet body, Yun Shang confessed her grievances completely, and did not forget to exaggerate. However, looking at Xiao Jiao who was sitting there drinking tea, she looked calm, and at least a little worried. Princess, are you not going to take care of this matter? They are really too much. I am afraid they will be even more unscrupulous in the future. Gritting her teeth, Yun Shang kept urging, you wish you could smash those people to pieces. However, Xiao Jiao seemed to have expected such a result. She just put down the tea that was already at her mouth, put one hand on her forehead and smiled. You are lazy, and this princess can sit back and do nothing. But if someone wants to punish you, how can you escape? I am not lazy. These words were said in a submissive manner, obviously with a guilty conscience. If you say you are not lazy, someone has to believe it. Shaking his head slightly, Xiao Jiao waved his hand and said, you're wet, so hurry up and leave. Don't catch a cold and infect this princess. Yun Shang gritted her teeth. Even if she was unwilling, she was lazy and it was a fact. It was useless to quibble, so she could only leave in hatred. Along the way, she was so upset. Damn it, this one and the other two bullied me, I will never let you go. Just when she was upset, the housekeeper was holding a coat in her hand. I looked around and hoped that no one was passing by, so I hurried over and put the thing on her. Oh, you didn't catch a cold. What did the princess say? This caring attitude, not to mention that it really looks a bit caring, but it's a pity that Yun Shang felt a little disgusted. She moved slightly, and then curled her lips again. You still have the nerve to ask. She is the head of the family. I was almost killed by those women. She didn't care, and she said sarcastic words to me. It's simply too much. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Yun Shang puffed her cheeks, and there was no place to vent her anger. She glanced at the housekeeper again. Aren't you here to guard me? The housekeeper seemed a little embarrassed, but still nodded. I'm not worried about you. I didn't expect the princess to be such a heartless person. Why don't you go to my place and sit down? I find a way to vent your anger. Looking at the housekeeper's sly look, I'm afraid it's not as simple as going there to sit down. But thinking that she was almost drowned today, Yun Shang couldn't swallow this bad breath, so she simply nodded. Okay. After entering the yard, the room was full of love for half an hour, with an ambiguous atmosphere. Yun Shang rolled her eyes at him with a slightly red body, but the housekeeper next to her couldn't help but tease him. I didn't expect that you are in good health at your age. Ahem. Isn't this the motivation you gave? After a fierce speech, the housekeeper bravely hugged Yun Shang's shoulders, and greedily sucked the fragrance from her body, forgetting everything. This wretched old hooligan aura made people feel a little uncomfortable. Yun Shang gave him a cold look in a bad mood. Okay, don't forget our business. Oh, don't worry, how could I forget? Wait a moment. The housekeeper quickly sat up and put on a serious look, stumbled down from the bed, casually put on a piece of clothing, and then took out 2 medicines from his drawer, and handed them to Yun Shang. There was no label on the medicine. It looked like an ordinary bottle. Yun Shang frowned slightly, a little dissatisfied. What are you trying to fool me with? As he said, he wanted to throw it on the ground, but was quickly grabbed by the housekeeper's wrist. This is something that can kill people. Aren't you angry? The stuff in it may kill people invisibly. If you are unhappy with someone, you might as well let it solve it. To put it bluntly, the bottle is filled with a deadly poison. This thing is not easy to get in Kyoto, and the housekeeper also hides it carefully. If it weren't for Yun Shang's anger, he would not be willing to take it out. Yun Shang was a little surprised when she heard this. Does this thing really work so well? Don't worry, it will definitely kill you with 1 drop into your throat. The housekeeper said, wiping his neck, which made people feel very happy. He nodded with satisfaction, and then showed a cold smile. Very good, I want to see how long those bitches can be arrogant. Yunshang was arranged to work in the back kitchen, and usually helped to wash dishes and vegetables, which provided her with the convenience of drugging. Yunshang took advantage of this convenience and directly put poison in the plate. Soon, the news of someone's death came from the backyard. The food is poisonous, the food is poisonous. With a shout, everyone else became alert, and even Xiao Jiao and Jiang Yifeng were attracted, because the person who died was not an ordinary person, but a concubine sent by the emperor. What on earth is going on? Why did they die so suddenly? Looking at the two bodies, they were all poisoned, with dark complexions, purple lips, and white foam in their mouths, which was really disgusting. Xiao Jiao also frowned and looked around, but no one answered this question. Everyone lowered their heads, but only Yunshang smiled, and was overjoyed in her heart. It was you two bitches who pressed me into the water tank before, and now you deserve it. For a while, they really didn't find any evidence. Somehow, this matter got to the emperor's ears, and in the court, the emperor had to use this matter to question the crime. Third prince, how do you explain this matter? I rewarded you with a beautiful woman, but she died 2 days later. Are you dissatisfied with me, and are hinting at me? As the emperor slapped the dragon throne, he was furious, and his deep voice resounded in the ears of everyone present. Others lowered their heads very tactfully, and no one wanted to wade into this muddy water. Only Jiang Yifeng was calm at this moment. He stepped forward and slightly cupped his fist, and said, "Avoid the emperor. I am investigating this matter. I believe there must be a reason. I will give the emperor a satisfactory answer later." This matter was a temporary promise. As soon as he returned to the third prince's mansion, Jiang Yifeng immediately sent people to investigate the matter. However, Xiao Jiao had some speculations in his mind. I think this should be an internal conflict among the concubines. I remember that Yunshang was bullied by those women yesterday, and as a result, those women had problems today. Do you think it might be? After all, there is no place to be stable when there are too many women. A drama involving several women will cause trouble sooner or later. Moreover, they all look like troublemakers, so don't even think about asking for peace. After being reminded, Jiang Yifeng nodded thoughtfully, and decided to imprison the snake courtyard and start investigating Yunshang directly. "Hey, what are you doing? Why did you enter my house?" Before he could react, a man had surrounded his house. Yunshang was a little panicked. After all, his poison was still hidden in the house. "Come out, or don't blame me for being rude. I go and complain to the prince." "No need, it was the king who asked them to search. Since you newcomers have something wrong, and have never offended anyone, the probability of internal strife must be the highest, so the king decided to start the investigation with you." Jiang Yifeng was followed by Xiao Jiao, and the couple had a tacit understanding. Yunshang's heart almost jumped into her throat. "Prince, how can you not believe me? If you think that the innocent are innocent, why do you say so much nonsense, making yourself look like a thief with a guilty conscience?" Xiao Jiao's words hit the nail on the head, leaving people speechless. Yunshang gritted her teeth, and really didn't argue anymore. She just looked nervously into the room, her hands unconsciously clenched into heavy fists. It should be hidden so well that it won't be found. Who knew that before she had time to expect it, someone immediately ran out with these two things, reporting to the prince, "Princess, we found these 2 bottles of medicine in the secret compartment at the foot of the third lady's bed, and we think they are extraordinary." "Oh, really? What is so hidden? Why don't you tell me?" Jiang Yifeng took the medicine and carefully examined it. It was not labeled, and he didn't know what it was. He just waved it in front of Yunshang's eyes. Seeing her pale face, he was more certain of the murderer, and was just waiting for her answer. Gritting his teeth, Yunshang answered, This is for health and beauty." "Okay, then you drink it in front of me." Jiang Yifeng was very straightforward, and opened the bottle cork for her personally. This treatment is not something that ordinary people can have. In an instant, Yunshang's face changed suddenly, as miserable as a piece of white paper. Facing the approach of the medicine, he naturally knew what was inside. Haizhong unconsciously remembered the tragic death of the 2 women before, and retreated in fear. "No, I won't drink it. Prince, why bother with her? Just let someone check what's inside." After investigation, it was found that it was indeed poison, and it was almost the same poison as the deceased. It was obvious that the person who poisoned was Yunshang. After Yunshang was captured, Jiang Yifeng took the poison and went directly to the emperor to report, and also gave the emperor a trick. "Your Majesty, although you are kind-hearted, but having too many women is not necessarily a good thing." Jealousy and killing each other are the best evidence. The emperor was speechless and gritted his teeth slightly. At the beginning, he just wanted to use these women to distract Jiang Yifeng's attention, but he was manipulated by him instead. In the end, he could only make a small matter and not pursue it. Chapter 293. After this incident, the women in the third prince's mansion had no room to continue to find fault. At least they were quiet for 2 or 3 days. Xiaojiu no longer paid attention to them, and was free. However, he saw that Jiang Yifeng often had a sad look in the shower room, which made him a little confused. "Prince, you are back." Looking at Jiang Yifeng, who was coming towards him, with a sad look on his face, Xiaojiu hurried over, took his arm with one hand, and dragged the man to sit down. She also massaged his shoulders for him, and served him very attentively, but Jiang Yifeng did not seem to be very happy. Instead, he sighed a little irritably, which made people a little puzzled. What's wrong with the prince? It's nothing more than these guys in the court are restless again. Jiang Yifeng was already in a high position in the court, and was also jealous and speculated by many villains. Naturally, he could not find anything happy on weekdays. Faced with this speculation, Jiang Yifeng shook his head. It's not a big deal, but the recently appointed Minister of War has made me want to make friends with him, but it's a pity. What's a pity? Xiaojiu was a little puzzled, but he had heard about this matter. It's a pity that guy has a weird temper. No matter what temptation he uses, it doesn't work at all. Another silent sigh came faintly, making Xiaojiu feel a little annoyed. So it's this matter. The so-called right medicine for the right disease, Your Majesty, leave it to me. You don't have to get involved. The affairs of the three princes' palace, and the businesses you do are enough for you to be busy with. I don't want you to be burdened again, not to mention that this kind of thing is not something you can participate in. It's not that Jiang Yifeng doesn't want to trust her, but the important position of the Minister of War has extraordinary power. Many people in the court secretly flatter her, especially the Prime Minister, but they are all rejected. What these people say is useless. How could the arrogant Minister of War listen to Xiaojiu and women? Having said that, Xiaojiu nodded thoughtfully, but did not respond on the surface. He just chuckled and said, Your Majesty, you are tired today, so you should take a bath and rest first. The next day, Xiaojiu deliberately pushed aside the affairs of the health club and drank tea in a tea house. Listening to the storyteller telling some stories, the people around him listened with relish, but Xiaojiu's eyes were wandering, and he looked absent-minded, as if he was looking for something. As the crowd came and went, Xiaojiu's eyes were a little sore, but the tea in the cup did not move at all. Suddenly, a noble figure came into view. The woman in the distance was wearing the finest silk brocade, followed by a maidservant. Her exquisite makeup and dress revealed an indescribable temperament everywhere. It should be her. Xiaojiu couldn't help showing a touch of joy between his eyebrows. He watched the lady take a seat and ordered the signature tea of this tea house. He also walked over and asked with a smile, Madam, may I borrow your seat for a while? The other party was a little surprised by the sudden words. He turned his head and looked at Xiaojiu carefully. He felt a little familiar. Who are you? Madam, I met you once at the palace banquet before. With this reminder, the Shangshu's wife suddenly realized, oh, so you are the third princess. If it was just a one-time encounter, she would not remember it so clearly, but the rumored third princess can be said to be omnipotent, so when she heard the name of the third princess at the banquet, the Shangshu's wife also paid attention to it. But she didn't expect to meet her here. Are you also here to drink tea and listen to stories? The Shangshu's wife was a step late, and the storyteller had already said most of the words, with an unconcealable sense of loss between his eyebrows. Xiaojiu sat down and nodded. There is the best tea in the tea house, and there is no storyteller with the best tongue. Naturally, I came here because of the reputation, but I didn't expect that the lady would have such a refined taste. Haha, I have never seen you before. It seems that she saw through Xiaojiu's overly coincidental encounter, and the lady did not expose it, but there was a hint of distrust in her words. Xiaojiu was a little embarrassed, but suddenly noticed a spot between the Shangshu's wife's eyebrows, and frowned slightly. Madam, your eyebrows. Before she finished speaking, it seemed as if she had touched the Shangshu's wife's presence. She instinctively put her hand on her eyebrows, a little more panic, and turned her head slightly to the side. Well, I haven't rested well recently, so my condition is a little worse. Although she is also old, everyone loves beauty, let alone women. Xiaojiu was so blunt, and the lady was somewhat panicked and unhappy. Seeing that she cared so much about her appearance, Xiaojiu was even more happy, and hurriedly changed the subject. Madam, don't mind. It's just that your situation is slightly coincidental with my previous situation. I do have a way to help you. After hearing this, the Shangshu's wife was attracted and looked at Xiaojiu in confusion. Is it true? Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, try this thing. I call it the universal cream. After all, everyone knows that I run a health club, which specializes in women's skin. This is something she has heard of. The Shangshu's wife looked at the thing she took out of her sleeve with doubt, and couldn't help but feel a bit entangled. This is not good. It's okay. You and I are destined to meet. What's wrong with it? Xiaojiu forced the gift. Even if the Shangshu's wife wanted to refuse, she had no room to take it off, and tried to apply some. You don't know it until you use it. You'll be shocked when you use it. The thing is really quite good. The Shangshu's wife couldn't help but frown, and she looked a little more panicked. This thing is icy and cool, very comfortable. After applying it, it feels like medicine. Generally, the head feels a little relaxed. For this pleasant discovery, I don't know if it will be good for my wrinkles, but it is quite good for relieving headaches. What is this? How can it be so magical? The lady glanced at Xiaojiu, and the joy between her eyebrows could not be concealed. Xiaojiu was also a little more happy in his heart, and hurriedly introduced it for him. This is called the universal ointment, which I specially blended with hundreds of herbs. It not only has certain medicinal effects, but also has a very obvious effect on women's skin. After a lot of flattery, the lady was coaxed into a daze. I really didn't expect that this thing is so precious. The third princess is really thoughtful, and I don't know how to repay her. Don't be so polite to me. I think I have a special bond with you, madam. Xiaojiu smiled. He was knowledgeable and powerful, and he could see through madam's thoughts. Madam nodded. She didn't have the heart to continue listening to the book. She suddenly said, "It's time for lunch now. Why don't you go to my place and sit down? It's my thanks to you." If that's the case, then we have a good relationship. At the invitation of the Shangshu's wife, the two went directly back to the Shangshu's mansion. Because of Xiaojiu's arrival, the Shangshu's wife specially asked someone to add a few more dishes. It can be said that the hospitality was quite thoughtful. Looking at the flowers and plants in the house, Xiaojiu couldn't help but feel a little more envious. I heard that the Shangshu loves madam very much. Knowing that madam loves peonies, he specially planted peonies in the yard. It seems to be true. It is really an enviable relationship. Madame Shangshu was inevitably a little shy when she said this. It makes the third princess feel awkward. We are an old couple. Why are you still saying these things? Although she said this, she couldn't hide the joy on her face. After a meal, Xiaojiu was so satisfied. She happened to see the maids taking out calligraphy and paintings to dry. She was a little surprised. Madam, are these your calligraphy and paintings? I didn't expect there were so many. As a woman, it is really not easy to collect so many calligraphy and paintings, and take them out to dry from time to time. When this was mentioned, the Shangshu's wife nodded and said, "At the beginning, my grandfather was very talented, and we were like-minded, and we have been together until now. These are all given to me by him, and some of them are made by me, and some are collected at a high price. I don't know if Xiaojiu can appreciate these calligraphy and paintings." The Shangshu's wife randomly picked up two paintings and spread them out. One was a rich peony, and the other was a beautiful landscape. Both paintings were about landscapes, and they looked extremely beautiful. I thought Xiaojiu would just give a few simple compliments, but he actually spoke out the truth. The mountains and rivers are magnificent, and the peony is a metaphor for people. This gentle and unrestrained style, if I'm not mistaken, should be from Mr. Lu Zhai's hand. Mr. Lu Zhai is a famous painter in Kyoto. He loves to paint landscapes, and his paintings are hard to come by. I didn't expect to see two of them here, which is really an eye-opener. Facing Xiaojiu's appreciation, the Shangshu's wife was stunned. I didn't expect that the third princess had many insights on this. It seems that we are all in the same boat. Now I have met a confidant. In the past, it was said that a woman's virtue lies in her lack of talent, so even if the above-mentioned lady had such talent, she could have no one to confide in. Now, meeting Xiaojiu is more like finding a confidant. In an instant, the excitement was hard to conceal, and she instantly had a better impression of the woman in front of her, who she had only met a few times. The two talked about poetry, songs, and philosophy of life, and they talked endlessly. Chapter 294. It was not until sunset that the Shangshu madam reluctantly let Xiaojiu go. But just after returning to the palace, before she had time to get rid of her fatigue, Baiyu came over with a few maids and blocked her way. "Isn't this the princess? Where did you go today?" Hearing this, Xiaojiu's face was not very good. "Where did I go? When will it be your turn, an unknown person, to ask here?" This was really arrogant. Bai Yu was pushed and was speechless, but she still gritted her teeth angrily, with a bit of reluctance. What qualifications does a despised woman have to? You are so arrogant in front of me, and killed my child. I am lucky that I didn't ask you to pay for your life. Ha ha. Xiaojiu gave him a cold look, but he didn't intend to pester such a woman. However, Bai Yu didn't seem to give up. She walked in front of Xiaojiu with a smooth step and blocked her way. I asked you where you went today. Why didn't you answer me? Faced with this endless pestering, Xiaojiu frowned slightly. He was already very tired today, and with her blocking him, he naturally wouldn't give a good face. As the eyes suddenly darkened, Xiaojiu revealed a cold aura. He raised his eyes and glared at Bai Yu, and scolded coldly, "If you dare to block my way again, don't blame me for being rude to you. After all, I am the mistress here." After that, he glanced at the maids next to him. "I have already warned this woman. You are all watching. If she acts rashly again, I can only punish her by disobeying her, but I am not bullying her. Do you understand?" The cold words, with a somewhat intimidating attitude, made several maids nod in fear, which made Bai Yu speechless. She was of humble status, and even if she relied on the old lady's favor, she could not be fearless. Taking a deep breath, Bai Yu gritted her teeth reluctantly, but before she could speak, Xiaojiu directly treated her as heir and walked away without hesitation. Bai Yu felt ashamed at the unrestrained manner of walking away, and could not help but shouting loudly, "Just wait, I will not let you go." Although Xiaojiu heard this, he naturally would not bother with the mad dog. Instead, the maid next to him felt a little uncomfortable. "Princess, she is really getting more and more unscrupulous. Are you really going to sit back and watch?" In the past, Bai Yu would at least take into account her status and be more humble, and would not confront him head-on, but now she is so arrogant that she dares to shout loudly, which is simply disrespectful to the inferior. If such a woman is not taught a lesson, she will sooner or later fly up to the tree like a phoenix. How can we deal with it? Upon hearing this, Xiaojiu paused, and a little entanglement arose in his heart. "I just came back, and the woman came to me. I'm afraid someone reported you and planted spies around me. I don't know who it is, but since Bai Yu wants to play, I'm not someone to be trifled with. Bai Yu's matter has not been resolved yet, and on the other side, Jiang Yifeng has brought new bad news." Under the flickering candlelight, Jiang Yifeng changed his usual calm style, and gently held Xiaojiu's hand. There was a little more reluctance between his eyebrows, which made people feel panic. "Why did you suddenly become like this? Is there something wrong again?" This woman's intuition has always been accurate. Jiang Yifeng sighed slightly. "Indeed, today in the court, the emperor wants to send me to Jiangnan for inspection." "Why send you to Jiangnan for inspection? Jiangnan is a faraway place. You, a prince, don't have to do such a thing. I'm afraid the emperor has other purposes." Xiaojiu saw it clearly, but as he expected, the emperor actually wanted to transfer him away from the center of power, so that he could take the opportunity to weaken Jiang Yifeng's power. Jiang Yifeng nodded, making Xiaojiu more worried. "It's better not to go. Can you refuse? First, it is to prevent the emperor and those who are ready to make trouble after Jiang Yifeng's power is weakened. Second, if he leaves, he will also be sick with lovesickness and suffer from the pain of missing him. However, if he could refuse, Jiang Yifeng would not be so sad. The emperor's order has been issued, and I naturally have no room to refuse. I'm afraid it will take some time to go. This won't work. Since the two of them have said that they will not separate, Xiaojiu naturally doesn't want to let him go alone. Then take me with you. This is not appropriate. He has to take a woman with him when he goes on patrol. If someone doesn't know, they will think he is going out for fun. If others know, they will gossip." Xiaojiu naturally saw his concerns clearly, and then said, "Of course you won't take me alone. You can take a concubine with you. After all, she is someone close to the emperor. In this way, he will have a reason to monitor you, and he shouldn't say anything more. At this point, it can only be done this way. You can't really suffer from lovesickness." The next day, the two of them were ready to go, but Bai Yu suddenly rushed out, picked up her luggage, and was about to leave with them. "My lord, my wife said that I will be wherever you are, and you must serve me closely, and we must never be separated." As he said that, he raised his eyebrows arrogantly, and glared at Xiaojiu. This naked smell of gunpowder made people want to hit him. He frowned for a long time, a little dissatisfied, and looked at Jiang Yifeng tangledly. "What do you think?" "Follow." The unexpected answer made Xiaojiu a little disappointed. Sitting in the sedan chair, Jiang Yifeng looked at the depressed Xiaojiu, and then hurriedly held her waist and comforted her. "The old lady has some opinions about you. If you don't let her follow, she will definitely not let it go. Just bear with it. It was indeed very aggrieved, but considering that the other party's accident was for her own good, Xiaojiu could only agree reluctantly. Along the way, the housekeeper drove the carriage. As the carriage shook and swayed, Xiaojiu gradually leaned on Jiang Yifeng's arms and fell into a deep sleep. Suddenly, the carriage stopped suddenly, and Xiaojiu's head hit the side, feeling a little painful. He opened his eyes in panic, still a little confused. What happened? Why is there such a big noise outside? Before he could react, the housekeeper's terrified voice came directly to his face. My lord and princess, it's not good. There is a group of people outside surrounding us. As soon as the voice fell, Jiang Yifeng opened the window and looked around. There were a group of black-clad men holding long swords around. The bright sword light made people feel panic. Prince, what should I do? Xiaojiu was a little frightened. He didn't expect to encounter such a thing. Jiang Yifeng patted his shoulder soothingly. Stay still, I will go out to deal with it, and I won't let anyone hurt you. Then you must be careful. Watching him walk out, Xiaojiu didn't dare to go out rashly, otherwise, if he caused trouble for him, wouldn't it be a sin? After a while, the sound of swords and swords outside was heard, which was really piercing. Xiaojiu carefully peeked out of the window, but found that those people were not weak. Although Jiang Yifeng was a strong martial artist, he seemed a little powerless under the attack of so many people. Suddenly, a man in black saw the right time and rushed to Jiang Yifeng's back with a long knife in his hand, intending to attack. Xiaojiu saw all this and was shocked. He shouted loudly, Your Majesty, be careful, someone wants to attack you. Faced with this reminder, when he turned around, the knife was about to stab him. It was too late to dodge, and Jiang Yifeng was stunned on the spot. I thought the knife was about to come into close contact with me, but someone suddenly jumped out in front of me. Puff! Before everyone could react, the knife stabbed into the person in front of him, and the sound of spitting blood came towards him. Jiang Yifeng was a little surprised, and hurriedly grabbed Bai Yu's arm, and directly killed the man with his backhand. Bai Yu, who was stabbed, was a little out of control for a moment. What's wrong with you? Your Majesty, don't worry about you, are you okay? Bai Yu was lying in the man's arms, her breath was weak, blood was constantly coming out of her mouth, as if she was going to die at any time. Jiang Yifeng seemed a little annoyed. After the people around him were almost dealt with, Xiaojiu hurriedly got off the carriage and looked at Bai Yu lying in a pool of blood. For a moment, he didn't know what to say, but hurriedly reminded, take her to the carriage quickly and treat the wounds on her body, so as not to die from excessive bleeding. Xiaojiu still knew a little bit of medical skills, and simply treated Bai Yu's wounds. Jiang Yifeng also walked in. How is it? Is she okay now? Fortunately, the knife didn't hurt the vital parts, just a little skin injury. Rest well, don't cause blood loss. Jiang Yifeng nodded, but there was no extra concern. He just lowered his head and glanced at Bai Yu, and said politely, thank you just now. After all, she almost risked her life to save herself. Even if she didn't like her anymore, she still had to remember this kindness. Hearing this, Bai Yu smiled slightly, revealing a little weakness under her pale face. She stared at Jiang Yifeng with a faint look, and suddenly said, My lord, if you really want to thank me, why don't you stay and take care of me? Chapter 295. Faced with such an unreasonable request, Jiang Yifeng naturally knew that it was inappropriate, but if he didn't stay to take care of her, he was afraid that some unprovoked accident would happen again. Mainly, Bai Yu was injured because of him. Could he just leave her alone? After struggling for a moment, Jiang Yifeng glanced at Xiaojiu. Madam, how about you take care of her? Mainly worried that Xiaojiu would be prejudiced against this matter, so he could only wrong her a little. After all, there were no other maids to serve here. Hearing this, Xiaojiu nodded. I don't care, but I don't know if Miss Bai is happy. This slightly raised corner of the lips, with a somewhat calm attitude, but it faintly made people give up a chill. Bai Yu frowned slightly, subconsciously shook her body, and the hair on her body was about to stand up in fear. This person looked exactly like a child trafficker, showing such a wretched smile. Bai Yu hurriedly shook her head. No, let the prince take care of me. Seeing her panic, Xiaojiu seemed to be satisfied in his heart, and couldn't help but smile. Seeing Jiang Yifeng's embarrassed look, he felt guilty, but fortunately, he didn't continue to make trouble with her. Okay, since she doesn't want me to take care of her, let the prince come. After all, she also risked her life to save her. Even if it was a favor to Bai Yu, it would not happen again. After saying this, Xiaojiu really got out of the carriage obediently. Although the space could accommodate 3 people, one of them was injured, which was inconvenient, so Xiaojiu would not continue to make trouble. Xiaojiu, The patient who took the initiative to withdraw still had a smile of understanding on his face, and Jiang Yifeng was relieved. His eyes fell on this woman, and he felt a little uncomfortable. Are you feeling unwell now? Seeing Jiang Yifeng who stayed, Bai Yu was willing even if her heart exploded, and now she deliberately made trouble. My shoulder hurts a little, I wonder if the prince can massage it for me. With that aggrieved expression, she deliberately raised her hand, pretending to be unable to move, as if reminding Jiang Yifeng that she was injured because of him. However, the moral kidnapping was really uncomfortable. However, since things had come to this point, Jiang Yifeng couldn't force him to ignore it, so he could only squat down and patiently rub her shoulders for her. The carriage swayed gently, and Bai Yu gradually fell asleep because of her injury. Jiang Yifeng felt a little relieved and let the journey continue. As time passed, everyone rested at a checkpoint. Jiang Yifeng was still taking care of the injured Bai Yu in the carriage. Xiao Jiu got off the carriage and stretched his body. He felt that he had finally had some time to relax after the bumpy ride. He couldn't help but yawn. I'm really exhausted. While speaking, he couldn't help but look back at the carriage parked next to him. Seeing that the door hadn't opened yet, he knew that the person inside would not come out again. For a moment, he was a little disappointed. Forget it, why should I be disappointed here? After all, I pushed the person over there. I can't regret it at the last minute, lest people say I'm petty. Xiao Jiu was a little helpless about his double-standard behavior. He felt bored outside, so he decided to go back to the carriage to eat and rest, but he suddenly heard the people accompanying him talking over there. Do you know that the main carriage is occupied by Miss Bai and the prince, and the princess was driven to the back? Oh, is Miss Bai really going to replace the prince? You are not in love with someone else, are you? Several people were gossiping there, talking excitedly, and the joy on their faces was really hard to hide. Xiao Jiu felt a little unhappy when he heard it. These guys, their mouths are really not quiet at all. With a somewhat dissatisfied attitude, Xiao Jiu directly stepped behind them, clenched his fist to his mouth, and heard a loud cough. You guys, why don't you just do your own things? Why are you talking nonsense and gossiping here? Don't you want to do this job anymore? With this sharp rebuke, several people turned around and looked at the woman in front of them with a faintly angry face, and they couldn't help but look a little more panicked. King, princess, we just talked too much. Please forgive us, princess. Seeing that they all looked panicked, as if he was going to eat them, Xiao Jiu really didn't know what to say. Just waved his hand and warned. Okay, if I hear you gossiping again in the future, don't blame me for being rude. Hurry up and do your own things. You still have to continue on your journey later. After everyone was dismissed, Xiao Jiu also returned to the carriage depressed, and did not take the words just said to heart. After all, she believed in Jiang Yifeng's character, and would never betray her. After a short rest, everyone continued on their journey. After a day and a night, they finally arrived at Qinzhou Prefecture safely. Bai Yu's wound has almost healed. She changed into clean clothes on the road, and now she looks decent. Can you walk by yourself? Jiang Yifeng glanced at her, but there was not much concern in his tone. Bai Yu nodded, and Jiang Yifeng got off the carriage first. Then he looked back at Bai Yu, who was dawdling. Seeing that she was holding her chest, it seemed that she was still in pain because of the wound. He could only reach out and help her down. Bai Yu blushed slightly, with a bit of shyness. Thank you, your highness. This scene happened to be seen by the Qinzhou County magistrate, who came after hearing the news. With a face full of enthusiasm, he naturally came to greet them quickly, and said to Bai Yu and Jiang Yifeng, Third prince, long time no see, I guess this must be the third princess. She is really stunning. This series of flattery made the people forget themselves. The Taoist priest was smart. He heard that the third prince was a man who doted on his wife like his life, so he all stared at Bai Yu, who was regarded as the third princess by himself, and flattered her in all kinds of fancy ways, as if he had completely ignored the real third princess next to him. Bai Yu was happy to hear this, but Jiang Yifeng was indeed a little impatient, and quickly interrupted the county magistrate's nonsense. She is not my princess, but just a maid accompanying me. Don't talk nonsense. As he said that, he looked at Xiao Jiu standing in the distance, and saw that her face was a little ugly. After all, such an embarrassing scene, although not very harmful, was extremely insulting. Xiao Jiu didn't know what to do for a while, but Jiang Yifeng came over quickly, gently held her hand, and dragged her in front of the county magistrate with a smile on his face. Look at this. This is the princess I married in a formal way. I love her so much and cherish her like a pearl in my palm. She is not a maid. The man's resounding words completely suppressed the little flattery that Bai Yu had just received. On the contrary, the words of Xiao Jiu's introduction flattered her as precious as the bright moon in the sky. Lord Li was a little embarrassed and said quickly, "Forgive me for my poor eyesight. No wonder I felt that this girl lacked some nobility. It turned out that I recognized the wrong person." "Good guy." He changed his words immediately. "He is really a professional flatterer." Xiaojio was not such a stingy person. He smiled gently and passed over the matter just now. "Your Excellency, you don't need to say more to me. I know what's going on. We have been standing here for a long time. Why don't we go in and talk first?" Xiaojio didn't want to dwell on this matter, otherwise he would really be embarrassed. Facing Xiaojio's generosity and thoughtfulness, Lord Li couldn't help but appreciate it a little more. He felt even more guilty for his ridiculous behavior of mistaking someone just now. He quickly made a gesture of invitation and welcomed them in. "You two, please go in quickly. The good wine and food are ready. I will welcome you today." After being treated warmly by Lord Li, the few people had enough to eat and drink, and Lord Li arranged accommodation for them. "This is the house that Xiaoguan specially prepared for you. It faces north and south, and the yard is quiet and comfortable." Lord Li introduced it again, wanting to show all his goodness, and the ears of the listeners were almost calloused. Xiaojio nodded hurriedly, and couldn't help but perfunctory, "Thank you, Lord Li, for your hospitality. We won't be polite to you. We are a little tired after running all the way. Let's rest first." Having said that, Lord Li didn't care if they continued to pester him, but just chose to leave obediently. However, although Lord Li left, Baiyu had no intention of leaving. Instead, she kept following the two of them, which made Xiaojio somewhat unhappy. "Miss Bai, what are you trying to do?" During the journey, Baiyu did a lot of things. She took advantage of her injury and stopped and started, and made use of Jiang Yifeng in various ways. Xiaojio saw it all, but she held back. "If you make trouble again now, don't blame me for being rude." Hearing this, Baiyu hurriedly pretended to be aggrieved, and then said in a tangled way, "Princess, don't misunderstand. As the prince's personal maid, I naturally have to follow you. What's more, I am still injured. If there is anything, I can't solve it alone." The implication of this is that he still wants Jiang Yifeng to take care of them by himself. "I'm afraid he has forgotten who is the master, and who is the servant." For a moment, Xiaojio felt that the veins on his forehead were bulging, and he really had the urge to punch him. He gritted his teeth and warned, "Don't push your luck." Chapter 296. Baiyu's face is as thick as a city wall. He cried, made a scene, and threatened to hang himself. He has used all the tricks to the fullest. Xiaojio really couldn't stand him, so Jiang Yifeng had to compromise. "Anyway, this yard is quite big. If you want to live here, then find a room for yourself. Fortunately, the master bedroom in this yard is separated from the other two rooms by a distance, so they are not too close to each other, which would give Baiyu an opportunity to take advantage of." However, this decision made some people dissatisfied. Xiaojio drank 4 glasses of water in a row, and he couldn't control his irritability. "This woman is getting more and more aggressive. I'm afraid she will be even more aggressive in the future. If you don't know, you would think she is your concubine." Xiaojio was so angry that he vented his anger directly to the teapot, but he said it to Jiang Yifeng, who was standing next to him, and was indifferent. Although so many things happened before, Baiyu had been trying hard to get into the third prince's mansion, but she had never been able to do so. On the contrary, because of the life-saving today, she got a great bargain. The more she thought about it, the more she felt unconvinced. What else do you want after taking care of her all the way? Do you really want to squeeze me out of this position and become your wife? The glass of water hit the table heavily, and the water inside splashed everywhere. Jiang Yifeng was finally a little panicked, realizing that Xiaojio was really angry. He hurriedly stepped forward, gently held her shoulders, and comforted her with a coaxing and deceiving way. "Okay, madam, she is just a little maid. Why do you have to get so angry for her? It will hurt your body." This series of comforting voices seemed a bit perfunctory. Xiaojio shook his shoulders and couldn't help but give him a cold look. "How dare you say that? Why did you let her stay? It's something that can be rejected. Even if it's just to find a maid to take care of her, you can drive Baiyu away openly. Why do you have to compromise? I'm afraid that this is terrifying." Xiaojio didn't know where he got the boldness to speculate. He couldn't help but whisper angrily, "I'm afraid that the mutual admiration along the way has really made him confused by the vixen. Now he can't control himself, right?" The more he said, the more crooked it was, and people didn't know how to answer. Jiang Yifeng sighed slightly. If he didn't tell the truth now, he might not be able to appease her. He could only comfort her quickly. "Have you never thought that the assassins we met on the road were a little strange? They were fatal injuries when they came for me, but when they fell on Baiyu, it was just a superficial injury, as if it was intentional." At that time, Jiang Yifeng had already noticed this, so he was willing to take the initiative to take care of Bai Yu, but he didn't find any special abnormalities along the way. However, it is better to prevent it than not to prevent it. Keeping Bai Yu by your side is better than letting her do something sneaky in a place where you can't see her. Facing this explanation, Xiaojiu felt a little relieved. Why didn't you say this earlier? It made me think too much, and I was sulking for a long time. Xiaojiu pouted. This matter was actually blamed on Jiang Yifeng. At this moment, he could only smile and accept it. Yes, it's all my fault. I will explain it to my wife in the future and stop her from being jealous. Who is jealous? Xiaojiu glared at him, looked at the man's face close to her, and stretched out her hand unhappily to cover his face. Don't be rude, I'm just resting. So Jiang Yifeng nodded, looking at the sky outside. It was still early, and Xiaojiu was not in a good mood, so he could only tentatively suggest, Madam, we are new here, why don't we go out for a walk? Maybe there will be unexpected gains. So-called travel, Xiaojiu was interested. This is also okay, on the contrary. It's the first time, but you can't bring that woman Bai Yu with you. During this journey, her husband was completely dominated by him. Now, just going out for a walk, there can't be a light bulb that doesn't know what's good for him. The house is between the two of them, right? So Jiang Yifeng nodded quickly, went out with a smile, and saw that Bai Yu's door was locked, and then he said quickly, Let's go quickly, she is still in the room, don't let her be discovered later. The two of them left here quickly, staring at their toes like thieves. After finally leaving the house, Xiaojiu finally breathed a sigh of relief. We are out, we are obviously a legitimate couple. Why are we like thieves, afraid of being caught by a little maid? I don't know where the grievance came from. Xiaojiu just felt uncomfortable, but Jiang Yifeng quickly pinched her waist and comforted her. Okay, isn't this to avoid quarreling with that woman? Do you still want to be angry with her? This, of course, is not willing. Anyway, I've suffered a lot along the way, so you have to buy more things to compensate me. Xiaojiu no longer cared about that matter. The weather was good today, and people were coming and going on the street in an endless stream. Simply putting aside the unpleasantness in their minds, they strolled around casually. When it was almost dark, the two of them came back slowly, and saw the sound of drums coming from the door. Dong! 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 It was deafening and frightening. Xiaojiu frowned slightly. It seems like beating the drum to complain. Could it be that someone has suffered some injustice? The two did not rush forward, but just watched the beating of the drum to complain for a long time. There was no movement from the county government, so they stepped forward and asked, Ladies and gentlemen, I wonder what you are beating the drum to complain for? Hearing this, several people turned their heads and looked at the two people who were dressed decently and looked dignified, but they were a little more disliked. You are those hateful landlords, right? We have nothing to say to you. I don't know where I offended them, but they came up and started a bloody and chaotic attack, which made people feel extremely embarrassed. Well, don't misunderstand me. You are from other places. You came here to do something. You are not some hateful landlords. Xiaojiu hurriedly explained. Seeing their angry expressions, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. After hearing this explanation, those people looked at them doubtfully, but seeing that the two of them looked kind, which was quite different from those ugly landlords, they nodded. Okay, I believe you, but you can't help us with our grievances even if you tell us. After saying that, the man did not intend to tell more people, but continued to beat the snake-skin drum with a drumstick, and the rumbling thunder was deafening, as if thunder was rolling in the sky. Xiaojiu's heart trembled, and he couldn't bear it. Jiang Yifeng noticed something was wrong, and quickly grabbed the man's wrist with one hand, whispering, No one answered inside, and it's useless to keep knocking on the door. If someone with ulterior motive sees you, they will sue you for disturbing the public. We have some status when we come here this time, so why don't you tell us, maybe we can help. After saying this, the man frowned slightly, with a bit of consideration. Remember to look at these two people. I don't know if they listened to Jiang Yifeng's words, or felt that they wanted to find someone to complain, so they told their complaints. After understanding, I found out that they were all ordinary farmers. Because Lordly allowed the gentry to seize their fields, they could not farm, let alone harvest, and they had to pay taxes. The strong burden made it impossible for them to survive. Now they want to beat the drum to complain and seek justice. So that's how it is. This is really too much. The world is what the common people rely on for survival. Now it's seized by those gentry. Isn't this going to cost you your lives? Xiaojiu seemed a little indignant at this moment. He used to travel around the country with his father to do business, so he understood these principles thoroughly. Looking at these pale and thin people in front of him, He couldn't help but feel a little more sympathetic for a while. Glancing at the man next to him, "What do you think about this matter?" Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng's face darkened. "I'm afraid that the gentry is causing trouble. Li Darren is not unaware of it, but he just doesn't care. He lets them take over the people's parents, who provide them with food and clothing. The officials naturally can't just sit back and watch." With a feeling of sharing the same hatred for the enemy, Jiang Yifeng looked at the common people solemnly. "Don't worry, I will definitely seek justice for you." After saying this, those people still didn't believe it, but Jiang Yifeng directly convened the court in his own capacity. Even Lord Li came after hearing the news, and he was still a little confused. "Prince, what are you doing? Why did you suddenly open the court? You didn't even tell me in advance." "No need to tell me in advance, aren't you here?" Jiang Yifeng glared at him coldly, and then set his eyes on the people. "If you have any grievances, you might as well say it. Those who do evil, I will bring them to justice one by one." As these words fell, everyone seemed to see the disparity in levels, and naturally, relying on someone's support, they began to speak out their grievances over the years without scruples. All the things about Lord Li being an unkind official, letting the tiger go back to the mountain, and accepting bribes came directly like a tide, including those retired gentry. None of them could escape. "You, don't talk nonsense. How can you slander me?" Lord Li gritted his teeth and said something about them. He felt guilty and couldn't calm down. He couldn't help but threaten directly, "If you keep talking nonsense, be careful that I will punish you. It's a pity that you don't have this opportunity." Facing Lord Li's ugly face, Jiang Yifeng couldn't stand it and interrupted him without any hesitation. "This prince, I have been very kind to you these days, please don't." Lord Li still wanted to find some mercy to help himself save a way out, but it became more and more irritating. "If I had known that your so-called hospitality was to extort the hard-earned money of the people, then I would rather stay in an inn." Chapter 297. The people had different opinions, and with irrefutable evidence, Lord Li was detained in the cell. Before finding a suitable person to replace him, Jiang Yifeng temporarily took over the relevant position. Similarly, the matter was reported to the court. However, although Lord Li was detained, the people's problems were not solved positively. There was one less corrupt official, but they could not express what they had lost. "What can we do? The emperor has not issued a clear order. We can't make decisions on our own and confiscate Lord Li's property to return the money of these people." Xiao Jiao was a little worried. After all, these people were pale and thin, and some even had no money to treat their illnesses. "I'm afraid they had been exploited completely. Long-term oppression left them with no room to breathe. Now even if a bully left, it would not improve their miserable situation." Facing these words, Jiang Yifeng also had a little entanglement. Just when he was about to go back, he saw that the people had gathered at the door. "Third Prince, everyone says that you are upright and noble. Now you are helping us deal with corrupt officials. I am really grateful. Since you have helped so much, why not help us?" One of them rushed up and knelt in front of the two people. Such a great gift, accompanied by a voice of pleading, and even a few sobs, was confusing. "What are you doing? Hurry up and get up." Xiao Jiao was a little panicked. He supported the old man and tried to get him to stand up, but the other party was stubborn and motionless, which made people feel helpless. "If you don't agree, we won't get up now." After saying this, everyone knelt down, like a mountain and sea collapsing, which really made people feel a little overwhelmed. Even when attending the morning court, there was no such a big gift. Jiang Yifeng frowned slightly. Facing the people's eager attitude, he finally softened his heart. "Okay, just say what you have. I will not sit idly by if I can do it." After saying this, those people hurriedly said, "Although those bad guys have been punished and our 2 days have returned, it is now past the harvest time, and those fertile fields have been abandoned for too long and seem to have no use. We are thinking about whether we can ask the prince to help us. After all, it is not because of poverty that they are forced to do nothing, otherwise they would not beg officials. This is not an excessive request. After all, they are excusable, but if so many people really support each other. Jiang Yifeng has invested enough in the military, whereas there's so much spare money, and it seems a little embarrassed at the moment." With his eyes slightly gloomy, Jiang Yifeng didn't know how to answer for a moment. It seemed that Xiao Jiao saw his worries, so he suddenly said, "Everyone, please be patient. Why don't you take us to see your farmland first? Maybe there is still room for rescue. As long as they have money, they have a source of income, and they don't necessarily have to have cash to support their operations." After hearing this, although the others were puzzled, they still took them to see the farmland with a positive attitude, thinking that after knowing their suffering, they should be able to get some subsidies. As the common people came to the fields, hundreds of acres of fields were all barren. Looking around, it was like a wasteland, which was really unbearable to look at. Is this your field? Xiaojiu was a little surprised. Occasionally, there were a few fields planted with some things, but they were all dry and thin, as if they had not been taken care of for a long time. Even if it was time to harvest, it was estimated that nothing would be harvested. Isn't it? The prince was occupied by those people, and they were unwilling to stop our source of income and asked us to spend a lot of money to cultivate the land. But how could we do that? The common people sighed as they spoke, and every word was full of bitterness, which was really easy to resonate with people. Xiaojiu's beautiful eyes tightened slightly, with a bit of displeasure. Those landlords are really nothing. They obviously have business acumen, but they just want to squeeze the common people. I don't know what they are thinking. Even if you are doing business, you should pay attention to the moral bottom line. You and I are willing to do this. It can be said that you are completely unscrupulous. I believe you too have also seen that it is now the autumn harvest time. People are harvesting grain. We can't continue to farm. If we starve for another half a year, we will probably die soon. That's what she said. After thinking for a while, Xiaojiu suddenly had an idea. Why do we have to follow the rules and plant those rice? Why not try to plant something else? This proposal surprised many people. Get something else. But we have always planted these things, and there is no fixed place to sell them. It's just that we suddenly plant other things. Not to mention that it is difficult to find a buyer, and there is no experience. If something goes wrong, it will really be a loss, and the last bit of capital will be gone. Xiaojiu probably guessed about 80% of their concerns, but at this moment, he raised his mouth with a little more smile. I can give you money, but you must do as I say. If you are willing, I will pay you in my personal name. When he said this, everyone else was slightly surprised and nodded naturally, but Jiang Yifeng next to him was a little surprised. Are you sure? These days, the money earned by Xiaojiu's health club has been given to him. Although he saved some money, it was all for emergency use. If he gave it to these people, what if something went wrong? Such worries are not redundant. Jiang Yifeng still has a hint of wanting to stop it. However, Xiaojiu nodded confidently. Don't worry, I never do anything without confidence. I looked at these lands and they are fertile. This place is good. There is plenty of rain all year round, and due to the climate, it is not easy to breed pests. It is just right to plant what you want. Xiaojiu casually grabbed a handful of soil in his hand and rubbed it carefully. The more he looked at it, the more satisfied he felt. His people were slightly stunned, but they were a little confused. I don't know what the princess wants us to do. I will pay you to buy some medicinal seeds. You only need to spend manpower, and take good care of those seeds according to my requirements. When the harvest comes, I will purchase what you planted in my name. Xiaojiu's health club is now flourishing, with several branches under it, all of which need medicinal materials. If they can contract a piece of land and be their own contractor, they can save a lot of money. After hearing this, the others were a little hesitant, but we don't grow other things. If we mess up, you won't blame us, right? Don't worry. Since it's the place I contracted, I will naturally be very motivated, always send people to watch it, and wait for you as soon as there is a problem. Xiaojiu said it calmly, and the others were relieved. One of them was naturally very happy to serve. Thank you, Princess. We are willing to grow these things. Under the enthusiastic response of the people, Xiaojiu specially imported a batch of medicinal seeds, and also specially took out a batch of people from the health club to grow medicinal materials with them. After the matter was temporarily resolved, Jiang Yifeng elected a suitable county magistrate through elections to serve as their leader again. However, before they had time to rest for 2 days, an urgent encrypted notice suddenly came from the palace. Looking at the letter in his hand, the man's expression fell into deep thought. Xiaojiu couldn't help but come closer with the tea tray, with a bit of doubt. Who sent this letter? Did something happen? Hearing this question, Jiang Yifeng nodded and handed over the letter. It seems that we can't stay here any longer. I'm afraid it will be difficult to rest in peace. Xiaojiu looked at the letter in his hand and frowned. What? There was a rebellion in Kyoto. This is incredible. The emperor can't handle it. Now he has to order them to go back immediately. I'm afraid there is no time to waste. If that's the case, let's go quickly. Anyway, things here are almost done. I sent 2 guys to watch over it later. Xiaojiu originally planned to teach these common people more knowledge, but now things are urgent, and there is probably no extra time. The next day, Jiang Yifeng and the others packed their luggage and planned to rush back to the palace. It was raining heavily, and the carriage was stuck in the mud. It took a lot of effort to push it out. When they got back to the carriage, a panicked voice came from behind, reporting to the prince, "It's not good. Miss Baiyu seems to be sick. Now her forehead is a little hot. Facing these words, Jiang Yifeng frowned slightly, but still went over to take a look. When he touched her forehead, it was really like boiling water, which really made people unable to do it. He couldn't help but frown. Good things don't come, bad things come. Why did it have to happen at this time? There was no doctor in their accompanying team. Baiyu's condition could not be delayed, but they had to rush back to the palace. For a moment, Jiang Yifeng was a little undecided, but Xiaojiu said helplessly, "It's a life after all. There seems to be a small town ahead. Why don't we go over there to see her first?" If the person really died of illness on the way, it would be difficult to explain to the old lady when he turned back, so as not to cause trouble for himself again. Took Baiyu to see a doctor, and the situation was a little serious. In order to avoid wasting too much time, Jiang Yifeng could only spend a lot of money to bring a doctor. Chapter 298. Along the way, Baiyu had a severe fever and kept groaning. She lay there almost unable to move. She was busy all the time, boiling medicine and buying medicine. She stopped and started on the road, which delayed her trip a lot. Looking at the carriage that stopped again, Xiaojiu finally lost his temper. If she keeps delaying us like this, I'm afraid we won't be able to reach the capital in 2 more days. Now he didn't know the specific situation, but the longer he delayed, the more suspicious the emperor might be. Jiang Yifeng also seemed a little anxious, but he couldn't just leave him alone. Cough, cough, cough. Just as he was talking, a violent cough came from the sedan behind him. It was deafening, and the listeners felt a little panic. Xiaojiu shrugged helplessly. I don't know if her condition is really that serious. Why does she seem to be dying? I'm not saying anything sarcastic here. Although I was a little tired from traveling all the way, I still served her well. A serious person would recover in a few days after catching a cold, but the treatment was pretentious. She has not shown any signs of improvement for so long, but has been gaining weight day by day. It can be said that the person who was tossed around was quite annoyed. Faced with this, Jiang Yifeng didn't know how to respond for a while, but the doctor suddenly ran over. Princess, the prince is not well. Miss Bai has something wrong. Hearing this, Xiaojiu rolled his eyes, but still cooperated and asked, what's wrong? Do you want to buy medicine or go to rest? Miss Bai is dying. Her condition is really too serious. She has been coughing these days, and the disease is deep in her lungs. If you don't believe it, I'm afraid she won't survive this disaster. As soon as these words came out, Xiaojiu and Jiang Yifeng frowned at the same time. What? A cold can make her seriously ill and incurable. You are really annoying as a doctor. Xiaojiu stared at the doctor in disbelief, not knowing whether what he said was true or false. After lifting the car curtain, the doctor was holding his sleeve with one hand, constantly wiping the sweat from his forehead, with a look of fear. Madam, this can't be blamed on my incompetence. It's just that Miss Bai's condition is too serious, and the road is bumpy, so she can't get careful care at all, which is why her condition is getting worse day by day. He has a mouth on his body, so he can defend himself however he wants. Xiaojiu is too lazy to continue to entangle with him. Anyway, people's illnesses will not get better for no reason during the conversation. Okay, just tell us what to do. We can't just bury the person now, right? If this can solve the problem, Xiaojiu doesn't mind, but it will be troublesome if he wants to explain it to the old lady when he goes back. This is really inhumane, but the doctor didn't dare to say anything, so he could only tentatively say, Miss Bai's condition is too serious, and it is naturally impossible to travel long distances. It is better to find an inn to rest first, and wait for a night to see how the situation is. Speaking of this, Xiaojiu looked at Jiang Yifeng next to him. What do you think? You know, they are galloping now. Aren't they just to rush back to the imperial city? If they keep delaying, I'm afraid something might happen. Jiang Yifeng stroked his chin and pondered for a moment, with a deep meaning in his eyes, which made people a little puzzled for a while. After sitting and thinking for a while, he slowly said, why don't we leave 2 people to take care of her, and then we go to Jincheng first? This is exactly what Xiao thought, but he didn't know if Baiyu would let them go so easily. Just do what the prince said. If she doesn't want to, let her die here. Xiaojiu waved his hand, and didn't want to dwell on this matter. He didn't mean to let him come in the first place. Who made Baiyu want to join in the fun? Who can he blame now? Hearing this, the doctor nodded and went back quickly, but he ran over again after a while, looking even more nervous than before, with a knife in his hand. What are you doing? Xiaojiu seemed a little unhappy. Seeing that the knife was slightly stained with blood, he vaguely felt something was wrong. Princess, this won't work. Miss Baiyu said that if she can't go with you, she'd rather die. She even took a knife and wanted to cut her wrists to commit suicide. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Xiaojiu was really speechless with her. That woman has so many things to do. It seems that it's really impossible not to satisfy her. If I had known that Baiyu could be so troublesome, I would never have brought her here even if I had torn my face with the old lady. In desperation, the two of them finally chose to compromise, and found an inn nearby to stay. It happened to be the day when the dew was heavy, so it was worth seeing how Baiyu recovered tomorrow, and then deciding on the itinerary. During dinner, Baiyu, with a weak body, sat down with the help of a maid, staring at Jiang Yifeng with a faint gaze. Her pale face made people feel a little more sympathetic. What's the matter? Facing this straightforward gaze, Jiang Yifeng was a little uncomfortable, turned his head, and asked in a cold voice. There was no concern, but it made people feel a little disappointed. Ahem. It's nothing, but the prince has heard that I will not live long. Now in the last days, I just hope to serve the prince well for one night. As soon as he said this, the food in his mouth almost spit out directly, but it choked in his throat, and he coughed twice heavily. Jiang Yifeng was a little nervous, and hurriedly patted her back. He finally relaxed his foot, and said anxiously, "Are you okay? I almost got hurt." Good boy. Such a blunt remark, in front of so many people. As a woman, she actually had the nerve to say it. After recovering from his shock, Xiaojiu glared at him coldly, and finally couldn't hold back the anger that had been pent up in his heart for a long time, and said angrily, without any courtesy, "It's simply ridiculous. You are dying, and still make such unreasonable demands. I'm afraid you have other purposes. Your Highness, I really don't mean anything else. This is a dog that has been fond of you for a long time. I want to serve you personally for one night, which can be regarded as fulfilling my wish before I died. Isn't your Highness willing?" Baiyu squeezed her eyeballs as much as possible, and used her pale face to express her grievance and pity to the fullest. Just like the white lotus that has just bloomed, it is really lovable and heartbreaking. I am afraid that others will feel more pity when they see it. That's all I can do. Xiaojiu gave him a cold look. He couldn't do such a delicate and artificial gesture. But he couldn't help but feel a little entangled in his heart. This woman suddenly proposed this idea. I'm afraid it's not simple. Why not? After a moment of silence, Xiaojiu suddenly looked at Jiang Yifeng, and saw that her face was cold, and she chose to ignore these words directly. Her attitude was quite satisfactory. However, Xiaojiu's words scared everyone a little. Your Majesty, since Miss Bai is going to die, why don't you fulfill her wish, so that she won't leave with regrets? Jiang Yifeng was stunned by the sudden words, and his body was tense and stiff in place. He turned his head slightly to look at Xiaojiu, and saw that she kept staring blankly, as if she was making some kind of hint. While he understood, he couldn't help but look at her willfully. Are you sure? Until Xiaojiu nodded firmly, Jiang Yifeng still looked a little melancholy, but Baiyu was so happy that she smiled. Prince, since the princess has agreed, what else do you have to worry about? Okay, since the princess has said so, then I will give you this face, and accompany you well today. After leaving this sentence, Jiang Yifeng didn't say anything more. He lowered his head, and started eating. The silence made the whole dinner seem particularly awkward. It was not until after the meal that Jiang Yifeng took the initiative to help Baiyu up. I will take you back to your room. This caring little look was quite realistic. Xiaojiu looked at the two of them leaving, and couldn't help but feel a little jealous. A tsunami of shouting came from his heart. I just asked you to pretend, not to practice it yourself. But no matter what, I have to swallow the bitter fruit I sowed even with tears. The night gradually deepened, and the man and the woman stayed in the room. Jiang Yifeng held a book in his hand. On the surface, he was reading, but in fact, he was secretly observing Baiyu's movements. Seeing that she was tidying up the bed by herself, and there was no extra movement, he did not do anything else. This made Baiyu a little angry. She took off her clothes bit by bit, twisted her graceful body, and ran towards the man, pretending to fall and lying on him. Oh, Your Majesty, I'm really sorry, my body is really weak. As soon as she fell on Jiang Yifeng's body, Baiyu simply refused to get up. Her slender fingers rubbed her temples, and her beautiful eyes kept sending her love glances at the other party. It's just a pity that Jiang Yifeng was like a piece of wood, completely indifferent. Why? Instead, he dragged her up and pushed her aside with a little disgust. If you feel uncomfortable, just sit on the bed. What a straight man of this century. Baiyu was speechless for a moment, and his eyes became more vicious. Since you don't want to drink the wine, don't blame me for being rude. Gritting his teeth, Baiyu stopped pestering, but picked up the teapot, and took the opportunity to gently shake the powder hidden in his fingernails into it. Shaking the teapot, he poured a glass of water, which was slightly hot and fragrant. Prince, you have been reading for so long. Why don't you drink a glass of water to slow down? Chapter 299. Turning over the cup of tea, Jiang Yifeng looked at the tea leaves undulating in the water, feeling a little entangled for a moment. However, Bai Yu continued to urge him in panic. Prince, why don't you drink it? Do you think the tea is cold? Why don't I change it for you? Wouldn't it be the same if I change it? Jiang Yifeng chuckled. Nothing, I just think this tea is too ordinary and not worthy of my status. I'm thirsty now, so I can only make do with it. As he said, he took a sip and swallowed it in front of Bai Yu. Seeing this scene, Bai Yu breathed a sigh of relief, and a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. You are the one who didn't know what's good for you first. Don't blame me for being rude. Prince, how do you feel now? Bai Yu stared at him tentatively. After drinking this sip of water, after all, the medicinal effect is in it. Even a little bit will not make any difference. In response to this question, Jiang Yifeng put one hand on his brow and rubbed his temples slightly. The book in his other hand gradually fell away, and the whole person felt a little dizzy. I don't know why, I feel dizzy and my body seems to be out of control. Facing this, Bai Yu breathed a sigh of relief and quickly persuaded, why don't you lie on the bed and rest for a while? Okay. Jiang Yifeng said, and with the help of the other party, he swayed his body and lay down on the bed obediently. At this moment, he was particularly obedient. Bai Yu breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the man's sleepy eyes, and began to relax. Prince, are you okay? Bai Yu shook in front of his eyes, and after making sure that he didn't hear any movement, he finally smiled, straightened his body, put his hands on his hips, and was full of energy. I have dealt with you. You can take care of yourself from now on. I will not continue to play with you. With a calm attitude, Bai Yu straightened his back and pounded his sore arms. He paced and opened the door to leave. He came downstairs and looked at the followers gathered together and said, let's go quickly. If the servants wake up, it will be difficult to deal with. Hearing this, some people were confused. Girl, where are you going? Aren't you resting in the inn today? Sister, why do you suddenly look fine? She was dying before, but now she is full of energy. Her clever and lively energy is a bit puzzling. After this greeting, Bai Yu sneered, and without waiting for her to answer, a sword directly pierced the man's body. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Just go. Humph, don't worry about them, let's go. Some of them were confused, and they didn't even have time to get angry when they saw the person being killed, but they saw Bai Yu leading most of the people, and hurriedly fled the inn. What's going on? Are those all his people? The remaining small part were Jiang Yifeng's dead men, and they never expected that such a rebellious situation would suddenly appear. Don't ask so many questions first, go and report to the princess. Several people said, and ran to inform Xiaojiu directly and quickly. As if it had been expected, Xiaojiu sneered, why are you so panicked? Why don't you take people to chase them out? What about the prince? After all, the two of them had stayed in the same room before. Now that Bai Yu left so arrogantly, I'm afraid Jiang Yifeng has some problems. Don't worry, the prince is not that stupid. How could he be easily killed by such a woman? Xiaojiu was still very confident about this. He took some people and chased in the direction Bai Yu had just fled. The speed was so fast that it was a bit outrageous. Others could hardly keep up and kept running forward. Take a shortcut. I know this road well. One of them said, and took them through a small alley and ran directly in that direction. As expected, when they were close to the direction they fled, they finally blocked Bai Yu and his way. Are you going to run again? During the confrontation between the two sides, Xiaojiu had the attitude of a winner, and his raised mouth corners made people feel a little uncomfortable. Bai Yu stared at them coldly, tightly holding the stolen dagger in his hand. I really didn't expect that I was caught by you. If you don't want to die, get out of here. It's a bit inappropriate for you to say this, right? As the words fell, Xiaojiu approached him little by little, and every step was deadly, which made people feel panic. What do you want to do? Bai Yu took a few steps back, and the group of people behind him looked like they were ready to fight at any time with knives. However, Xiaojiu stopped in time, just looking at Bai Yu within 1 meter away, and suddenly asked, why do you deliberately delay our progress? What is your purpose? I thought it was something else. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu couldn't help but sneered with her mouth covered. Haha, it's really interesting. Isn't it too late for you to ask me this now? What do you mean? Xiaojiu frowned slightly, but Bai Yu said arrogantly, the imperial city is in danger. If you rush back now, you will probably only see the incompetent emperor and the miserable situation. The purpose has been achieved. Sure enough, it seems that you really did it on purpose. Xiaojiu had already had many doubts along the way, But she didn't expect her answer to be so frank this time. Tell me, who are you? The Prime Minister didn't send you here. In addition to the Prime Minister, who is the most scheming, Xiaojiu really can't think of anyone else who can be so deliberate to stop them from going back. Facing these words, Bai Yu still confessed, so what? Now you have no other choice. Going back will not only do nothing, but will also arouse the suspicion of that dog emperor. Do you want to consider going together? This slightly playful words, at a glance, it is obvious that they are deliberately teasing him. Xiaojiu has no intention of telling him this. He glanced at her coldly, but the anger in his heart had nowhere to vent. I really didn't expect that the prince tolerated and indulged you many times, but in return you betrayed me like this. It's really a waste of sincerity. It is reasonable to say such words, but Bai Yu doesn't care anymore. Seeing them blocking the way, Lu was a little unhappy. I don't have time to talk to you so much, and I don't want to go against you today. Get out of the way quickly, we have to go. Go, you've done so many unscrupulous things, and now you want to escape. Do you think you can go? After these words fell, the people behind Xiaojiu also stepped forward, obviously intending to confront them head-on. Bai Yu seemed to have been in a bad situation for a long time, and now in terms of numbers, of course, he has an advantage. Since you want to die so much, then I won't be polite, at worst we will die together. After saying that, she turned back to look at those people and shouted, Listen to me, if they dare to act rashly, we will fight them to the end, and see who will suffer in the end. I thought I was aggressive and wanted to bully people by relying on my large numbers, but who knew that as soon as the voice fell, a cold voice came directly to my face, really? Who do you think is more at a disadvantage now? Turning around, I saw only a tall figure walking out from the other side of the wall. Jiang Yifeng stood directly beside Xiaojiu. The team, which was not in an advantageous position, instantly gained a powerful assistant, and directly crushed them by more than half in terms of momentum. What's more, Jiang Yifeng was followed by the comfort people who accompanied him all the way. The momentum and number of people were stable, and they were firmly controlled. Now it can be said that the situation is not good. Bai Yu frowned and looked at him in disbelief. What's the matter? Aren't you poisoned? How could it be? Do you think that I will be so stupid as to drink what you give me? It's ridiculous. Hurry up and surrender. Jiang Yifeng didn't want to continue to run with him. With a scolding to the people behind him, he stepped forward and surrounded them. Bai Yu looked around in fear and shook his head. Impossible. How could this happen? My plan was clearly arranged. You lied to me. You deserved it. Since the truth of everything has been revealed, as an undercover, there is no need for you to stay. Jiang Yifeng turned his head and closed his eyes. A cold order came to him. Let them deal with it. After that, he glanced at Xiaojiu next to him. The palace still needs us. We can't delay any longer. Before coming, Jiang Yifeng specially asked someone to prepare 2 fast horses, and he didn't plan to continue to sit in the sedan chair. The 2 got on the horse and rushed directly to the direction of the palace, but when they returned to Kyoto, they were stopped outside the city gate. What's going on? People upstairs, open the door quickly. Xiaojiu glared at them, feeling a little uncomfortable. But when he saw the 2 people downstairs, the people upstairs didn't move at all, but instead launched an attack posture. No, hurry up. Feeling that something was wrong, Jiang Yifeng grabbed Xiaojiu's arm and dragged him back the way they came. These people were not the ones who guarded the city gate before. I'm afraid they had been secretly tampered with. It seems that we are indeed a step late. If we want to get in, we may have to use other means. The 2 hid in a safe place, but Jiang Yifeng fell into deep thought. In order to get in, he could only contact his subordinates by pigeon, but he didn't get any clues. Looking at the tea that had been handed to his mouth, Jiang Yifeng rubbed his lips slightly, and he was indeed a little thirsty. But no matter how thirsty he was not stupid enough to drink the water handed to him by Bai Yu. Chapter 300. A whole day passed, and there was no news from inside. It was almost like being isolated from the world. People outside could not get in, and people inside could not get out. The 2 found a small shabby house on a nearby hill, cleaned it up temporarily, and lived there. Xiaojiu yawned slightly, fiddling with the map in his hand boredly, but he couldn't help but feel tangled in his heart. It's been so long, and there has been no movement from inside. I always feel a little uneasy. Looking at Jiang Yifeng, who was sitting on a stool next to him, and thinking, his eyes looked full of worry, which made people feel helpless. At this, Jiang Yifeng nodded and sighed slightly. I'm afraid that the Prime Minister has already rebelled, and the city has been blocked tightly, with no breakthrough at all. When I went to investigate today, I found a large number of refugees gathered outside. It's pitiful to say that those people have experienced war and wanted to seek shelter, but were eventually rejected by their supporters. I'm afraid they are already half disappointed, but who can tell right from wrong in this situation now? If the Prime Minister really rebelled, the matter would be much more serious. What should we do now? Xiao Jiao glanced at Jiang Yifeng, with a complex expression in his eyes. It's not because he can't return home, but because he is worried about the displaced people and the impending turmoil. When the world changes its master, it must be a disaster, and the catastrophe is unbearable. It's not the innocent people who suffer. However, seeing the man frowning and thinking, Xiao Jiao couldn't help but have a bold guess in his mind. The private troops you raised in the border town seem to be able to come in handy at this time. Jinji Angshan is about to change its owner. It has reached such an imminent point. What is the point of hiding it? If we don't take the initiative to attack, and wait for the Prime Minister to really handle everything, and the successor monarch is only here to welcome them, there will be only one way, that is, to arrest them and die. It was this thought that Jiang Yifeng had been struggling with for a long time. After hearing what Xiao Jiao said, he finally made up his mind. It seems that we should take the initiative to attack. As the voice fell, the man's firm voice echoed in the cold night sky, and his eyes looked into the distance, and there was a trace of admirable nobility for no reason. This decision is equivalent to raising an army to rebel, but the scarf has no way out. Jiang Yifeng immediately wrote a letter, and sent it directly to the troops far away in the border town. Looking at the pigeons flying out, Jiang Yifeng put his hands behind his back, and there was still a look of difficulty in relaxing between his eyebrows. If nothing unexpected happens, we should be able to arrive in one day. I just hope everything can go smoothly. That being said, the other side has a large number of people and occupies a prime position. Huangshan is easy to defend but difficult to attack. I am afraid that we are willing but unable to do so. We always feel that something is missing. Although Xiao Jiao has no experience in fighting, he is not completely ignorant. The entanglement in his heart at this moment is just right. Jiang Yifeng calmly continued, we still need money. Money? Xiao Jiao frowned slightly. Didn't we spend a lot of money? Were it weapons or equipment? The armor is fully prepared. What do we need so much money for? If we want to fight those people, I am afraid that we don't have enough injured people now. We need to recruit soldiers, so we must use money. We can't even enter the imperial city now. Almost all the industries are included in it. Where can we get extra spare money? Unless we can make money on the spot. In their current state, being able to protect themselves is already a blessing in disguise, not to mention other extravagant behaviors. Then find a way. But Jiang Yifeng is not such a person who likes to give up on himself. Turning his head, he saw that Xiao Jiao's face, which was originally shrewd, showed a trace of worry at this moment, but he said firmly, my wife is a little expert in making money. How can she be trapped by such a small matter? Xiao Jiao couldn't help but accept this compliment. At this moment, he couldn't help but cover his mouth and chuckled. The prince's mouth is so sweet that it is irresistible at this moment. Even so, you can watch me tomorrow. This night passed, and it was calm, but the simplicity of this small hillside made people a little uncomfortable. The next day, the two disguised themselves, and went to the city gate to investigate the situation. They found that there were still a group of refugees, who had been driven 100 meters away, and refused to leave. Some of them were ragged and unkempt, as if they had been traveling around. Some of them were returning from business, and planned to reunite with their families in the city, but were ruthlessly blocked outside. Xiao Jiao saw these people, and suddenly had an idea. I do have an idea, but the prince must help me. Now in this hot summer, the sun is so hot that it makes people a little panic. I took off my clothes and ran naked. Jiang Yifeng cooperated very well. Following his subordinates, under Xiao Jiao's arrangement, they also built several pavilions 100 meters away from the city gate. Seeing Xiao Jiao cooking something in a pot, he could smell a faint fragrance, so he couldn't help but move over. Is he making something new? It smells pretty good. Oh, this is the mint I picked yesterday. I want to make a mint tea today to make me feel refreshed. Do you want to try some? It just so happens that it grows everywhere on the hillside of the mountain. If I don't use it, it would be a waste of this gift from nature. As he said that, he scooped another spoonful of tea and dripped it on the man's mouth. The taste was a bit pungent, but after a light sip, a cool feeling instantly rushed into his lungs, which was a bit incredible. I didn't expect that this thing was so magical. Jiang Yifeng's eyes lit up. He took it and tasted it again, and his body, which was still a little hot, instantly relieved a lot. This satisfied attitude also made Xiao Jiao more confident. Things that the prince likes, naturally the common people can't resist. It seems that my business is profitable. Are you going to sell these mint teas? Jiang Yifeng was a little surprised. Could he make a fortune by selling tea? You know when you wait. Xiao Jiao also found a big gong from somewhere, and the sound of the gongs and drums shocked people, and the eyes of people in the distance were instantly attracted. As a result, a sharp voice spread in the air. Don't miss it if you pass by. Cool and refreshing mint tea, drink a sip, only 5 cents a night. With a repeated voice, like a repeater, the people around were already waiting eagerly, and at this moment they all rushed over here. Have a bowl. I didn't have any special thoughts, I just wanted Jack, but I became addicted to it. The stuff is really good, the quality is so amazing, you must be really good. They drank it one by one, looked at each other, praised it endlessly, and smiled happily, which instantly attracted other people who were still watching. In an instant, the tea shop, which had been open for less than half an instant's stick of time, was instantly crowded with people. The 2 sheds were almost not enough, so an extra person was sent to help. Jiang Yifeng acted as a palm man next to him. Although he only earned a penny at a time, some people were generous and directly ordered several bowls, which was really incredible. How is it? Have you experienced the joy of counting money until your hands cramp? Xiao Jiao was almost done with his work, so he handed the rest of the things to the servants to take care of. Looking at Jiang Yifeng, who was counting money there, he couldn't help but come over and tease him. Jiang Yifeng couldn't argue with what he said, and nodded quickly. This is the first time I feel that receiving money is so pleasant. You are worthy of being the princess, and you really didn't let me down. Of course, you married a little genius in business. Xiao Jiao patted his chest, and he seemed a little proud at the moment. At this moment, his subordinates ran over. I still have it in my hand. They have already replied and are rushing to us. They should be able to arrive within a day. Once this good news came out, it was a double happiness. Jiang Yifeng nodded with satisfaction. This time, I must kill the treacherous prime minister. With a somewhat confident attitude, the two continued to sell herbal tea, but the situation outside was clearly visible in the palace. The prime minister looked at the held emperor and was a little unhappy. Your Majesty, you have already treated them like this, but I didn't expect that the online boss would not let go of the past grudges and would actually work for you. You are really lucky to have such a loyal person. This sentence was said with gritted teeth, and the listener was not very happy. The emperor regretted it a little, and couldn't help but said angrily, I really didn't expect that I trusted you so much, but you are such a ruthless person. I was blind when I saw me. Don't talk nonsense here, don't think I don't know, you have been on guard in private. The prime minister saw through the emperor, who was selfish and guarded and resentful of everyone. He was not a good person. Otherwise, why would he start a rebellion? The prime minister was too lazy to say more to him, and yawned slightly. Well, your third prince has taken out all his soldiers to save you. You should at least do something to show your support, right? What do you mean? The emperor stared at him coldly, and a little uneasiness rose in his heart. Who would have thought that Binxiang would directly take the imperial edict and spread it in front of him, and ordered in a domineering manner? This third prince has started a rebellion and raised private soldiers. Such a serious crime. Is the emperor going to sit idly by? Please draft an imperial edict to punish him. Chapter 301. Under the pressure of the prime minister, the emperor finally chose to compromise. But the jade seal could not be found. Are you fooling me? Why did you lose it in the attack? You don't want to hand it over. Zeng was like a knife on the emperor's neck, with an angry face, which made people a little panic. Trembling, he hurriedly begged for mercy like a dog and shook his head. Don't do it, I will give you the jade seal now. With a trembling body, he took the jade seal out of the secret compartment and then stamped the edict. Looking at the bright red edict, the prime minister nodded with satisfaction, touched the emperor's head, and said with a bit of indifference and playful sarcasm, you are good like this. If you pretend again in the future, don't blame me for being rude. Looking at the trembling emperor, the prime minister felt extremely satisfied in his heart, and then he took the edict and walked out of the door. The door was closed, and darkness enveloped it again. A high-pitched voice could be heard faintly from outside. Take good care of the emperor, don't let him run away. Sir, what should they do now? Looking at the imperial edict in his hand, the attendant followed up, with a somewhat attentive attitude, and continued, according to the news, the prince's army has arrived and is stationed 100 meters outside the city. It seems that he is going to rebel. Faced with this, the prime minister shook the edict in his hand. With this thing, what can he do even if he is a rebel with some troops? Can he still stir up a bloody storm in front of the imperial guards? As long as it can be proved that Jiang Yifeng raised an army to rebel, this crime of treason can activate the imperial guards to resist. So this is why the prime minister has been reluctant to take down the emperor. Let's go, open the city gate, let's go meet the guy. With a somewhat happy attitude, the Prime Minister's steps became much lighter. At this moment, both inside and outside the city gate, there were almost a group of people surging, looking at the Prime Minister sitting on the sedan chair and coming towards them, one by one. Sir, let us go out, the family members are all outside. That's right, we still have to go out to do business. If we are late, we will lose everything. No matter what they are going to do, the Prime Minister ignored them all. For these noisy voices, he really couldn't suppress his inner anxiety. Unavoidably frowned, and whispered angrily, if anyone dares to shout again, he will be killed on the spot without mercy. Yes. With this loud response, a knife was pulled out from his waist, which was particularly dazzling under the sunlight, and the cold light it emitted made people feel a little uneasy. Those who were still restless dared not continue to grow at this moment, and shut their mouths obediently, not daring to say anything more. They just looked at the door expectantly, with an impulse to try. Open the door. The Prime Minister took the Emperor's token and ordered, and the people who opened the door were a little unbelievable, but they didn't dare to act rashly because they were blocked at the door. And those who were restless outside, and wanted to rush in were also a little surprised at this moment. The door is open, let's go in quickly. Just as they were about to rush in, they suddenly heard the sound of swords being drawn, and an ordinary man died directly in front of them. Who wants to die? If you continue to be so impulsive, don't blame the sword for being blind. As the leading guard was sweating, everyone retreated in fear, and some even fell to the ground in fear. Just watching the Prime Minister's sedan chair slowly fall out, followed by a long row of guards, it can be said to be a mighty force. From a distance, Jiang Yifeng, who was holding a telescope, also noticed the situation here, and frowned slightly. It seems that this coward can't hold it anymore. I will go to meet him. You have to be careful. Xiao Jiu held his sleeve with one hand, still a little worried. The look of horror made people feel a little more loving at the time. Jiang Yifeng gently brushed his hand across her cheek and comforted her softly. Don't worry, he dare not act rashly. Since the words have been said, Xiao Jiu can only let him go to the battlefield where both sides stopped in the middle and look at each other. The air seemed to freeze at this point, and no one dared to breathe in the solemn atmosphere. The Prime Minister rode on a warhorse, with a bit of rebelliousness in his eyes. Staring coldly at the man in front of him, a scornful smile bloomed at the corner of his mouth. How is it, Third Prince, are you doing well recently? Prime Minister, I can't bear such concern. Now this suddenly appears, but I can't help it. Jiang Yifeng straightened his back and raised his head, and his sharp eyes, like an eagle, fell directly on him at this moment, as if carrying a bit of deadly breath. What do you mean by this, Third Prince? You are making a big fuss, recruiting soldiers, and so many soldiers behind you are gathered at the gate of the imperial city. The man's ambition is obvious, and it is really unbearable, right? What a sharp tongue, Jiang Yifeng. I didn't want to continue to play tricks with him, but my eyes fell on the imperial edict in his hand. His eyes flickered slightly, but there was a little more doubt. Prime Minister, you didn't come here to talk nonsense with me this time, did you? Oh, you are talking about this, right? The Prime Minister took the imperial edict in his hand, spread his hands in a formal manner, and began to read the contents in a high voice. The Third Prince raised an army to rebel, with wolfish ambitions, which is really treasonous. The Prime Minister specially sent the imperial guards to suppress it to comfort the king and maintain peace. What an impassioned speech, but the content inside is not known whether it is true or false. Jiang Yifeng smiled contemptuously without any courtesy, but showed a little more disrespect for the Prime Minister. He frowned slightly. Third Prince, it's okay for you to start a rebellion, but you actually despise the king in public. It seems that you are really getting more and more unreasonable. Prime Minister, you are really too modest when you say this. You imprisoned the emperor, and made this La Liga edict. Do you think you are justified and think that you can use him to restrain me? It's just a foolish dream. After saying this, the Prime Minister was speechless in front of many guards. Don't talk nonsense here. At this point, you still want to throw dirty water and try to prove your innocence. It's ridiculous. The Prime Minister scolded angrily and held the sovereignty tightly. Considering that you have also made contributions to protecting the country, if you are willing to surrender now, this Prime Minister can consider leaving you a whole body. It's easy to find a pretext to accuse someone of a crime. On the contrary, Prime Minister, I hope you can take responsibility for your actions and words. The atmosphere of the confrontation between the two sides was evenly matched, but no one acted rashly. The city gate behind them opened, and the people gathered on one side. The people inside and outside looked at each other through the gate, and the relatives were in tears. Daddy! The child in the woman's arms couldn't help shouting at his father, who was a few meters away from him. I don't know who was the first to be unable to suppress his homesickness, and suddenly raised his arms and shouted, "Brothers and sisters, this imperial city is our home. Why should we be turned away? Let's rush in and reunite with our families. I don't believe they can strangle us all." This remark catered to the thoughts of many people. At this moment, they no longer continued to neglect it. One by one, as if they had been injected with chicken blood, they really broke through the siege of those soldiers and rushed in without hesitation. "You bastards, do you want to rebel? Stop it now, or don't blame us for being rude." The soldiers didn't dare to act rashly. After all, if they killed too many people, they would be in trouble. They just tried their best to stop them, but they couldn't stop the surging momentum. Seeing the chaotic scene, Wang, the shopkeeper of the health club, hurriedly picked up the bag in his hand and squeezed out while they were not paying attention, shouting loudly, "Your Majesty, I have something for you." The first painting attracted everyone's attention. The Prime Minister turned around and saw the shopkeeper running over. I don't know what the heavy bag in his hand contains, but he naturally doesn't like this guy who doesn't know how to live or die. Kill him. As soon as the words fell, someone wanted to take action, but how could Jiang Yifeng give them such an opportunity? He jumped on his horse and galloped out, took the shopkeeper's hand, and blocked the blade with one hand. He is just an ordinary citizen. Could it be that the Prime Minister also wants to do this? Is this also an order from the Emperor? Qinxian was speechless. Jiang Yifeng didn't want to pay attention to him, but looked at shopkeeper Wang with some doubts. "Shopkeeper, why did you take such a big risk to run here? How dangerous were you just now?" He knew shopkeeper Wang. After all, he often went to the health club on weekdays, so he was somewhat familiar with him. "This is more important than my life, Your Majesty. Please take a look." Watching shopkeeper Wang fumbling in his bag for a while, he actually took out a sandalwood box. He opened it and looked inside. He didn't expect that it was actually the imperial seal. There was also a note next to it, and he didn't know what it was. "How come this thing is here with you? The Prime Minister has been making moves, and you are not in the imperial city, so the people planted in the imperial city stole this thing directly, and put it with me. Now I can only give it to you." As he said, he quickly took out another note. "This means that the situation in the imperial city is different now. I hope it can be useful to you." Good guy, two big surprises came at once. Now that the jade seal is here, it can only mean that the edict in the Prime Minister's hand is fake. Haha, this matter is done very well. Jiang Yifeng was overjoyed. Chapter 302. Holding the only evidence in his hand, Jiang Yifeng raised his arm high and shouted, "Everyone has seen it. This is the real expectation and the current situation of the palace. Now the evidence is in front of us. The Prime Minister has raised an army to rebel, which is a crime of treason. You still have to obey him." With this loud roar, the deep voice almost spread into everyone's ears. All people couldn't help but tremble, looking around, and really couldn't believe what they saw. As if he was a little panicked, he hurriedly explained in panic, "It's just nonsense. You are clearly deliberately slandering this Prime Minister." "Is it slander? Don't you know it yourself? Can you let the Emperor come out to confront him face to face?" Jiang Yifeng stared at him coldly, and his tone was thorny, leaving him no room for defense. His face changed, and he really didn't know how to defend himself. He clenched his teeth slightly, and his clenched fists seemed to be a little unplaced. "What should we do now? If we act rashly, I'm afraid the soldiers behind us will be dissatisfied." He was followed by the Imperial Guards. If he got angry at this time, I'm afraid these Imperial Guards would not easily obey him after knowing the truth. Try to hold back the anger in his heart. The Prime Minister's eyes were dark, and suddenly shouted loudly, "Listen to me, this traitor intends to slander me, and the rest of the helpers are all accomplices. Kill them on sight in the future, return to the city." After leaving this sentence, the Prime Minister held the reins of the horse with one hand and retreated silently. "Your Majesty, what should we do?" The subordinates beside him took a step closer, and they retreated step by step, with an indescribable impulse. "What else can we do? Now we are in the negotiation stage. We can't just attack them directly, right?" Jiang Yifeng sneered and gave an order. "Now I have the jade seal in my hand, and the Emperor is trapped, all because of the Prime Minister. From now on, in order to protect the Emperor and maintain the order of the Imperial City, I will raise an army to attack the city." The voice rippled like water. Although the long-cherished wish had been left, the words could still be clearly reflected in the Prime Minister's ears. At this moment, it was like eating cactus, but it was really a bit unable to extricate himself. "It seems that I really miscalculated this time. I didn't expect that they would secretly trick me. After closing the city gate, the Prime Minister did not dare to be negligent and quickly ordered, Liu Tonglin, you lead a group of troops to guard the imperial city. You must not slack off easily. We are easy to defend but difficult to attack. We must not let those traitors take advantage of us. Yes. After all, they don't know that the Prime Minister is the real traitor. At this moment, due to the Emperor's order, they naturally listened to him first. Jiang Yifeng is also stationed in the military camp 100 miles away, in the name of fighting against traitors. In the military camp, several people sat together, a group of men looked solemn, and the atmosphere seemed a bit suffocating. Your Majesty, we can't afford to make a big fuss about this. The imperial city is easy to defend but difficult to attack. Our military strength is far less than theirs. If we must engage in a head-on battle, I'm afraid we won't get any benefit at all. Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng put his hands behind his back and looked at the sand dunes in front of him. As his eyes turned, he suddenly shouted, "Don't worry, they don't dare to attack with all their strength. After all, other countries are eyeing us covetously. If they fight with us with all their strength now, I'm afraid they will just become someone else's prey. Fortunately, there are checks and balances among the countries, so there is no civil war." After thinking carefully for a moment, Jiang Yifeng continued, "For now, we can only use power and intrigue to gradually disintegrate their defense line, and then attack them by surprise." Defense line? Several people looked solemn and looked at each other. There were some generals in the court, and some people who were loyal to Jiang Yifeng. They were all proficient in both civil and military strategies, but when it came to defense lines, they naturally knew something about it. This was not an easy task. Suddenly, Jiang Yifeng picked up a red chess piece in the sand dunes and dropped it directly in front of the gate of the harem. No one has been interested in the manpower for many years, and the defense inside is the weakest. If we can break through from this place. The words awakened the dreamer, and the others nodded hurriedly, and couldn't help but sigh at the man in front of them. "You are worthy of being the prince. I didn't expect that you can see through the mystery at a glance." As soon as he said it, Jiang Yifeng led a deputy general and a small team to secretly attack the harem with him, and strive for an opportunity for them to invade. This trip lasted for one night. Xiaojiu didn't know about it, but was still busy with business. Just listening to the war, the minty hand shook slightly. It seems that this is coming. It can't be avoided. After all, this day has come. With a deep sigh, Xiaojiu handed over the last bowl of tea, and then said, "Dear fellow villagers, the tea is sold out today, come again tomorrow." In fact, there is still half a bucket in it, but now the war is everywhere. Jiang Yifeng is facing a big enemy alone. She really has no mind to study the way of doing business here. After a simple cleanup, Xiaojiu specially prepared a sumptuous meal as a reward for Jiang Yifeng's crusade, and then carried the basket directly to the military camp. "Princess, what are you doing?" Looking at Xiaojiu, who suddenly arrived, although everyone did not intend to stop him, they seemed a little hesitant because it was somewhat against the rules for a woman to enter the military camp. As if seeing their concerns, Xiaojiu did not make it difficult. "I'm just delivering a meal to the prince, and I leave after delivering it. You don't have to make it difficult." Since that was said, they had to give in obediently, and let a woman in the corner stroll in the military camp. When they were about to reach the main camp, they suddenly saw a figure passing by quickly, with a bit of sneaky breath. "That guy, why is he sneaking around like a thief in broad daylight?" Xiaojiu narrowed his eyes slightly, always feeling that something was wrong. He raised the lunch box in his hand cautiously, and watched his eyes swaying left and right. His overly cautious attitude made people suspicious, so he stood on tiptoe and followed him stealthily. Along the way, he watched him skillfully avoid the patrolling guards, and actually came directly to the remote place in the back mountain, standing on a stone stealthily, as if waiting for someone. It seems that this guy is really a bit problematic. Xiaojiu swallowed his saliva and found a stone as his hiding place, not daring to make too much noise. Not waiting for a moment, he saw that the contact person of this guy also rushed over quickly. After the two looked around to confirm that there was no one, the voice of discussion was remembered. "Is there anything special in the military camp recently?" "Not really, it's just that the third prince is planning to lead his troops to raid the harem to find a way to crack it." The two discussed for a long time, revealing all about the current state of the business. Xiaojiu was shocked when he heard it. This person is indeed a spy. I must go back and tell them quickly, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Today they are just talking about a sneak attack, but there may be a big mess another day. Not daring to neglect, Xiaojiu hurriedly got up in panic and planned to turn around and leave, but at that moment, he suddenly stepped on a stone. The sole of the shoe was too smooth, and Xiaojiao was not careful, and was about to fall on his back. Fortunately, his center of gravity was stable enough, and he quickly supported the ground with one hand. Fortunately, I am so agile, I almost got into trouble. However, even though he stabilized himself, the movement still reached the two vigilant people over there, and suddenly heard a vigilant rebuke. Not good, it seems someone is here. The two people's eyes followed Xiaojiao's direction, and felt a hint of danger. They quietly stood up, and hurriedly tried to run. Hurry up and catch her, don't let her run away. The two people rushed towards him, but they were still a distance away from Xiaojiao, and couldn't catch up. One of them seemed a little tired and panting, so he took out the bow and arrow beside him, aimed at Xiaojiao, and shot it directly. Isn't this much more convenient? The man sneered with a frivolous attitude. Xiaojiao subconsciously turned his head, and the sharp light of the arrow came directly towards him, which made people shudder. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. Not good. Before she could react, the breath of pain came over her, making her feel uncomfortable. An arrow hit her shoulder steadily, and blood began to spread along her clothes. Damn! Xiaojiao gritted his teeth, covered the injured area tightly, tried to relieve the pain, and did not dare to slow down, so he could only run fast. After running all the way, he finally arrived near the military camp. Seeing this, the two dared not to chase them any further. It seems that we can't go back to this military camp, and we can only rely on others. Their identities were exposed, but the two seemed extremely calm, and turned around and left. Xiaojiao staggered into the military camp, and was noticed by everyone, who quickly surrounded her. Princess San, what happened to you? Why were you suddenly shot and injured? Where is the prince now? Without time to explain so much, Xiaojiao raised his head, with a pale face, and his tone seemed particularly weak. The prince led the troops out, and has not returned yet. What's going on with you? Who hurt you? As everyone pressed on, Xiaojiao could only temporarily reveal, there is a spy in the military camp. Amid the panic of everyone, Xiaojiao's eyes gradually became blurred, and finally fell into a dizziness. When she woke up again, the military doctor had bandaged her wound and began to nag, don't touch water, avoid spicy food. Chapter 303. Xiaojiao didn't listen to a word the military doctor said. He only knew that the military camp was not peaceful now. Someone come! A delicate shout suddenly came towards him, and several people rushed in. Princess, what do you want? The deputy general stays, and the others withdraw. The only person he can trust now is the deputy general, who has been following Jiang Yifeng all the year round. After all the others withdrew, Xiaojiao looked at him, and there was a little more worry in his eyes. There is a spy in the military camp now. You have always been the prince's man, and you are the one who I trust the most. You go to the prince now, and make sure he is safe. I don't know how far the spy has gone. If Jiang Yifeng's whereabouts are exposed, and he is ambushed, it will not be a good thing. The deputy general was a little embarrassed by this. The prince asked me to stay here. If I leave rashly, I'm afraid it's not appropriate. But if you don't go, it will be difficult for those spies to maintain the cockpit. Having said this, the deputy general could only nod his head. I will definitely fulfill the princess's mission. Before leaving, he casually handed the matter over to a young general, and went to find Jiang Yifeng with a group of people. But the main decision-making power was not in Xiaojiao's hands, so it could prevent spies from taking advantage of the situation. After the deputy general left, the people in the military camp seemed to be very well behaved, until late at night. Xiaojiao tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. The moonlight outside came quietly, disturbing her a little. I don't know why I feel uneasy, as if something is going to happen. Touching his chest, his heart beat slightly, as if there was a little rabbit in his chest. But just as he was worried about this, a puff of smoke suddenly drifted in from outside. Feeling that something was wrong, Xiaojiao quickly held his breath, feeling a little panic in his heart. Have I been discovered? I don't know if the spy before saw her figure and appearance clearly. Just to protect herself, she must have killed her. At this moment, it was late at night, and there were no people, so he didn't dare to act rashly. But if I call someone now, I'm afraid it will scare the snake. It's better to trick that person in first, and see his appearance clearly before making a decision. At that time, at least the spy can be pulled out, which can be regarded as solving the future trouble. With this thought, Xiaojiao narrowed his eyes slightly, pretended to be sleepy and lay on the bed, as if he had fainted, but after a while, he heard a slight movement from outside. With his eyes wide open, he saw a pair of legs constantly rushing towards him, getting closer and closer, and the knife in the hand gradually came into view. It's bad. Xiaojiu seemed a little panicked, tightly pulling the dagger hidden in his sleeve, gritting his teeth, and trying not to make any noise. Who did I think it was? It turned out to be a woman who didn't know how to live or die, and dared to meddle in other people's business here. The man muttered, but after carefully looking at Xiaojiu, he couldn't help but be attracted by his appearance. I thought she was an extremely beautiful woman. Since we are going to die, why not? Maybe because he had stayed in the military camp for too long. The guy looked at Xiaojiu with a bit more vulgarity. Indistinctly, he could even feel a hand constantly moving on his arm, which gave him goosebumps. As the hand became more and more restless, it even reached out to his mouth. Xiaojiu finally couldn't sit still, and hurriedly pulled out the knife hidden in his sleeve, and waved it directly at him with a roar from his mouth. Get out! The man was startled, but fortunately he reacted quickly and dodged. You didn't sleep. You dare to lie to me. I really didn't expect that the surprise was actually you. It seems that I really trusted the wrong person. This spy still has a little status in the military camp. As 1,000 households, he even has a calendar, and it seems that he has some dealings. But to be able to get this status, I'm afraid he has been lurking in there for a long time. I really didn't expect that the Prime Minister is such a patient person. He was not vague at all in order to plant spies. It can be seen that the guy has been ambitious for a long time. Haha, you are about to die, and you are still talking about these useless nonsense. It's ridiculous. The man gradually approached, saying that she was going to die, but he was talking about himself. What are you going to do? Xiaojiu frowned, feeling a little uncomfortable. I just felt that the arm that he touched just now had goosebumps now, and I couldn't help but rub it subconsciously to relieve my uneasy mood. The beauty is in front of you. You are going to die anyway. Why don't you let me have some fun first? Seeing him showing a lewd smile, holding the knife in his hand, and gradually approaching the corner of the wall, she couldn't help but be shocked and shouted, "Help!" Before she could react, the other party took the lead and directly snatched the knife from Xiaojiu's hand, tightly covering her mouth, leaving her no room to struggle. Now is not the time to scream. Just obey me obediently, and then maybe I can let you die more happily. As the knife fell to the ground, Xiaojiu's heart was already half cold, and Jinsan's pupils were a little at a loss. Let me go quickly, the prince will know, and he will definitely cut you into pieces. But the more she struggled, the more excited the other party became, and even burst into lewd laughter. I thought I was going to lose my innocence, but suddenly I heard a scream, "Ah! Can you touch my woman?" Jiang Yifeng quickly stepped over, grabbed his arm with one hand, twisted it with his backhand, and heard the sound of his arm cracking, as if it had been broken. Help! Help! The man was captured, and the pain in his arm swept through his body, but he couldn't live or die, and it was better to die than to live. Your Majesty, you are back. This guy is a spy. Seeing the man who suddenly appeared, Xiaojiu was overjoyed, and quickly got up and rushed over, hugging her tightly, as if this could seek some psychological comfort for what happened just now. Jiang Yifeng gently held her waist and comforted her softly. Don't worry, with me here, no one can hurt you. As he spoke, he looked at this guy who didn't know how to live or die, and couldn't help but whispered angrily, Tell me, who is your accomplice? Impossible, even if you kill me, I won't. The man wanted to be tough, but as the man's grip on his arm increased, the pain almost penetrated his bones, leaving him no room for stubbornness. Speak or not? Speak. Don't use more force. I was afraid that if I continued to use more force, half of my arm would be directly disabled. He was also a guy who couldn't stand the test. With just such a small punishment, the guy directly revealed all the names. Heh! Jiang Yifeng glared at him coldly, with a bit of contempt in his tone. Prime Minister, the people you trained are just like this. Then, he looked directly at the Deputy General next to him. Did you hear everything just now? Hurry up and find those people. Don't let any of them go. After working for half an hour, the spies were caught one by one. Seeing these 5 people kneeling in front of him, Jiang Yifeng rubbed his temples with a headache. I really didn't expect that the Prime Minister had such good intentions to deal with me, and sent so many spies here. It can be said to be extremely insidious and shameless. Your Majesty, what should we do now? We can't just leave them alone, right? Xiaojiu came over and stared coldly at the guy who had intended to molest him just now, and felt angry all over. Isn't what he said nonsense? Jiang Yifeng glanced at the gangster, pointed at him and said, This person will be dealt with strictly. It's not too late to kill him later. Kill the others directly. What? Why am I treated differently? The man was a little dissatisfied, raised his head and stood up, trying to gain some room for himself. Even if he died, he couldn't die so aggrievedly. Do it. Jiang Yifeng didn't want to argue with him so much, and he was a little annoyed when he mentioned what happened just now. With a few screams, especially the loudest one from that wretched man, Xiao Jiao finally vented his anger. That night, no one wanted to sleep, but instead started a meeting. Now that the spies have been completely eliminated, it's time for us to pursue the victory. Jiang Yifeng simply laid out several situations, which were unanimously recognized by everyone. In the past 2 days, Jiang Yifeng had experienced several battles, big and small, and almost all of them had the worst results of victory, and he also retreated unscathed. It can be said that he was in the limelight, but the Prime Minister was anxious. That group of useless things, let them be spies, but the result was that they went and never came back. Now Jiang Yifeng is in the limelight. If we continue to stalemate like this, I'm afraid the situation will be bad for us. The Prime Minister slammed the table heavily, and his originally complacent attitude seemed to be gone at this moment. The people beside him quickly followed up and said, "Sir, have you forgotten? We still have the last trump card." As he said that, he clapped his fingers and saw 2 guards holding Qiao Ming's arms and pushing him indirectly. As Xiao Jiao's father, if we use him as a hostage, do you think Jiang Yifeng will compromise with us? After all, this legendary man who loves his wife as his life should also love his wife as his wife, right? You bunch of bastards. Let me go quickly, my son-in-law will definitely beat you to a pulp. The insults that came in front of him were particularly fresh and pleasant to the ears. However, looking at the captured Qiao Ming, the Prime Minister was a little more happy. He stood up as if he was looking at a rare treasure, and couldn't help showing a perverted smile. Oh, this is a big bargaining chip for us. Chapter 304. Using Qiao Ming, the Prime Minister directly threatened Jiang Yifeng and his men to withdraw and retreat 100 miles. In desperation, in order to save Qiao Ming's life, Jiang Yifeng could only lead his troops to retreat 100 miles away when he was in the limelight. When he returned to the military camp, he instantly aroused the dissatisfaction of everyone. We can obviously take the imperial city directly, Your Majesty. How can you ignore the overall situation and suddenly withdraw your troops for the sake of your children's personal feelings? The speaker was one of the generals, who had led troops to fight and had outstanding military exploits. Now he saw that Jiang Yifeng actually gave up the overall situation for his children's personal feelings. How could he not be angry? After all, this is the most taboo in the military camp. That's right, the so-called fish and bear's paw can't have both, Your Majesty. To achieve great things, don't be picky about small details. Several people were infected, and at this moment, they were still a little unfair in their hearts. They sighed and comforted, but Jiang Yifeng didn't listen to a word, and his mind was all about Qiao Ming. Enough, our overall situation is not for the sacrifice of innocent people, but for the safety of everyone. If we can kill fewer people, we can save a life. Why do we have to add one more life? Jiang Yifeng looked back at their sonorous attitude, but people could not find any faults. Everyone was speechless for a moment, but they could not swallow the anger in their hearts. Suddenly, there was a clang, and one of them took off the sword from his waist and slammed it heavily on the table, angrily saying, "If you want to achieve great things, don't pay attention to small details." Since the prince doesn't understand this truth, then this general has nothing to say. If you don't fight like this, there is nothing good to take this sword. Seeing him say this, he shook his head in anger and walked out of the tent. This decisive attitude made people feel helpless, but they didn't know how to start. The others also saluted and said, "Your Majesty, if there is nothing else, we will withdraw first. I hope you can think twice about some things. After all, the soldiers are in high spirits, but you suddenly withdraw the troops from the people at a critical moment. People are not just our hearts." Everyone retreated one by one, leaving only a military advisor following Jiang Yifeng, "Your Majesty. What? Do you also want to question my behavior?" Jiang Yifeng looked back at him and interrupted what he was about to say, fearing that it was something he didn't like, which would make him angry and have nowhere to vent. Facing this, the military advisor shook his head, "Your Majesty, this is a misunderstanding. I just want to say that your choice is correct. There is no need to sacrifice one person to kill more people, but I hope that Your Majesty will not forget our original purpose." The military advisor slightly raised his fist and retreated. As soon as he walked out of the door, he happened to meet Xiao Jiao, who came to deliver food. Seeing that she was dignified, in order to cater to the atmosphere of the business, she also changed into a simple dress, looking like a pretty little boy. Just because of Jiang Yifeng's matter, the military advisor really disliked her, and couldn't help but curse in a low voice. "Humph, it's really a disaster." Xiao Jiao was slightly stunned by the inexplicable voice. Just now, there were only 2 of them. This was obviously said to him. Could something have happened? Xiaojiu frowned slightly, feeling a little uneasy, and hurriedly walked in with his things, but saw Yi Feng with his hands behind his back, looking at the topographic map with a serious look, and no one knew what he was thinking. I always feel that those flickering eyes seem to be filled with absent-minded words. Prince, are you still planning the battle? Xiaojiu approached carefully, put the things in his hand on the table next to him, stretched his head to take a look, and I didn't see anything special. It was only the man's face that maintained a complex expression, which made people a little confused for a while. What happened? I heard that you have obviously attacked the border town, but suddenly the civilians withdrew their troops, and their attitude. Along the way, I saw the soldiers hanging their heads and bustling around, and I didn't know what they were talking about. Anyway, it seemed that they missed something important. Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng turned his head and chuckled. It's nothing big, but they used my father-in-law as a hostage to force us to withdraw our troops. After hearing this, Xiaojiu finally understood why those people were cold to him just now. It turned out that it was all because of him. His pupils trembled slightly, and he couldn't help but feel a little guilty and uneasy in his heart. This prince? Xiaojiu couldn't say the kind of words that would make him consider the power, and he didn't have such a broad mind, but he didn't know how to apologize, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. When he was struggling, Jiang Yifeng's hand suddenly floated on his shoulder, with a somewhat gentle attitude. You don't have to feel guilty or blame yourself, all lives are equal. Even if it's an ordinary citizen, I don't think I will sit idly by. However, because of the relationship between relatives, it may not be possible to treat everyone equally. Xiaojiu's heart trembled after hearing these words, and Dong's answer was self-evident. Prince, what are you going to do now? Now that morale is low, I'm afraid they will be dissatisfied with you. It doesn't matter. We have to think of a solution slowly, but the person is still in their hands. I'm afraid they will consider regaining it at that time, which is really troublesome. He sighed slightly. Isn't this the despicable part of the Prime Minister? Faced with these words, Xiaojiu pondered for a moment and suddenly said, I have an idea. Why don't you let me be a hostage in exchange for my father's name? After saying this, Jiang Yifeng frowned. Although he was 100 times unwilling, how could this king let you put yourself in danger? Don't even think about it. Don't rush to refuse. In fact, I'm not acting rashly. If I am a hostage, I can take this opportunity to enter the palace, and it will be convenient to find clues about the emperor and the queen mother. This is not unreasonable. After all, they are now all turned away, and it is difficult to enter the imperial city. Now, if they cannot prove that the prime minister is plotting a rebellion and the emperor is imprisoned, and judge that their current behavior is a model of intention, naturally, not many people will support it. After thinking for a moment, looking at Xiaojiu's expectant eyes, Jiang Yifeng still couldn't let go of the entanglement in his heart. This is too dangerous. Prince, please let me do something for you. As long as you are my backer, he will not act rashly against me. You have to believe me. Xiaojiu's round eyes stared straight at Jiang Yifeng, as if he would not give up until he achieved his goal. In the end, Jiang Yifeng finally compromised after her soft and hard persuasion. Then you must agree, I will never let anything happen. The two of them discussed the plan, and according to the timing of the negotiations, Xiaojiu took the initiative to propose the idea of exchanging hostages, which surprised the prime minister a little. You want to come here as a hostage. Does the third prince agree? Everyone knows that Jiang Yifeng loves his wife as much as his life. How could he send his wife to the guillotine? With a vigilant look, the prime minister seemed not to be deceived so easily. Xiaojiu frowned. The prince likes me, not my father. If you really want to use my father to threaten him, you know it's impossible. I just want to save my father's life, which is also good for you. Think about it yourself. She was fully confident that the prime minister would definitely choose to compromise. She watched him ponder for a moment. Sure enough, he nodded. In this case, I will trust you this time. I just hope you don't play any tricks. In front of Jiang Yifeng, Xiaojiu was exchanged with Xiaoming as a hostage, and successfully followed the prime minister into the palace, and was arranged in a separate courtyard in the harem. From now on, you must stay here well, and try your best to maximize your value. The prime minister glanced at him, and the smug look on his face became more and more obvious. For him, Xiaojiu's existence is much more useful than Xiaoming, who is useless. After all, this is Jiang Yifeng's biggest concern. Facing the other party's full of obscene atmosphere, Xiaojiu simply disdained to pay attention to him, but turned his head and said coldly, Even if you imprison me here, the prince will never let you go. God is watching you. You better pray for yourself. Haha, just keep talking tough, we see what happens next. The prime minister waved his sleeves, turned around, and left 2 guards at the door. Xiaojiu breathed a sigh of relief, stared at the direction of the door, and hurried to the backyard, and began to recall the scenes along the way. In this harem, only the Queen Mother's side is guarded more strictly. I guess the Queen Mother must be there. With this thought, Xiaojiu twisted his washed body, and tried to climb the wall, and jumped down quietly, but the people outside didn't notice it. He sneaked into the Queen Mother's bedroom, also by going around the backyard, and climbing the wall has become a habit of exercise. Fortunately, I climbed more smoothly before, and it really came in handy for me. Xiaojiu was still a little proud of his wall climbing skills. His legs jumped and landed steadily on the ground, and happened to collide with the oncoming Queen Mother. You? The third princess. The Queen Mother covered her mouth in surprise, and almost screamed. She felt that everything happened too suddenly, as if she was dreaming. Xiaojiu quickly made a hushing gesture to her, ran over quickly, and covered the Queen Mother's mouth. Queen Mother, don't be nervous, I'm here to save you. Hearing this, the Queen Mother nodded, and Xiaojiu dared to let go slightly. After inquiring about the situation, the Queen Mother was worried that the people serving her were sent by the Prime Minister to monitor her, so she sent all the palace maids away, which created an opportunity for the two to communicate. Chapter 305. After some understanding, I know that the Emperor has been thinking about this for a long time. The Prime Minister took the opportunity to hold the Tiger Talisman in his own hands, and control the military power in the Imperial City, which gave him the strength to compete with him. These words made people sigh, and Xiaojiu's heart began to surge. I really didn't expect that the Prime Minister was so despicable. I'm afraid he has been planning for a long time. If this happened, he should have cut the grass and rooted it out at the beginning. Why wait until now? Sighing slightly, the Queen Mother had nothing to say, but she looked a lot paler and thinner in the recent days of imprisonment. Didn't you just say that you came to rescue me? Is there any new movement from Wang Yan? The Queen Mother looked at him expectantly. Xiaojiu tried to get some clues that would give him hope, but Xiaojiu shook his head. It's not that I have any ideas. I just came here to ask what you think. This was a bit surprising. The Queen Mother frowned and couldn't understand for a moment. What are you talking about? Xiaojiu stood up, tilted his head slightly, and there was a touch of sadness on his face. Now that the Prime Minister has a heavy fist, I'm afraid that after solving Jiang Yifeng, he will start with you and the Emperor, and then naturally become the Emperor. If you come forward to protect the new Emperor at this time, you can interrupt his plan. After some speculation, the Queen Mother seemed a little embarrassed. What you said is true, but I don't know who you are referring to when you support the new Emperor. You know very well that in the current situation, if someone without strength sits on the throne, I am afraid that he will be immediately pulled down by the Prime Minister. The only plan now is to let the Queen Mother issue an order to make Jiang Yifeng the Crown Prince, and then the Prime Minister will have no way to deal with her. But facing these words, it is really incredible. The Queen Mother had a calm face, but she was indifferent at this moment, and seemed a little unhappy. Let me think about this matter carefully. If Jiang Yifeng became the Emperor, he might have a large army, and the current Emperor and his own son would probably not get any benefit. The Queen Mother was naturally unhappy, and this so-called consideration was just a delaying tactic. Xiaojiu saw it with his eyes, and understood it in his heart, and he did not continue to force it. It's not forced. If you don't want to, think about other ways to retreat, but I will try my best to protect the Queen Mother. This is the only thing Xiaojiu can do now. After all, he still has something to say to Qinxiang, which carries some weight, and he dare not do anything to him. Moreover, Jiang Yifeng is really the Emperor, and he is not happy in his heart. What's the fun of being trapped in the palace? He has to endure countless beauties in her harem. It's better to live freely and freely outside. Slightly raising the corners of his lips, such a generous and frank attitude made the Queen Mother a little surprised. A slight touch flashed in her eyes, but she still said nothing. Xiaojiu did not continue to run in, but after learning about the Emperor's disappearance, he secretly climbed over the wall and left in the same way as before, and then climbed over the wall back. Inside, Xiaojiu was secretly busy with his own affairs, responsible for collecting clues, while Jiang Yifeng was not idle outside. When the Prime Minister thought he was relaxed because he had a hostage, he secretly led his troops overnight to surround the entire Imperial City. Your Majesty, all the intersections in the Imperial City have been blocked by us, not even a fly can escape. A subordinate ran over to report the news, and Jiang Yifeng nodded with satisfaction. Very good, then wait and see what the imaging reaction is tomorrow. The man raised his mouth slightly, and there was a little more foresight in his eyes. It was not until the next day that the Prime Minister realized that he had been surrounded thoroughly, and he was furious. This damn Jiang Yifeng actually took advantage of the night to do such a shameful thing. The more he thought about it, the angrier Chen Xiang got. He had nowhere to vent his anger, so he grabbed the blue and white jade thorn next to him and smashed it hard on the ground. The Prime Minister's wife next to him was terrified and hurriedly stepped forward to comfort him. Master, you should calm down. The best thing to do now is to think of a solution. Hearing this, the Prime Minister tried hard to suppress his anger, and then he shouted angrily, "Where are the people coming? How many troops are stationed in the imperial city?" A subordinate rushed over and quickly replied, "According to careful calculations, there are still 30,000 troops, and the rest are stationed in the border city far away." Isn't this embarrassing for himself? Damn, if we want to transfer them back, it will definitely be too late. Taking a deep breath, the Prime Minister scratched his head irritably, and he was at a loss. I'm afraid that now the city is under siege, and it won't be easy from now on. We must come up with a solution. Don't we still have the Emperor and the third princess in our hands? Why not use them as hostages? The Prime Minister's wife made a tentative suggestion, which reminded the Prime Minister, the third princess, I captured that woman in front of him, but he still surrounded the imperial city regardless. I'm afraid he has already thought of a countermeasure. Even if we threaten her, it's useless, but another person can. The Prime Minister's eyes turned slightly, and he directly asked someone to bring out the Emperor, who was imprisoned in the dungeon, and pressed him on the imperial city in a blink of an eye. Looking at the fierce soldiers outside surrounding a circle, it was so magnificent that it made people feel terrified. The Emperor couldn't help shaking his legs. He was really scared. Just let me go. You can't run away anyway with the army approaching. Why do you have to make things difficult for me? Shut up, Hanzhou. If you hadn't been afraid of me and exploited my rights, I wouldn't have come to this point. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. Xingqiang glared at him coldly, and the Emperor didn't dare to say anything more. But suddenly he felt a chill on his back, and was strangled by the other party. What are you doing? The Emperor's heart trembled, and he looked at the cold-faced Xiangxiang. He was a little at a loss. He just felt that his body, which was slightly pressed forward, was about to fall down at any time. Looking at the ground that was more than 10 meters above him, the Emperor's heart almost jumped into his throat, but he heard the other party threatening, "What else can you do? Say in front of everyone that Jiang Yifeng is a traitor, and let those people surrender." This was said with such confidence that people were speechless. In order to save his life, the Emperor could only nod his head repeatedly and shouted tremblingly, "You bunch of bastards, I am recruiting soldiers and raising you, not to let you work for traitors like Jiang Yifeng." The voice was deep and floated in everyone's ears. When everyone heard it, they couldn't help but doubt the man who led them in front of him. What's the situation? Isn't the prince going to the city to surrender the traitors? Why did the Emperor say he was a traitor? Jiang Yifeng summoned them to launch an attack in the name of eliminating the traitors and saving the Emperor, but who knew that things would go against their wishes? They didn't want to be the thieves. Everyone exploded instantly, and their minds began to sway and become restless. Facing the discussions of these people, Jiang Yifeng felt a little uncomfortable when he heard it in his ears. Damn it, I didn't expect you to have this purpose. Gritting his teeth, the military officer next to him hurried over and whispered to persuade him, Your Highness, the Emperor's words have made the soldiers' morale unstable. I'm afraid that something unexpected will happen when the battle starts. Let's retreat temporarily and stabilize the morale first. This is the only solution now. There is no other way. With his inner reluctance, Jiang Yifeng can only retreat temporarily. Seeing this situation, the Prime Minister was quite satisfied. He couldn't help but be overjoyed and patted the Emperor's face. I really didn't expect that your prestige is still as high as it was in the past. It seems that those fools are still very loyal to you. The Emperor's unstable heart is a taboo in the army. The Prime Minister's trick is wonderful, but the Emperor takes this trump card very seriously. Hearing this compliment, the Emperor was not angry, but wagged his tail like a dog and showed a flattering smile. Prime Minister, you see I have cooperated with you so much. Why don't you just spare my life? Then we see how you perform. The Prime Minister was quite satisfied with the Emperor's behavior, and took him back to the palace, arranged him in the previous palace, and no longer lived in the dungeon, which could be regarded as a reward. The Emperor breathed a sigh of relief, and also met Xiaojiu and the Queen Mother, who were brought over. Seeing the thin Emperor and the Empress Dowager, they couldn't help but feel a little distressed. They hurried over and hugged him in their arms. My son, you have suffered recently. Hearing this, the Emperor suddenly pushed her away, and crawled in front of the Prime Minister. By the way, the two of them have been trying to escape. As long as you are willing to let me go, I am willing to give you the throne, just to save my life. In order to save his life, the emperor did not hesitate to sell out the queen mother and Xiaojiu just to survive, and even easily proposed to give up the throne. This directly made the queen mother's heart cold, and she couldn't help but whispered, "What nonsense are you talking about? It is a fact that you are plotting to escape, and isn't it good to be alive? Why do you have to keep this broken position? Anyway, it has reached this situation. The emperor simply broke the jar, and now he really doesn't recognize his relatives." The queen mother was heartbroken, but the prime minister couldn't help but laugh. Haha, what a great drama of mother-son love. I am quite satisfied with the emperor's performance. But the matter of the throne. You don't even have the imperial seal. What can you use to pass the throne to me? When the prime minister thought of this, he was a little angry. Chapter 306. The emperor was speechless for a moment, and just said timidly, "I don't know when the jade seal was stolen by that despicable villain, but this identity is still here. You only have this identity, and there is still a little value to use." The prime minister glared at him coldly, his eyes full of disdain and sarcasm. Now that the jade seal has been lost, it has not been announced to the world, and other people don't know. The emperor now still maintains a respected identity, and can still play a certain role at a critical moment. "So, are you going to let me go?" The emperor knelt in front of the prime minister, tightly grasping his sleeves, and his eyes were full of joy. The look of expectation, but the humble attitude, made people angry and hate the queen mother. She couldn't hold back her anger and cursed, "You, a rebellious son, actually kneel down and beg for mercy to such a traitor. You have completely lost the face of the royal family. How could I give birth to such a useless thing like you?" The queen mother has always valued face the most, but now it has been completely wiped out by the emperor. The only dignity has disappeared without a trace. She is really angry. At this moment, she stamped her feet and cursed. Anyway, the emperor didn't listen to a word and let him say it. Seeing the empress dowager's shaky body, Xiaojiu seemed a little helpless, and hurriedly stepped forward to support her body. "Please don't be angry, Empress Dowager. I don't know what to say next. After all, the emperor is still here, and I can't say bad things about him, right?" Hearing these words, the queen reluctantly took a deep breath and tried to steady herself. This anxious attitude, but still a little unwilling. "I'm really doing evil. Shut up, it's time now. Staying alive is the most important thing. Do you want to die?" The emperor turned around, and was really annoyed. He couldn't afford to offend this traitor, but he was good at dealing with his own mother. The queen mother's heart was completely cold, and her teeth were trembling with anger. She couldn't say a word for a long time, but there was disappointment in her eyes. Looking at the scene of the mother and son quarreling with each other, the prime minister seemed a little impatient. "Enough, if you two want to quarrel, there will be plenty of time later, but now the emperor has to listen to me obediently." After saying that, he turned around and ordered, "Come on, take the emperor to the side hall, and have a good rest. Take the queen mother and the third princess separately." The prime minister deliberately separated the two sides to avoid any trouble. But the only thing to be thankful for is that Xiaojiu can stay with the queen mother this time. Being thrown into a remote place, the queen mother could not hold back her weakness and collapsed on her seat, gritting her teeth in anger. "God is blind. I was doing this for his own good, but he went against morality and begged for mercy from the traitors. I was really wrong. Now the queen mother has seen the emperor clearly, and I think her heart must be completely dead. The most important thing for us now is to escape from the palace, and not be caught by the prime minister. In this way, the prince will have more opportunities to march straight in and regain his position." Xiaojiu took the opportunity to comfort the queen mother appropriately. Even if she didn't want to listen, things had come to this point, and he couldn't continue to play dumb. After taking a deep breath, he finally nodded. "Since that example has been so bad, I have nothing to linger on. There is a secret passage in the palace that can lead us out. Let's go secretly. Whether he lives or dies has nothing to do with me." It was originally a last thought, but the emperor easily cut off his retreat. Until the evening, under the leadership of the queen mother, the two women quietly came to the garden. Watching the queen mother walk towards a rockery, Xiaojiu hurriedly followed, still a little confused. "Is the exit here?" "It doesn't look like it at all." The queen mother nodded, and he walked to a stone lion placed in the flower bed next to him. After twisting it gently, he saw that the rockery shook violently and opened a stone door, which was incredible. I didn't expect there would be such a sophisticated mechanism here. I'm so short-sighted. Looking at this place carefully, if you don't look at it accurately, I'm afraid it would be difficult for ordinary people to figure it out." No wonder the queen mother was so calm in the harem. It turned out that there was already a way out, but she had been forbearing for the emperor, the tyrant. This is left over from the previous dynasty. When the enemy attacked, in order to be on the safe side, this secret passage was set up as an escape route. Only I know it. The Queen Mother explained as she walked, gently shaking the kerosene lamp in her hand, and the surrounding walls were summoned into view. It was not until the two people walked in that she saw her close the mechanism. Xiaojiu listened carefully from behind. He found it quite interesting to hear the Queen Mother talk about the past events of the previous dynasty, and he did not feel overly bored or worried. In the side hall where the two people lived, in order to conceal their presence, they specially lit several bright oil lamps. However, until late at night, the lights were still on, which made people a little suspicious. That's not right. The Queen Mother usually goes to bed early. Why is the light on in the bedroom all night today? One of the guards looked around carefully, and was puzzled. One of them was also a little confused. Why don't we go in and take a look? The three princesses have always been cunning. I'm afraid that they will not be quiet when they stay with the Queen Mother. After struggling, for the sake of safety, the two people still pretended to knock on the door, but they didn't get any response for a long time, and then they realized that something was wrong. They looked at each other. Oh no, something happened. They pushed the door open, and saw that the lights in the room were bright, but the room was empty. Oh no, the person seems to be missing. When the two panicked, they confirmed that the person was missing, and then they hurriedly ran outside and shouted, "It's terrible!" The Queen Mother and the third princess ran away. This matter quickly attracted the attention of the Prime Minister, who also rushed over with the crowd. Seeing that the room was empty, he couldn't help but say angrily, "You bunch of rubbish! You can't even take care of two women! What's the use of you?" With this burst of anger, the others didn't dare to tell any more lies, and could only lower their heads and tremble in fear without saying a word. Taking a deep breath, looking at these guys who were like wood, the Prime Minister tried hard to suppress the anger in his heart that wanted to kill. "Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and chase them. You must find those two people, otherwise you will be beheaded." In the palace, the firelight suddenly became bright, and the steps of the people seemed a little chaotic. "There is a clue in the garden. This seems to be the Queen Mother's stuff." One of them picked up the sachet that the Queen Mother carried with her, and after some exploration, he found the shallow and deep secret passage. I really didn't expect that the Queen Mother was so cunning and left a way out for herself. The Prime Minister frowned slightly, and he didn't even know that there was such a secret passage. Without saying much, everyone quickly chased after it along the secret passage. As they chased closely all the way, they could vaguely hear the violent movement coming from behind in the narrow tunnel. "No, those people are chasing us. We have to speed up." Xiaojiu pulled the Queen Mother's hand and quickened his pace. "How long will it take to reach the exit? It should not be far away." He did not remember the details clearly. After all, this secret passage was generally not accessible. As the footsteps behind him became stronger, the two of them finally found the exit, and came to a tavern in the imperial city. The moonlight was lonely, and there was a faint cool breath. The footsteps behind him were getting closer and closer. Xiaojiu looked around and directly pulled the Queen Mother to the northeast. The overly direct behavior made the Queen Mother seem a little uneasy. "Where are you taking me? There are deployments of the prince around. If we want to survive, we can only go there for help." Under the leadership of Xiaojiu, they took the Queen Mother all the way, and finally successfully contacted the old troops. "Princess, why are you out?" And the Queen Mother. Seeing these two familiar faces, he was not allowed to lead again. He was a little surprised, and even unbelievable. He rubbed his eyes, and felt like he was dreaming. "I have said that since we can make such a decision, we must be able to escape unscathed. It's just that we were discovered when we were escaping. We are being hunted down. Is there a hiding place?" Under the arrangement of the general, they hid in a cellar, and successfully avoided the pursuit. However, staying here all the time is not a solution. Going out is a bit troublesome for them. "If we don't go out today, I'm afraid that the order of progress will be issued tomorrow. He will definitely treat us as turtles in a jar." Gritting his teeth, Xiaojiu was angry when he thought of the despicable villain like the Prime Minister. After hearing this, he finally said, "Maybe I can." Although the Prime Minister wants the throne, he is unwilling to bear the eternal infamy. So he has never shown his rebelliousness in front of his subordinates. "If I want to go out, those guarding the city should give me some face." Everyone was happy after hearing this. "That's great. If we can leave here, we can cooperate with each other inside and outside, open the city gates, and catch him off guard." After a brief understanding of the remaining forces in the city, according to the plan, the Queen Mother used her face to take Xiaojiu out of the imperial city with her own identity. Chapter 307. But who knew that just as they left the city gate, the Prime Minister's men had already chased them out, and surrounded them. Looking at the two women trapped in the encirclement, the head guard outside couldn't help but reveal a sinister smile. "Keep running if you can. Let's see where you can run to." These words were extremely arrogant. Looking at the nervous Queen Mother next to him, Xiaojiu didn't want to pay more attention to her, but hurriedly comforted the Queen Mother. "Don't be nervous in the future, we will definitely be fine." I don't know where the confidence came from. The Queen Mother still chose to nod her head in trust, but the fear in her eyes could not be hidden. The man couldn't help but sneer at the overconfident words. "You're already desperate, and you still dare to say such arrogant words. I really don't know what you think." "Hee, I don't know what you think, but if you dare to force me, believe it or not, I will die in front of you now." Xiaojiu suddenly took out a knife from his sleeve and put it directly against his neck, and at the same time pulled the Queen Mother's hand. "Don't say it's me, the Queen Mother will definitely not live alone." Faced with such words, I was a little surprised, looking at Xiaojiu at a loss. "And I haven't reacted yet? What nonsense are you talking about? It said that you should protect yourself. But now, we are suddenly going to put her to death." The Queen Mother wanted to pull her hand away in panic, but the other party held it tightly. Xiaojiu whispered, "Queen Mother, please believe me, only in this way can we delay some time and gain a chance of survival." This was a little hard to understand, but the leader was indeed panicked, and quickly stretched out his hand to stop him, saying, "Wait a minute, don't die, we can talk about it. After all, the statues are living people. If you bring back two corpses, wouldn't it be innocent to ask for blame? Moreover, everyone knows that Xiaojiu and the Queen Mother are important hostages in Qinzhao's hands to restrain Jiang Yifeng. If something happens to one of them, I'm afraid it will be difficult to explain." He swallowed his saliva slightly to relieve his bloating, and suddenly panicked. Xiaojiu, on the other hand, showed a smug smile. "Anyway, I'm desperate now. It's better to die here than to be caught. If you keep pressing me step by step, don't blame me for the desperate situation." After saying that, he put the knife against himself again, trying to gain more points. This naked threat was accompanied by suffocating fear. Hey, don't be impulsive. Life is a big deal. If you surrender now, you still have a chance to survive. Maybe you can find a chance to live again someday. It's a pity to die now. Since forcing them doesn't work, then I can only persuade them to open their minds. How can I not hear the temptation in these words? But I am not a fool who will let him fool me like this. Yawning slightly, Xiaojiu fiddled with the knife in his hand casually, as if he was going to end his life at any time, which made people tremble with fear. Damn, this woman clearly took advantage of my weakness and deliberately played with me here. The head of the guard saw it clearly, but he couldn't do anything about it. Then he whispered to the person next to him, "I will be responsible for attracting their attention later. You take two people to secretly control them. Even if they want to die, they must not die in my hands." Hearing this, the man nodded silently. Taking advantage of the time when the guard and the two people were talking, he secretly took two people to go behind them while they were not prepared, and directly gave an order, "Catch them." Before he could react, Xiaojiu suddenly felt a tightness behind him, and the knife in his hand was knocked to the ground with a clang, and the other party grabbed his arm. "Let me go, you despicable villains." Xiaojiu gritted his teeth and said angrily, trying to struggle, but his arm was not as strong as his thigh. Seeing this, the chief guard laughed, "You little girls dare to fight me, surrender and follow me back." With a smug attitude, the guard waved his hand, "Mission accomplished, take the people back." He walked away in style, but when he turned around, he heard a muffled groan behind him. "What's going on?" The chief guard turned around with a bit of dissatisfaction, and saw a man falling directly to the ground, blood spreading from his body, dyeing a large area of land red. "What's going on? Who is attacking in secret? Get out of here!" The people around him became alert instantly, their eyes focused on all directions, and the night sky made it difficult to see the surroundings. But at this moment, he suddenly saw a black shadow rushing towards him with a knife. Before the head guard could react, he felt a sharp pain in his neck, and blood gushed out from his neck. Huang Liang's knife touched his neck, and the whole person fell down. "Your Majesty, you are finally here." Seeing the man's figure, Xiaojiu couldn't control his excitement. Seeing that the person behind him was still in shock, he shook his body and rushed directly towards Jiang Yifeng. Jiang Yifeng looked at Xiaojiu nervously, carefully checked his body, and confirmed that there were no external injuries. He was still a little worried. "Are you okay? Did they do anything to you?" "Don't worry, I'm fine, and I successfully brought the Queen Mother out. I said I wouldn't let you down." Xiaojiu's face was full of smugness. Jiang Yifeng nodded with satisfaction, and looked at her with some heartache. "Don't do such stupid things again in the future. If it weren't for me to find it in time, you would have fallen into the tiger's mouth again. The two people's behavior of showing affection without paying attention to others was really too abrupt and glaring in the eyes of others. One of them gritted his teeth, feeling that this attitude of being ignored was really uncomfortable. You traitor, you dare to appear here openly. Brothers, let's kill him and ask for credit and reward from the emperor. I don't know who is so excited. Faced with such words, Jiang Yifeng could only temporarily put aside the joy of reuniting with Xiaojiu, gently rubbed her hair, and pulled her behind him. The scene below may be a little too bloody, you don't need to watch it, just close your eyes. Xiaojiu nodded obediently and closed his eyes silently, only to hear the man's deafening voice rushing towards him. Phantom troops, listen to my order, strangle all these people. Since these people dared to follow the Prime Minister to be a prostitute, they must have been brainwashed by him long ago, and keeping them now would only cause trouble for themselves. At this order, the leaves around shook suddenly, and black figures rushed towards him with curved blades in their hands. With this unexpected knife technique, most of the people died at once. In the intersection of swords and knives, only the sound of clanging kept coming. Xiaojiu always maintained a calm posture until the sound outside gradually disappeared, and then he heard a gentle call behind him. Okay, the matter has been resolved. Let's take the Queen Mother back. Xiaojiu nodded, with a smile on his lips, and the Queen Mother, who was still a little confused, went back to the military camp directly. But as soon as they stepped into the military camp, the Queen Mother's figure instantly attracted the attention of many people, and they were shocked. What's going on? Why did the prince bring the Queen Mother back? Did he kidnap the Queen Mother? Before, under the emperor's misleading, everyone thought that Jiang Yifeng was really a thief, and they were following him to commit crimes, and they were still struggling whether to abandon the dark and join the light. Now seeing the Queen Mother suddenly come back, they are even more panicked. The discussion in the crowd is getting louder and louder, disturbing people a little upset. Jiang Yifeng glanced at the Queen Mother. Queen Mother, this matter is left to you. The Queen Mother nodded, walked to the front of the crowd with a fixed gaze, stretched out her hand and said, Everyone be quiet, listen to me, I was not kidnapped. The person who really kidnapped me is the Prime Minister. He killed the Emperor and attempted to usurp the throne. I need your help now. Following this passionate speech, the others were once again in shock. The overly dramatic change made them unable to fully accept such information. This was not false. The current Emperor was like a puppet controlled by the Prime Minister. He was so crazy that he didn't recognize his relatives. The Queen Mother had already seen through it. This was the right and wrong of human nature. Now I am afraid that if she continues to be so stubborn, the whole country will be handed over to others. Jiang Yifeng took out the jade seal and handed it to the Queen Mother while everyone was doubting. The Queen Mother raised the jade seal and announced directly in front of everyone, I even gave the jade seal to the third prince. From now on, he is the master of this country and our emperor. Jiang Yifeng took it in his hand, which was equivalent to having the capital to sit on the country. Everyone no longer dared to doubt it. At this moment, they knelt on the ground and supported Jiang Yifeng as the emperor. Long live the emperor. The deep voice has a long history, but the Prime Minister in the imperial city is still unaware of it. When the situation was stabilized, Jiang Yifeng did not act rashly, but followed the soldiers to seek benefits for the people. After all, in the eyes of the people, he is still a notorious appearance. If he rashly raises an army, he may win the country, but lose the hearts of the people. These few days have been fruitful. After seeing the image and Jiang Yifeng's attitude towards the people naturally support Jiang Yifeng, who they prefer. Chapter 308. Because the Prime Minister was in charge of the government, he treated the people arbitrarily, and didn't care about their feelings at all. Jiang Yifeng's love and care for them created a sharp contrast for the people, and now they hated the Prime Minister. One day, the people gathered at the gate of the military camp. In front of them was a big petition, which was signed by almost everyone. The noise was heard inside. Your Majesty, something big happened outside. Please go out and take a look. Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng put down the military deployment map in his hand, and frowned slightly, thinking that something big had happened. But when he went out, he didn't expect that the people took the initiative to petition, hoping that he could send troops to attack the imperial city, seize the country, and benefit the people. As soon as they saw Jiang Yifeng, the people became agitated and requested, Your Majesty, please send troops to attack the imperial city to take back the country. Don't let that person take charge of the government anymore. We are the ones who suffer. Faced with waves of requests, Jiang Yifeng naturally had no room to refuse. Seeing them arguing blindly, he couldn't help but smile. Please rest assured, I will never sit back and watch such a cruel person sitting on the throne. I will definitely give everyone a peaceful and happy life." With these sonorous and powerful words, the people raised their arms and shouted, but they were happy, and didn't want to leave. With the support of everyone, Jiang Yifeng sent troops legitimately, and also accepted some people who volunteered, and attacked the imperial city with the epidemic. At this moment, the old deployments in the imperial city received the news, and couldn't help but be overjoyed. "Finally, we have waited for this day. Wang Yan has sent us a message. We must get rid of the soldiers guarding the city gate and cooperate with the prince to enter the imperial city." Everyone nodded in response, disguised as ordinary people, deliberately gathered at the city gate, and then came unexpectedly and killed them. Looking at the fallen soldiers, everyone realized that something was wrong, and hurriedly shouted loudly, "Who are you?" But as soon as the voice fell, a dagger shot directly into his throat, and then a loud shout was heard, "Open the city gate, and let the prince and others in." The city gate was opened little by little, and a beam of light suddenly came into the inside. Outside was a huge army, and the soldiers were ready to go. "The city gate is open, soldiers. Follow me to fight against the traitors." Jiang Yifeng raised the long sword in his hand, and the people behind him drank it down, and rushed into the city gate directly, and entered in a line, with a mighty momentum that was almost daunting. The prime minister, who was still sitting in the palace hall, was enjoying the pleasure brought by the throne, when he heard someone hurriedly report, "My lord, something bad has happened. The third prince's army has invaded, and is now forcing the imperial city." Hearing this, the prime minister almost fell to the ground. His pupils trembled at this moment, and he couldn't believe the absurd words he heard. "What were you saying just now? Say it again if you can." Despite this, the subordinate could only speak out again with trembling. After confirming that the news was correct, the prime minister's body seemed to be surging with an electric current. The whole person was stupidly stunned in the same place, stiff and at a loss. At this time, he muttered to himself, "Impossible, I have gone through so much hardship to get to this position, and I am only one step away from dominating the world. Why did the guy ruin my good thing?" He gritted his teeth and watched the prime minister shake his head repeatedly, trying to deny the sudden thing as much as possible, but the subordinate's words broke all his fantasies. "Sir, the war outside is dangerous now. I don't know what we should do. What else can we do? Fight for me, and we must not let them in. This position can only be mine." As if stimulated by something, Prime Minister Jin Yaoguan did not dare to slack off at this moment. With an order, the two sides fought directly. The noise of fighting cut through the sky and intertwined together, which was a bit disturbing, including the strong smell of blood, which made people a little nauseous. Xiaojiu, who was far away, looked at all this and felt that it was really unbearable to watch. Fortunately, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The noisy voices in her ears did not affect her calm heart at the moment. She just murmured faintly, "Everything is finally over." It was unknown how long it had been. After a round of fighting, there was finally a pause outside. The prime minister's people were almost defeated, and the remaining few chose to surrender tremblingly. Finally, the dust settled, and Xiaojiu slowly opened his eyes, and looked at the corpses all over the field. The Queen Mother stood on the high hall, looking around. Her eyes were full of sadness, but in the pool of blood, she suddenly found a familiar yellow figure, and her pupils trembled. "Your Majesty." Not daring to hesitate, the Queen Mother hurriedly ran down the tower, and Xiaojiu followed closely behind her, and saw her running all the way to the village. If he looked around, he would see that the person lying in the pool of blood was none other than the current emperor. "Queen Dowager, please accept my condolences." At this point, Xiaojiu could only offer this kind of comfort. Seeing the Queen Dowager tightly hugging the dead emperor, a feeling of sadness also arose spontaneously. Xiaojiu was responsible for comforting the Queen Dowager, but Jiang Yifeng did not have the time to take care of things here. Instead, he began to clean up the battlefield, but did not find the instigator of this incident. "Where is the Prime Minister?" he asked the person who was in charge of cleaning the battlefield, but he shook his head in confusion. "Your Highness, I haven't found the Prime Minister. It seems that he has run away." After saying this, Jiang Yifeng couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. The thing he was most worried about still happened. He clenched his fist tightly, and his face was full of unwillingness. It seems that this cunning guy is really not easy to deal with. "Don't worry, Your Highness, he has no power now. Even if he wants to do evil, he can't cause any big waves." It sounds good, but who can guarantee that there will be no waves? Jiang Yifeng ignored it, and just waved his hand. "Okay, let's deal with the things here first. If there are people who are willing to surrender, let them compile a list and observe at that time." After a simple tidying up of the palace, everything returned to its original appearance. but it added a bit of loneliness. Your Highness, now that the matter has been settled, the Prime Minister has not yet pursued, but the Imperial City cannot be left without a hand for a day, so you. The left Prime Minister came over, and the implication of his words was obvious, and he glanced at the Queen Mother again. The Queen Mother nodded. I have already handed over the Imperial Seal to him. From now on, this Imperial City will be managed by the third Prince. This statement was faintly sad, and it was unknown whether it was because of the change of ownership or the pain of losing a son. Anyway, it made people feel a little more sad. Jiang Yifeng ascended the throne naturally, but the next day, the Queen Mother suddenly received a piece of news. Your Majesty, that's not good. The Queen Mother is clamoring to become a nun, and is now shaving her head. Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng frowned slightly, but Xiaojiu next to him seemed particularly calm. Such a big change has happened in the Imperial City, and the Queen Mother has experienced the pain of losing her son. I'm afraid she has already seen through the world, and it's reasonable for her to do such a thing. In that case, then follow the Queen Mother, and remember to make proper arrangements. After a simple explanation, Jiang Yifeng didn't have the heart to care about the Queen Mother's affairs anymore. The most important thing at the moment was to capture Qinxiang, otherwise I'm afraid he would not give up. The whole Imperial City was full of wanted orders for the Prime Minister, which was almost notorious, including the abuses of the people. But who knew that the Prime Minister had already fled to the border, and went directly to the General. General, please save me. As soon as he saw the General, the Prime Minister rushed over. As a general guarding the border, he guarded the border all year round. At that time, the Prime Minister wanted to transfer him to the capital to deal with Jiang Yifeng together, but he was too late. Now he has become his last support. Seeing the Prime Minister and the General in such a state of distress, he was still a little confused. He couldn't help but frown and hurriedly helped him up. What happened to the Prime Minister? Why do you always become like this? It's all because of that damn Jiang Yifeng. He tempted the Queen Mother to rebel and kill the Emperor. Now that he has ascended the throne, he wants to kill me. I spent a lot of effort to escape to you. The Prime Minister kept making up stories. After all, the General was stationed at the border all year round, and some news did not reach his ears so quickly. Now he can use it. Faced with this series of words, the General was a little unbelievable and couldn't believe it. How is this possible? How could the Prince have such a rebellious heart? What's impossible about this? You also know that the Emperor has always been afraid of him. Now he is making a move and committing a crime by himself, and he has become the king. Under the Prime Minister's deception, the General believed this matter without a doubt, and he couldn't help but feel a little more angry. I really didn't expect that Jiang Yifeng would do such a thing with such a wolfish ambition, and even kill the Emperor. It's so despicable. Don't worry, this General will definitely not sit idly by and do nothing about this matter. Hearing this, the Prime Minister smiled and nodded. He never dreamed that he would be so easy to fool. In this case, then I wish us a happy cooperation. It can't be said to be cooperation. After all, the Prime Minister now has no power. However, the General was still quite polite on the surface. He arranged a residence for the Prime Minister and gave him 2 maids to serve him. Privately, the military advisor next to him was a little unhappy. General, that Prime Minister is useless. Why are you so respectful to him? Chapter 309. Faced with this question, the General could not help but sneer, with his hands behind his back, and his eyes unconsciously showed a hint of viciousness. You really think that this General is so loyal to him? It's simply ridiculous. This statement has a deeper meaning, which makes people puzzled. Facing such earnest eyes of his subordinates, the General has nothing to hide. Now the Emperor's heart is unstable in the Imperial City. This General has a large army. If I break into the Imperial City in the name of a crusade, I'm afraid they will be caught off guard. Then the throne will be easy to capture, right? This implication is that the General also wants to be the Emperor? This surprised the subordinates, and they couldn't help but feel a little more panic. General, this matter may be inappropriate. What if something goes wrong? What can go wrong? This General has always been conservative in doing things. I have been crushed by the court to guard the border for so long. It's time for them to give me some rewards. Thinking about the hardships I have suffered at the border for these years, I have never received a word of comfort and concern. Even the civil strife in the Imperial City was not notified. Do they really treat me as an outsider? Now that there is such an opportunity, why not rise up and seek benefits for myself? With this idea in mind, the General directly raised troops and began to station near the Imperial City in the name of fighting against the rebels, looking eager to try. This matter was heard by Jiang Yifeng, which was a bit surprising. I really didn't expect that the beast that had been sleeping outside for so long would wake up at this moment. It seems that this civil strife has really aroused the ambitions of many people. With a somewhat contemptuous attitude, Jiang Yifeng put his hands behind his back and looked into the distance, as if he was thinking about something. Just at this moment, Qiao Jiao came in with tea and heard what he had just said. Seeing that Jiang Yifeng looked thoughtful, he simply offered a suggestion. Your Highness, the people on this frontier rarely see women. If you can seduce them with sex and disrupt their morale, what do you think? The sudden proposal was a wake-up call. Jiang Yifeng tucked his chin in, somewhat agreeing, but it was not easy to say, now that the war is imminent. The general, who has lived on the battlefield for a long time, naturally understands what kind of situation is most beneficial to him. Women are probably not easy to enter. Then let's sneak in. Compared with the scene of fighting, drinking in the arms of a beauty, how many people would rashly do it in private? What a beautiful woman trap, it was used so vividly. Jiang Yifeng no longer refused at this moment. Then do as you say. In order to better implement the plan, Jiang Yifeng specially asked people to prepare a few women from the frontier. It is said that these women from the frontier are generous and casual, and they have deep facial features and noses. They are beautiful and attractive, and are best at seducing men's hearts, so they are naturally the most suitable. After 2 days of training, those women disguised themselves as men and sneaked into the enemy's camp. The women secretly used their beauty to seduce the men and made them infatuated, especially the important generals. No one was willing to hand over the beauty to others, and they all kept them secretly. Drinking during the day and having fun at night, it can be said that he was so happy that he didn't miss his homeland. There was no thought of fighting in his heart. The general didn't care about the changes of these people at that time, thinking that they were just enjoying the joy of victory in advance. It was not until the night that Jiang Yifeng received the letter from the military camp. Looking at the content above, the man couldn't help but smiled. Very good, the things over there have been dealt with almost, and we can also set off tonight. Jiang Yifeng specially brought a group of elite troops, secretly went around and surrounded the general's tent. With a burst of fire, the women burned their tents, and there was chaos inside, and it exploded instantly. What's the situation? Someone is coming. Why don't you hurry up to put out the fire? The general never dreamed that such an unexpected situation would suddenly occur when the war was imminent. With a sweat, he saw several soldiers hurriedly moving in and out, but no one descended and made any movement. Where did the deputy general and his men go? They can't see such a big thing, let alone the patrol guards. The general checked them one by one. After hearing this, the others didn't know how to answer, reporting to the general, they should still be resting in the tent. That's nonsense. With such a big thing, and such a commotion outside, can they still sleep like pigs? People fighting outside are most vigilant. They can't sleep there stupidly when someone puts a knife on their necks, right? With a somewhat dissatisfied attitude, the general paced and walked directly to the deputy general's tent. I want to see what he is doing in the tent to sleep so soundly. But just after opening the curtain, he saw the deputy general naked, holding a woman's belly band in his hand. He was drunk at the moment, twisting his body slightly, and muttering, "Beauty, drink another one." What a picture of infatuation, it was so hot to the eyes, especially the red belly band in his hand, which was really eye-catching. The general couldn't help but get angry. What's going on? How could there be women's things in the tent? It's ridiculous. Who can know this? Seeing the general's eyes sweeping over the soldiers, they hit their heads one by one, looking like they knew nothing. The general was furious, but fortunately he picked up a basin of water and poured it on the most expensive one. With the basin of water, the general woke up immediately. With 8 points of drunkenness, looking at the furious general in front of him, he sobered up a little. "General, why are you here?" Listening to the constant noise outside, he was still a little panicked. Why is it so noisy outside? Did something happen? You actually have the nerve to ask you, because he is drunk. What is this? Explain it to this general. Throwing the red color on the ground, the deputy general was dumbfounded and knelt on the ground in panic, reporting to the general's subordinates. Just when he wanted to say something, there was a sudden shouting outside. "General, something bad has happened. The enemy has raided." Another thunderous voice. The listener was really frightened. One wave has not settled, another wave rises. The general rubbed his brows, and finally understood something. Women are not allowed in the military camp, let alone women's things. I'm afraid you have fallen into the enemy's beauty trap, and now they have taken advantage of you. Hurry up and fight. The general tried his best to adjust his state, and he didn't have time to argue with them, and hurriedly began to shout at everyone. But he never expected that it was not only the deputy general who was deceived by the beauty, but the others were also drunk, and they still had belly bands for provocation in their hands. How unreasonable. Good guy, at the critical moment, no one could be used. The general was so anxious at this moment that he was like an ant on a hot pot. But before he had extra time to think, the people outside rushed in and surrounded the general's army. Jiang Yifeng was at the front of the crowd, looking at the general with a cold gaze. With a hint of provocation, "General, how do you feel now?" Faced with this, the general was speechless for a moment, and could only grit his teeth and say, "I really didn't expect that the legendary god of war would be such a despicable villain." Haha, the so-called war is not without deception. The Air Force is also the one who leads the troops to fight. How can they not work all night? If you want to blame, you can only blame your lack of discipline, and now you are also tempted by beauty. This remark directly made him speechless. The general gritted his teeth, his heart full of unhappiness. Only when he looked at these sharp blades facing him did he realize that he had completely lost. At the same time, the prime minister, who was still hiding in the military camp and planned to share a piece of the pie, was also caught and brought over, and he was still furious. "You bunch of bastards, let me go." He originally wanted to use the general's hand to successfully solve Jiang Yifeng, but who knew that he would solve himself first. The general and the prime minister were both arrested, and everything was finally settled, and even the biggest hidden danger had been eradicated. After all these things were solved, the people in the court admired Jiang Yifeng and supported him even more. But Jiang Yifeng suddenly took out everything and announced in front of everyone, "Everyone, I have no intention of the throne of the court. Regarding this position, I will choose another good person, and you don't need to flatter me anymore." He always wanted to stay away from the hustle and bustle of the city, be a wild man in the fields, and wander around the world with his beloved woman. If he moved into the palace, I'm afraid that his ideals would never be realized in his lifetime, and he would have to deal with these tedious things, which was not like Jiang Yifeng's free and easy character. Before, it was just to stabilize a few faces, so he had to take this whole, but now there is no need for this. Everyone was shocked and a little panicked by this sudden remark. They felt mixed emotions. "Your Majesty, what nonsense are you talking about?" "Okay, don't call me Your Majesty from now on. I will carefully consider the succession to the new throne." In fact, according to his status, he was not qualified to inherit this position. This matter was settled, but the vacant position made several princes under his control eager to move. Chapter 310. Among the many princes, the prince's mother seemed particularly eager to make a move. She directly visited the third prince's mansion with gifts in private. "Princess, this is the best bird's nest, which is worth a lot of money. Just consider it as a little thought for you. And this, the golden silk brocade cloud segment." Concubine Zhang was so attentive that she sent all the things worth a lot of money. Just looking at these gifts, the two people did not intend to accept them. Instead, they pushed the things handed over back. "Concubine Zhang, we can't accept such a heavy gift. You should take it back and enjoy it yourself." Faced with this kind words, Concubine Zhang refused. She was slightly stunned. The smile on her face stopped abruptly, and she was a little horrified. Could it be that the prince and princess don't like it? "It's not that I don't like it, but some things can be seen visually, not these meaningless things that can make decisions." Xiaojiu's words were full of meaning, and they happened to hit the point. Concubine Zhang was slightly stunned, and naturally understood what was meant. She looked at Jiang Yifeng with a tangled look, but the other party nodded in agreement. "I think what the princess said is very reasonable. You can take these things back by yourself." After being rejected like this, Concubine Zhang naturally couldn't continue to pester with a thick skin, and could only leave in disgrace. But she felt a little uneasy, looking at the carefully prepared gifts, but she spent a lot of thought on them. But she didn't expect to be rejected. These two people are a little bit ungrateful. Their husband treated them with such care, but they were indifferent, and they took selfies to pretend to be noble. Thinking of the two people's unmoved faces, Concubine Zhang was holding back her anger, but she had nowhere to vent it. The little maid next to her quickly comforted her and said, "Your Majesty, please don't be angry anymore. We have to take our time with this matter. If you are any slower, someone will have already sat on the empty throne. What will our sixth prince do?" Nowadays, there are not many competitors in the palace. Only the second, fifth, and sixth princes are the most competitive. In order to make her son go further, Concubine Zhang naturally had to do some small actions to pave the way for the sixth prince. Who would have thought that they would not be able to make ends meet? With a heavy sigh, Concubine Zhang rubbed her forehead, and the maid next to her immediately pressed her shoulders for her. Inside the third prince's mansion, Xiaojiu couldn't help but look at Jiang Yifeng, who was drinking tea and drinking wine without making any statement about the matter. "Prince, Don't you have a suitable candidate for the throne? The king of this country should consider it again and again. But Jiang Yifeng's calm attitude always makes people feel a little uneasy. Facing these words, Jiang Yifeng put down his teacup and chuckled. I do have a candidate in mind, but whether he can handle this position depends on his own efforts. Such a statement made people a little puzzled, but facing Qiao Jiu's expectant eyes, Jiang Yifeng did not reveal a single word in advance. I'm afraid that if someone with ulterior motives heard it, the suitable candidate would be buried in peace. Until the next day, Jiang Yifeng specially summoned all the civil and military officials, and the scene was extremely spectacular. As the Prime Minister of the old army, he stepped forward and said with a little joy, Third Prince, have you thought it through, and are you planning to succeed the throne? Faced with these words, Jiang Yifeng crossed his hands and looked around the crowd, passing by the 6th prince and the 2nd prince, but suddenly stopped at the 5th prince. Then, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. 5th prince, please step out. Being called suddenly, the 5th prince was a little surprised, but he still obeyed and walked out. 3rd prince, what's the matter? 5th prince, you are proficient in both civil and military strategies, and you are sympathetic to the people. After repeated consideration, I have decided to entrust the great responsibility of this country to you. After a passionate speech, a eunuch holding a plate handed the jade seal directly to the 5th prince. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but take a breath, especially the 6th prince, who had coveted the throne for a long time, who was even more impatient at this moment. Why should the throne be given to him? How can he be compared to me? Even the 5th prince didn't expect that this thing would actually fall into his hands. Faced with this question, Jiang Yifeng sneered. This king has already investigated. I remember that when the 6th prince was traveling, he broke the legs of the people because they crashed into the carriage as a punishment. If you treat the people like this, do you think you can take over the world? It was just a simple little thing, but it instantly made the 6th prince speechless, and he couldn't stop angrily saying, Isn't it just a lowly commoner? How can you be sure that I don't have the ability to cure the country? 5th prince, you should explain to him. There are some things that this king can't do. Jiang Yifeng stepped back and handed the home court to the 5th prince. Faced with these words, the 5th prince was not intimidated at all. He looked at the 6th prince and said bluntly, Small things can reflect great ambitions. As a country supported by the people, you regard the people as ants. Do you think you can really see the state of this country's politics? The bombardment of words directly left people speechless. Most people chose to acquiesce to the 5th prince's status. After all, he was selected by Jiang Yifeng, but the remnants of the prime minister rebelled. As the right-hand man of the prime minister, how can he let him do what he wants at this moment? 3rd prince, I think this matter is a little inappropriate. The 5th prince is young and has not experienced state affairs. I am afraid that it is inappropriate to be so rash. I think the older 2nd prince is more suitable. Really? If the 2nd prince has this idea, I don't mind. Jiang Yifeng's eyes turned slightly and fell on the 2nd prince, but he shook his head and hurriedly declined. No need, at least I learned military strategy, and now I am crazy and protect the people. I don't understand civil affairs, so I can't be remembered in such a position. If he has this ability, Jiang Yifeng will naturally give priority to him, but it's a pity that the 2nd prince is not proficient in civil and military strategies. I am afraid that it will be easy for him to run the country, so he can only settle for the 2nd best and choose the 5th prince. After the 5th prince took over, he did not disappoint Jiang Yifeng's expectations. After eliminating the remnants of the prime minister, he first began to consolidate his position and build up his personal power. Soon he had some supporters. Concubine Zhang saw all this and was extremely anxious. I really didn't expect that the brat was so capable. It seems that we have been deceived by his appearance all these years. The 5th prince's biological mother had passed away long ago, and he had always been fostered by other concubines, and had never shown his talents. But who could have known that when he really reached this position, it would be so shocking? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Concubine Zhang couldn't calm down for a long time. She looked at the 6th prince next to her helplessly. Mother, please stop going around. It makes me dizzy. Instead of doing this, you might as well think of a solution. Think of a solution. Why don't you think of a solution? I've been so worried about you, but you don't even use your brain. No wonder you can't compete with others. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Concubine Zhang gave him a cold look, which made the 6th prince feel a little embarrassed, but suddenly she had an idea. By the way, since he is in high spirits now, why not marry him to him on the surface, at least let him be under our control? Faced with these words, Concubine Zhang nodded thoughtfully. You are rare to be smart. I will ask the emperor for instructions on this matter tomorrow. Concubine Zhang was very fast. When the emperor left the court, she went to visit him directly. On the surface, she was concerned about him, but in fact, she had ulterior motives. Your Majesty, this is your first time on the plane. You can't have someone in the harem. My niece and you are childhood sweethearts, and we look like a good match. How about your family's income into the harem? Hearing this, the emperor would not be so stupid as to have a spy come to his side to monitor him. At this moment, he declined politely. Thank you for your kindness, concubine, but my mind is now on the country, and I have no intention of anything else. Seeing that concubine Zhang wanted to say more, she asked someone to invite him away. After being turned away, concubine Zhang was a little depressed. This stinky boy, he was always submissive to me, but now he actually drove me out. He is really something. The more she thought about it, the more she felt dissatisfied. Concubine Zhang contacted her family's old subordinates privately, and borrowed their power to deliberately put pressure on the emperor in the court, forcing him to marry Princess Ping'an. Your Majesty, you have an important responsibility. In addition to managing family and national affairs, it is more important to reproduce offspring and ensure the bloodline of our dynasty, so this harem cannot be left without people. That's right, please make a decision as soon as possible. The continuous voices gave the emperor a headache. He subconsciously rubbed his temples, and couldn't do anything about them for a while. After taking a deep breath, he reluctantly said, Enough, my dear ministers, what you said makes sense. If that's the case, then I will. The emperor was too stressed, and was about to agree, but Jiang Yifeng next to him directly blocked his words. Your Majesty, the third term of the late emperor has just passed. According to the rules, he should observe mourning for 3 years, and not hold weddings. I'm afraid it's not appropriate to take in a harem now. As soon as these words came out, it was clear that he was doing it openly with those people. The emperor was slightly stunned and nodded quickly. What the prince said makes sense. But how could that group of people let it go easily? At this moment, they confronted Jiang Yifeng on the spot. How could Jiang Yifeng not know who these people were instructed by? Looking at the smug, the sixth prince suddenly said, Instead of organizing a wedding, I think the sixth prince should be considered the most. After all, he is now over the active age, but he has no status, which is really inappropriate. Chapter 311. Jiang Yifeng recommended some fiefdoms for the sixth prince, and transferred him away from Huancheng, so as to prevent him from making trouble here. How could the sixth prince not know the deep meaning of these words? If he really accepted this fiefdom, he would never be able to be the emperor in this life. At this moment, he hurriedly said in panic, No, the emperor has said that it is the mourning period for my father now, and I am willing to mourn for my father for 3 years, and not go anywhere. Once this was said, people would take it, and he had no choice. However, using this excuse of mourning for his wife, neither side achieved their goals, and it was not a loss. Concubine Zhang was a little annoyed. This fifth prince is not a big deal, but the third prince beside him always gives him advice, which is really annoying. It would have been fine if he didn't accept his gift at the beginning, but now he is helping the emperor to oppose them, which is obviously intentional. After thinking about it, concubine Zhang simply spread rumors in the capital, saying that the emperor actually deliberately launched a coup and obtained the throne by despicable means. This matter was heard by the emperor in a blink of an eye, and he was furious at the moment. It's absurd. Who is so bold to say such nonsense? If this matter is confirmed or heard by someone with ulterior motives, it will really be infamous for thousands of years. With a bit of panic, the emperor did not dare to neglect it, and quickly sent someone to say, Hurry up and investigate for me to see who is so daring to spread such nonsense. However, after this investigation, it was somewhat unexpected. Under concubine Zhang's arrangement, all the evidence actually pointed to Jiang Yifeng. Looking at the guard kneeling on the ground, the emperor shook his head in disbelief. How is this possible? The third prince has always been loyal to me and taken care of Yojia, and has also made many suggestions in the court. How could he spread such rumors? Is he mistaken? The emperor still saw how good Jiang Yifeng was to him, so he was not so confused as to be blind. Faced with these words, the guards shook their heads repeatedly, reporting to the emperor, There is solid evidence that this matter was indeed done by the third prince, and there is absolutely no lie. This made it even more incredible. He took a deep breath and saw the emperor waving his hand. Okay, suppress the rumors outside first. There is no need to make this matter public. I will solve it myself. The emperor specially set up a small banquet in the pavilion and invited Jiang Yifeng to come and drink and have fun together. Looking at the singer playing the piano in front of him, Jiang Yifeng was not moved at all as usual, but instead aroused the emperor's interest. Faced with such a beauty, the prince is still indifferent. It seems that his mood is very determined. Your Majesty also knows that he already has a beautiful wife at home, and people are just passing clouds and smoke. Why bother to look at her more and make people upset? This is said frankly, and I am afraid that many men will feel inferior. The emperor was speechless for a while, and saved the scene of eating dog food. He coughed lightly, and couldn't help thinking about the rumors. He suddenly stood up with a wine glass, and took the initiative to bend over to toast Jiang Yifeng. Prince, these days, thanks to you, you have been assisting me, so that I can stabilize my position. This glass is a thank you. The sudden move made people a little unbelievable. Jiang Yifeng quickly stood up and lifted him up. Your Majesty, don't be so polite. This will be embarrassing, Wei Chen. Such a servile attitude is not what an emperor should do. Jiang Yifeng narrowed his eyes slightly, with a speculative attitude. But the fifth prince was still unyielding, and his tone was even more humble. Third prince, I also know that if it weren't for you, I would have no chance to rule this country. In the future, I will have to ask you to take care of me. If I do anything wrong, I hope that the third prince can point it out clearly. The meaning of this sentence is that the emperor completely regards himself as a puppet emperor, and does everything according to Jiang Yifeng's instructions. He feels humble to the dust. In this way, Jiang Yifeng also found a clue. Is the emperor wary of me? After all, the king is most afraid of being overshadowed by his achievements. Now Jiang Yifeng is in the limelight, and he is supporting him, which inevitably gives people such an uneasy illusion. After thinking for a while, Jiang Yifeng quickly took a step back and bowed with both hands. Please think about it, Huang Xiaomo. In my heart, your Majesty is the best candidate to govern the country. If not, I would not recommend you. Jiang Yifeng's concession expressed his respect and loyalty to the fullest. The emperor saw it, and felt a little relieved. Nodding with satisfaction, he smiled and said, since the prince said so, I will accept it with peace of mind. I only hope that we can create a harmonious world together. After greeting each other, Jiang Yifeng returned to the mansion leisurely, but just as he stepped into the door, Qiao Jiao ran over and said, Prince, you were suddenly called into the palace today. Did the emperor make trouble for you? This was a very accurate guess. Jiang Yifeng frowned slightly, and tilted his head in surprise. How did you know? Of course I know. When I went to the tea house to drink tea today, guess what I heard? Qiao Jiao deliberately kept people in suspense, which aroused some curiosity. Seeing Jiang Yifeng's puzzled look, Qiao Jiao told all the rumors spread by concubine Zhang. Those people now think that you instigated the emperor to usurp the throne. It's really unpleasant. They have a lot of complaints about you, and even the emperor is no exception. So that's the case. No wonder the emperor's behavior today is so strange. It seems that he was instigated by the beating. Jiang Yifeng now understands it thoroughly. He rubs his hands slightly as if he is considering himself, but Qiao Jiao is anxious. Have you explained it clearly to the emperor? He didn't know about this matter at the time. He just thought that the emperor was unintentionally testing him. Who knew that it turned out that the matter had been laid out long ago? At this moment, he shook his head, but said slowly, since concubine Zhang is restless first, then I will treat her in her own way. Jiang Yifeng hooked his finger at Qiao Jiao, and whispered softly in his ear for a while. Qiao Jiao agreed with these words. As expected of a prince, you can always think of a way. I will do as you say. According to Jiang Yifeng's instructions, Qiao Jiao went to the health club and gave orders to buy off several people to take care of their business. At the same time, he occasionally talked about the news about the sixth prince's ill intentions. These words were heard by the wives of those gossipy dignitaries, and naturally kept in mind. This matter soon became a commotion among the ministers, and naturally it could not escape the ears of the emperor. In the court, the emperor was furious, staring at the sixth prince, and now he had nowhere to hide. Why is the emperor staring at me like this? Is there something on my face? The sixth prince wiped his face, not knowing the seriousness of the matter at this moment, but with a bit of sarcasm. However, this time was different from the past. Seeing the emperor suddenly roared, It's ridiculous. I have heard about the outside things. Not only did you not explain it, but you made fun of it here. You really have no respect for the inferior. With this angry roar, the hearts of others trembled, and looking at the sixth prince at this moment, they had to admire his courage. The inexplicable scene made people feel a little unbelievable. The sixth prince frowned slightly, and stared at those people blankly, not knowing why. Not only what happened, but why are you all like this? It is rumored that the sixth prince has coveted the throne for a long time. Now that the emperor is sitting on the throne, you have many uneasy movements in private. Jiang Yifeng added a knife appropriately, which made the sixth prince panic. It's simply nonsense. How could I do such a thing? I did have some movements in private, so how could I admit it in front of everyone? But this panic attitude has already made people guess 70% or 80%. It seems that the rumors in the outside world are indeed true. The sixth prince is really too absurd. The whispered discussions in the crowd made the sixth prince a little frightened. The emperor looked at the sixth prince and suddenly said, "What else do you have to explain now? No, this is clearly a naked injustice. So do you think that the people and the civil and military officials are all wronging you?" With this sonorous roar, people were speechless. The sixth prince could not bear the psychological pressure and said quickly, "Your Majesty, please don't misunderstand me. I really don't have such thoughts. Words are not enough. Do you think you don't have it?" As the emperor pressed on step by step, the sixth prince gritted his teeth tightly, and there was really no way out. He took a deep breath and knelt down directly. "In order to prove my innocence, I am willing to accept the back cover, and please transfer me out of the imperial city." As the voice fell, Jiang Yifeng's goal was achieved at this moment, and he was quite happy in his heart. The emperor nodded in satisfaction. "Since this is the case, you took the initiative to ask for it, so let you go to Yucheng and perform your duties faithfully." This matter was settled, and the sixth prince was not causing any trouble at the moment, and he obeyed the emperor's orders obediently. 3 days later, it was time for the sixth prince to leave. But concubine Zhang was a little unwilling, and at the same time reluctant, so she specially arranged a banquet for the sixth prince and invited everyone. "Now my son is also going to Yucheng. I'm afraid he will never be able to go against the emperor again. Are you happy now?" Concubine Zhang's words were a bit sarcastic, and the meaning was self-evident. Chapter 312. These words were as sharp as a knife, and it was really uncomfortable to hear them. Xiaojiu rolled her eyes slightly, but she didn't care. Instead, she spoke more flamboyantly. "I thought you were brothers, but I didn't expect that after the emperor took this position, he would ignore family affection and send his brother Yuan to guard the border city in order to consolidate his power. It was really cruel." Seeing concubine Zhang fiddling with the grapes in her hand, the corners of her rosy mouth raised an exaggerated arc, the sarcasm was self-evident, and it was a bit uncomfortable to see. Xiaojiu frowned slightly, feeling a little unhappy. He glanced at the silent emperor and felt a little impatient. "My lord, the sixth prince has bad intentions, which is known to everyone. Now the rumors are spreading everywhere. Since they are brothers, why would the sixth prince do such a despicable thing?" The words directly made the other party speechless. Concubine Zhang was speechless for a while, and the grape she was fiddling with in her hand paused instantly. Unable to stop the resentment in her heart, she accidentally squeezed the grape and crushed it, making her hands full of sticky juice, but she didn't care about these details at the moment. Gritting her teeth, concubine Zhang also looked at Xiaojiu without showing any weakness. Seeing Jiang Yifeng next to him, she couldn't help but feel a wave of waves in her heart. "What are you showing off? Aren't you relying on the support of the third prince? Neither of them is a good thing." Take a deep breath, thinking about the scene of being scolded just now. Concubine Zhang pondered for a moment, and suddenly thought of something. Try hard to suppress the anger in your heart, and suddenly laughed abnormally. "The princess has to interfere in the affairs of the royal family. I'm afraid she has too much free time recently. I heard that the prince has no other concubines besides you. It's really not suitable. My Princess Ping'an is still unmarried and of the same age. I wonder if the prince is interested." Princess Ping'an is a woman coveted by many people in the capital. Whether it is talent or appearance, it is beyond the reach of many men. Concubine Zhang originally wanted to marry her to the emperor as his spy, but who knew that the emperor actually found an excuse to escape from the Fusang. If this is the case, then arranging her next to Jiang Yifeng seems to be the same. Stroking her chin slightly, concubine Zhang carefully weighed Jiang Yifeng, who was sitting calmly, but couldn't help but sarcastically, "What man doesn't cheat? The cat is just a hypocrite. Facing such a tigress for a long time, I'm afraid you have been tired of it. How could you refuse my kindness now?" With a confident attitude, Jiang Yifeng suddenly chuckled as soon as he finished speaking. "Concubine Zhang is too polite. It's just that you have a good wife at home. I'm afraid other people are not worthy of your eyes. It's better to leave it to your sixth prince." This statement is not only a rejection of concubine Zhang, but also a disguised humiliation of her. "What are you talking about, your majesty? They are cousins, and my children don't have this blessing." He laughed awkwardly twice, and even Princess Ping'an, who was innocently named, felt a little uneasy at this moment. "I haven't even married yet, but I'm being tossed around like trash. Don't I have any face? Really? Aren't the princess and the emperor cousins? Concubine Zhang didn't care about anything at the time. Besides, Concubine Zhang seems to like the princess very much. If no one wants the princess, why not let the sixth prince have her? The man's words were light, but they were full of fatal irony. Xiao Jiao, who was staring at him, felt a little ashamed of himself. You're so mean, so mean! I never realized that this guy is not only good at fighting, but also has such a sharp tongue. Concubine Zhang blushed and felt embarrassed at the moment. On the contrary, Princess Pingyan finally lost her temper and quickly put a fist to her mouth. Ahem. Your Majesty is joking. Auntie just wants to find a good man for me. If it's not suitable, there's no need to force it, right, Auntie? Princess Pingyan gave Concubine Zhang a look. At this moment, as long as she said a word of refusal, the relationship between the two would be completely gone. Faced with this, Concubine Zhang could only nod her head, but she was suppressed by Xiao Jiao and his wife, and was slapped in the face by her niece. She didn't know where to put her thin face. Damn it! The anger of Concubine Zhang rushed directly into her brain. At this moment, she seemed to be a little impatient. She slapped the table and stood up suddenly, holding her hands, and said, Your Majesty, I feel a little uncomfortable. Let's end today's banquet. After leaving this sentence, he left here so openly without any permission. You know, this banquet was held by her. Now that the host has left, it is naturally embarrassing for others to stay here. I really didn't expect that Concubine Zhang would be so arrogant. It seems that she is not an easy character to deal with. Looking at the other party's figure leaving angrily, Jiao did not have much sense of accomplishment. Instead, he looked at this embarrassing scene with a heartache, and his heart could not calm down for a long time. Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng's eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything. But after 7 days, the emperor's mourning period has ended. As the saying goes, a country cannot be without a monarch for a day, so how can the monarch's harem be empty? The ministers petitioned the emperor to open a harem to continue his offspring. Of the 3 princes who entered the palace, one was not interested in being an official, and the other was transferred to the frontier. If the emperor had any accidents again, I am afraid that he would not even be able to find a successor. The emperor seemed a little reluctant about this matter. Privately, Jiang Yifeng pulled him to drink together, and mentioned the matter of selecting concubines. Your Majesty, now is extremely turbulent. If you can marry a powerful wife, it will surely be a great help to stabilize your position. What do you think? The sudden words surprised the emperor. Do you think so too? If the emperor wants to sit in this position, he must make a choice, and he can't be as willful as before. Although he knew that he was obsessed with government affairs, and had no interest in women, some things were not something he could control alone. After such consolation, the emperor could only nod and compromise in the end. Since the prince took the initiative to mention this matter, I guess you have already found a suitable candidate. Why not tell me? This time the emperor was quite smart. Jiang Yifeng nodded, and directly mentioned the daughter of the Minister of Revenue, and the daughter of the General. The Minister of Revenue and the General are both in the court and in the court. If their daughters can be included in the harem and favored, then they will be both good inside and outside, and there will be no need to worry about those who are interested and covet them too much. Jiang Yifeng's words woke him up. The emperor stroked his chin and nodded thoughtfully. This is good. If the prime minister and the minister can help, Concubine Zhang should be quieter. After all, Concubine Zhang is now in the court, and has quite a few connections and strength of her own, so he dared not act rashly against Concubine Zhang. At this moment, after such a proposal, it happened to be deeply rooted in people's hearts. According to Jiang Yifeng's request, the emperor really summoned both women into the harem, and both women were made concubines, which can be said to be an incomparable honor. After all, being able to have such a high position just after entering the palace can be regarded as giving enough face to the general and the minister. However, on the day of the wedding, the emperor used the wine in his hand to constantly get close to the general and the minister. But he found that the two of them were respectful to Jiang Yifeng, much more respectful than himself. Why do these two people respect the 3 kings so much? In their eyes, am I not as good as a little prince? It's a bit incredible. While the emperor was entertaining these people, he was praying for Nanan in his heart. Thinking about it again, the 2 women who were suddenly recommended by Jiang Yifeng and stuffed into his side, he couldn't help but think too much for a while. There have been rumors of his ill intentions before. Could it be that he has specially used the excuse of inserting 2 women to insist on his true every move? With such thoughts, Huang Sheng's heart could not help but become nervous. Under the push of everyone, he entered a person's bedroom in a daze. However, facing the beautiful and silent daughter of the Shangshu, the emperor seemed a little impatient. Don't touch me. Facing these words, Shufei was a little surprised. Your Majesty, what's wrong with you? Did I do something wrong? It's not that she did something wrong, but the person who recommended her was wrong. While thinking about concubine Shu, the emperor would not offend her rashly because she had the Shanshu as her backer. However, she still had a dislike on her face, and sat down at the table with her sleeves swung. He stared at concubine Shu, who was eager to try with vigilance. She was obviously a pretty beauty in red makeup. At this moment, there was no desire in his eyes, but more boredom and disgust. Such an inexplicable behavior really made people confused. Concubine Shu sat opposite the emperor so quietly, and the atmosphere was really awkward. Seeing concubine Shu, who was staring at him without resting, the emperor couldn't hold his temper and became more and more angry. You stay here alone, go out for a walk. This is so ridiculous. On the wedding night, he actually left the bride alone in the room. This is clearly to embarrass her? Concubine Shu stood up quickly, with the last bit of expectation. Your Majesty, can you please not leave? But the moment the words fell, the other party had already slammed the door and left, and found a secluded place to sit down. In the distance, concubine Zhang, who saw all this, couldn't help but laugh. See, isn't the opportunity here? With a playful attitude, concubine Zhang yawned slightly and glanced at the maid next to her. Go, it seems that the only person who can get the emperor's favor today is you. Chapter 313. Bai Yao, holding the wine, went straight to the emperor. With her graceful figure, oval-shaped pretty face, and delicate and upright facial features, she looked like a lifeless Western woman. Because of his wild suspicion, the emperor felt a little drunk after drinking a few glasses of wine. His head was dizzy, and he happened to hear a soft voice coming over. Your Majesty, today is the wedding night. Why are you drunk here alone? The soft voice made people feel amorous, and attracted the emperor's attention. When he turned around, he saw Bai Yao standing in front of him in a green dress. She was obviously wearing the clothes of a palace maid, but it highlighted a different taste. Who are you? He narrowed his eyes slightly, and his real face was a little unfamiliar. He had never seen such a beautiful palace maid before. Your Majesty, I am a new maid in the palace. Today, there is a wedding banquet, and I am serving at the banquet. Now I am planning to get some wine for the adults. Bai Yao said it lightly. Seeing him lower his eyes slightly, his cheeks were stained with a blush, which made him look more charming. The emperor nodded thoughtfully, which left a good impression. However, he subconsciously wanted to pick up the wine pot, but found that he had drunk it all. His eyes fell on the wine glass in Bai Yao's hand. No need to send them wine. Leave this pot of wine for me to drink. Without waiting for the other party to agree, the emperor took the wine pot directly and drank it by himself. Seeing this, Bai Yao stepped forward, lowered her body slightly, and deliberately blew a breath in his ear. Your Majesty, it is not a good thing for you to drink alone. Why don't you accompany you to drink? This charming voice seemed to have a fatal charm, and the slow fragrance emanating from Bai Yao could not help but make people feel a little intoxicated. After just one glass of wine, the slightly dizzy head became more and more blurred at this moment, and he could not help but nodded, and even the matter of the difference between the superior and the inferior was thrown behind the emperor's mind. Okay, then let's drink together, and forget all the worries. The emperor patted the table, and pulled him directly to sit next to her. Feeling the woman with a smile, the wine in his hand went into his stomach one cup after another. The moon was fading. Bai Yao supported the emperor's arm with one hand, and brought him into the room. Your Majesty, be careful. The lights in the room were slightly lit that night, and the movement inside was really not small. It was almost noon when someone knocked on the door. Your Majesty, are you awake? If you don't wake up now, it will be too late. An old woman came with a white handkerchief in her hand. If she came to collect things at this moment, it would be unlucky if she missed the time. But no one expected that the emperor's experience would be so vigorous. It was just a beauty, but he could toss until noon. Hearing the movement from outside, the emperor slightly relaxed his eyelids, raised his head for a moment, and rubbed his temples that were a little sore. What's going on? Why do I feel dizzy and so exhausted? As his body twisted slightly, the emperor tried to sit up, but when his elbow just raised, he suddenly touched a smooth touch beside him, which made him a little panic. He suddenly retracted his hand, and saw a naked woman lying next to him, sleeping sweetly with a faint smile on her lips. She was beautiful, but when would there be such a person in his bed? Who are you? The emperor looked at her warily with a bit of surprise, a little panicked and at a loss. As if awakened by the sound, Bai Yao rubbed her sleepy eyes, raised her eyelids and glanced at the emperor, but couldn't help but smile. Your Majesty, have you forgotten? Yesterday we talked all night, and you said you liked me. The words left no impression on people. The emperor rubbed his brows, and remembered a little bit of details. He was drunk yesterday, so why did he have such a one-night stand? It was also a bit unexpected. After everything was sorted out, he quickly waved his hand and said, "Okay, put on your clothes first." The two dressed neatly and went out together, but after opening the door, the old woman outside was so surprised that she couldn't speak. Seeing this strange woman, she was stunned for a moment. "Your Majesty, who is this person? Shouldn't it be Concubine Shu? Why is it?" When Concubine Shu was mentioned, the emperor couldn't help but think of Jiang Yifeng in his mind. At this moment, he was full of anger and ordered, "From now on, she is Concubine Yu." This statement was finalized, and Bai Yao was secretly happy in her heart. At this moment, she was more attentive to the emperor. In order to avoid contact with the other two concubines, and give Jiang Yifeng the opportunity to inquire about himself, the emperor put most of his thoughts on refuting the rumors. As time went by, they fell in love and couldn't let go. As the favor of Bai Ru increased, it caused some dissatisfaction to Concubine Shu and De Fei. They could only report it to the third prince, but it was a pity that it was useless. On the contrary, after Bai Yao was favored, she became more and more arrogant and domineering. Under the instruction of Concubine Zhang, she brought Xiao Jiuzhao into the palace to take care of her skin. "Princess, this Yu Fei is really too ignorant. He doesn't even look at his background. He dares to let you take care of her skin personally?" At the beginning, only the Queen Mother had this honor. Others, except for those who volunteered to make drinks, no one had such courage to force her. Now, that Concubine Yu is so ungrateful. I'm afraid she doesn't know who she is after being favored for a few days. Faced with the indignation of the two maids, Xiaojiu didn't take it seriously. He comforted them casually. "Okay, you two should say less. There are many people in the palace, and it's not good for others to hear it. As the saying goes, if you come, you should make the best of it. Since Concubine Yu is in favor now, she is naturally not the one who can be offended." At the same time, Xiaojiu also visited the other two concubines by the way, and finally came to Bai Yao's bedroom. Seeing that she was dressing in front of the mirror, she ignored his arrival at all, which was really arrogant. "My lady, didn't you say that you wanted me to take care of you? I don't know when it will start." Xiaojiu smiled at her patiently, just afraid that he didn't know what was good for him. After hearing this, Bai Yao finally turned around and gave him a cold look, and continued with an arrogant attitude. "Why are you in such a hurry? Can't you see that I'm dressing up? Can it be that waiting for a while will cost you your life?" Bai Yao rolled her eyes while speaking. I don't know who she learned this bad habit from. Xiaojiu seemed a little impatient. He was not willing to be humiliated by him. He raised his mouth slightly, and said harshly with a very polite attitude, "It's not necessary, but you are not qualified. After all, a little humble maid, who just climbed onto the dragon bed, and became a phoenix for one night, how could she think of herself as a person?" Faced with these words, Pai Rua was speechless for a moment, and stood up from her seat angrily, like a chicken with its feathers blown off, generally unable to control her excitement. "Say it again if you have the guts. Then listen to this, princess. We, the three princes' mansion, have all shown favors to the emperor, not to mention you, a pheasant that has turned into a phoenix. I came here to give you face, but if you don't flatter me again, don't blame me for turning my face and being ruthless. When it comes to being rude, he has never lost. After all, he has traveled all over the country, and encountered all kinds of people. This is not the first time he has encountered such a tricky person." However, these words almost made him angry to death. At this moment, he looked around and wanted to throw something, but the thing was precious, and he was reluctant to part with it. He simply screamed at the maid next to him, "What are you two still doing here? Don't you see that this woman is so arrogant that she is rude to this palace? Hurry up and grab her and slap her in the face." After hearing these words, the two maids were about to take action, but before they could take a step forward, the maid next to Xiaojiu was a little unhappy. She stepped forward and drew out the dagger in her hand. "You dare to try. These two maids are not ordinary." Jiang Yifeng specially selected them, and placed them beside Xiaojiu for personal protection. Now, if someone wants to cross the line, he will not let them go easily. Seeing the sharp edge of the knife, the two maids who were ready to move stopped in their tracks instantly. They looked at Bai Yao with a little more fear and entanglement, a little scared. "Madam, look at this. How can you bring a knife in? According to the rules, except for the specially authorized people in the palace, no one else is allowed to bring such things, let alone two women." Facing these words, Xiaojiu twisted his wrist slightly, but a sarcastic smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "This is the prince's people, the emperor's special permission. If you have the ability, go to the emperor to complain, and see who he will help." This smug attitude directly made people speechless. Oh, you are so arrogant. I don't believe that the emperor can't punish you. With a resentful attitude, Bai Yao turned around and said angrily, Come here. Ask the emperor to come over and let him be the master of the house for me. But after inviting the emperor over, he learned the whole story. The emperor looked at Bai Yao with a complicated expression and suddenly shouted in a low voice, Why are you so unruly? The princess is noble. How can you let him come to take care of you in person, and even want to do something to her? But, Your Majesty, what I am entangled with is that they brought knives into the palace. This is a serious crime. Bai Yao wronged herself, squirmed her eyes, and tried to make herself more pitiful. Chapter 314. Faced with Bai Yao's crying, the emperor had his own considerations. He glared at her coldly at this moment. This is something I tacitly approve. What are you doing here now? You even want to attack the third princess. I think you are a little ungrateful. This sonorous and powerful scolding made Bai Yao shut her mouth instantly, but now she seemed a little confused. Your Majesty. Enough, apologized to the third princess quickly. Shaking the woman's arm, the emperor seemed to favor Qiaojiu, which made Bai Yao a little embarrassed at this moment. Gritting her teeth, she did not dare to act rashly under the emperor's majesty, and could only apologize to Qiaojiu shyly. I'm sorry, third princess, I have offended you before. Please forgive me generously. The tone was full of reluctance, but since it was in front of the emperor, Qiaojiu had to give some face. He could only shake his head. I hope concubine you will curb her arrogant temper in the future, otherwise she won't be able to stay in this deep palace for long. After leaving this warning, Qiaojiu planned to leave, but didn't want to get entangled with him here, lest it disturb her mind. The emperor stopped her. Wait, third princess, the western regions have recently supplied a batch of fine silk cloth. Why don't you bring one back? Just consider it as my apology to you on behalf of concubine you. Regardless of whether Qiaojiu agreed or not, the emperor directly asked someone to take the things out, which was an act of forced buying and selling. Qiaojiu couldn't refuse the emperor's face, so she had no choice but to accept it. But the one behind her finally lost her temper as soon as she left. Looking at the disappearing figure, she cried in grievance in front of the emperor. Your Majesty, why do you favor that woman? Do you know how arrogant she was just now? She didn't take me seriously at all, and she was sharp in her words. Looking at Bai Yao wiping her tears, and looking so pitiful, the emperor felt pain in his heart. He patted her shoulder and comforted her with heartache. Okay, I'm not biased towards her, but the court is unstable, and the third prince is the only one in power. If I offend the third prince's wife, he will complain later, and then I will be in trouble? If it weren't for this concern, how could the emperor be so patient and try to please her, and send out the batch of silk cloth for the attack on the western regions? You know, I haven't had time to enjoy the treatment of that batch of cloth, but now I have to give it to others in a blink of an eye. It's really aggrieved. Faced with this, Bai Yao nodded thoughtfully. It turns out that the emperor has always remembered the three princes, so this matter will be easier to handle, right? With a little smugness, Bai Yao couldn't help but exaggerate it, magnifying the emperor's fear of Jiang Yifeng. But now that he has ascended the throne, he has no overwhelming power, so he can only choose to swallow his anger. But the vigilance in his heart has not dissipated for a long time. He turned the jade ring in his hand and looked into the distance, but he couldn't help but have a little more calculation in his heart. Third prince. The scene changed, inside the third prince's mansion. Qiaojiu had already brought back those precious cloths, but Jiang Yifeng's face was not very good. Is this a reward from the emperor? Isn't it? I feel bad not to accept it. Qiaojiu didn't care about this kind of stuff, but felt that the emperor was so overly attentive and flattering, as if he was deliberately guarding against them. Jiang Yifeng's face darkened slightly. Qiaojiu saw a clue, and hurriedly asked, Wang Yin, why are you suddenly unhappy? Don't you like these things? Not really, it's just that the emperor seems to be a bit helpless. Today, General Li and the Shangshu came to visit together, and they all said that the emperor was bewitched by that Bai Yao, who was not the daughter of Wu Xinyu. Now Bai Yao is a bold and reckless person, and she actually asked you to take care of her in person. I'm afraid she is not a good person. The emperor is so confused about right and wrong, and can't see the overall situation. It's really worrying. As he said, he couldn't help but sigh heavily, touching the tea that had been cold for half a day. Jiang Yifeng couldn't let go of the entanglement in his heart for a long time. Any normal person can understand the pros and cons, but the emperor is too wary of him. But he did not treat him as his own, but was cautious, and now he is flattering him. I am afraid that if things continue to develop in the long run, when the emperor's situation stabilizes in the future, the first person to deal with will be those who are more powerful than the emperor. After listening to his analysis, Xiaojiu was also a little surprised. The emperor does look a little confused now. I just hope he can trust us as soon as possible, and it will be good for us to be more open-minded. Don't say so much. There is no point in saying too much. Everyone can talk about military affairs, but if there is no time to use it, it is just empty talk. Time passed slowly, and the New Year's Eve was approaching. This event could be regarded as a celebration for all. However, because of the political changes, the treasury was not particularly abundant, so Jiang Yifeng still advocated frugality on how to celebrate New Year's Eve. Your Majesty, we have just experienced a war, and the people's mood is not stable. In addition, the treasury is not abundant. If we can start with frugality at this moment, we could also save some money for emergencies. The other ministers listened and nodded repeatedly, slightly agreeing. What the third prince said is not unreasonable. Please let the emperor make the decision. Faced with all the ministers who were centered around Jiang Yifeng and followed his ideas, the emperor felt somewhat unwilling. I am the emperor. Why do they all favor the third prince? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, but he could do nothing about it. Faced with everyone who supported Jiang Yifeng's choice without reservation, even if the emperor wanted to hold a big party, he couldn't go against the civil and military officials at this moment. He had to grit his teeth and said, what everyone said makes sense. If that's the case, this year's New Year's Eve will be simple, but low-key and luxurious. This decision was well received by everyone, but after the court session, the emperor could not control his anger and cursed loudly at the no man's land. This Jiang Yifeng is getting more and more arrogant. Now I don't even have the chance to make a decision. Everything has to go according to his ideas. I feel that being the emperor is really aggrieved, and is almost the same as a puppet. Please calm down, Your Majesty. Now the third prince has a large army, and is admired by many people in the court. If you rashly go against him at this moment, I'm afraid it will be inappropriate. The male dog behind him came up. It would have been better if he didn't say anything. The more he talked, the more angry he became. Enough, no need to say more. The emperor turned around and glared at him coldly. He was afraid that he would not be able to control his excitement if he listened any more, so he went directly to the direction of the bedroom. It was also New Year's Eve. Although Xiaojiu was from the third prince's mansion, she couldn't forget her parents' family after having a husband's family. She made a box of cakes, and planned to go home to see Qiao Ming. Seeing Xiaojiu packed her bag, Jiang Yifeng was reluctant to leave, but still had an unnecessary worry. He suddenly held her busy hand. Why don't I accompany you to see your father-in-law? I haven't seen him for some time. Hearing this, it was a bit unbelievable. Xiaojiu turned around in confusion, looking at her with a little more puzzlement. Now the court is turbulent. The emperor's foundation is not stable. Don't you have to stay to assist him? Is it inappropriate to go back with me? It is because the emperor is too suspicious, and is always on guard against Jiang Yifeng. Now he doesn't like him at all, so Jiang Yifeng also wants to take this opportunity to disappear with her, for a while, to reduce the emperor's vigilance against him. So that's the case, that's good, let father be happy later, so that our family can be reunited. Xiaojiu was more than happy, his mind was shocked, and he hurriedly said attentively, I go help you pack up. After greeting the emperor respected Jiang Yifeng's decision very much, and let him go back to his hometown. Since the rebellion in the capital ended, Qiao Ming has handed over the shop to others, and returned to the countryside. The old house is surrounded by mountains and rivers, and every day is pleasant. Xiaojiu and Jiang Yifeng traveled for a whole day and night before finally arriving at Laozhai. Seeing the beautiful mountains and clear waters here, the gurgling water echoed in the ears, like a beautiful ballad, and the dense jungle was as beautiful as a painting. I have supervised the prosperity of Kyoto, and now I see the beautiful mountains and clear waters, which I feel is unique. Xiaojiu stretched slightly, and at this moment he was quite happy. Haha, let's go quickly. If we delay here for a while, it will be difficult to travel when it gets dark. Jiang Yifeng showed a happy look on his face, gently took Changzhou's hand, and took her up the mountain. Because the mountain road was steep, the walking was somewhat unsatisfactory, and the two were cautious with every step. But just as they entered the forest, in addition to the birds and beasts around, the two suddenly heard a subtle sound. Wait a minute, did you hear any strange sounds, like someone is crying? Xiaojiu quickly held the man's arm, and stopped where he was, concentrating and holding his breath to listen to the situation around him. Facing this, Jiang Yifeng nodded in agreement. It sounds like a child crying. Let's go and take a look. The two looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a cheetah staring at a child in the distance, approaching with a fierce look, obviously intending to treat him as a meal. Not good. Xiao Jiuxuan felt that something was wrong, and at this moment, he frowned and wanted to step forward, but was held back by Jiang Yifeng behind him. Are you crazy? How dare you confront this thing head-on? Chapter 315. After such a reminder, Xiao Jiu realized how impulsive his behavior was just now. If he rushed forward rashly, he might not be able to save the child, but would lose his life. At this moment, he hurriedly stopped, but looking at the leopard that was gradually approaching the child, he became more and more panicked. What should we do now? If we are one step later, the child might be in the fangs of others. Jiang Yifeng and Chen Sa were happy for a moment, and their eyes suddenly turned, but they found that the hare that was eating next to them was very arrogant at the moment, and suddenly smiled. Isn't this the best bait? The man held a stone in his hand, and his move was extremely fast, hitting the rabbit directly. The rabbit was frightened and rushed out without falling, which just attracted the attention of the leopard. The rabbit meat is much more fragrant than that of people who have never eaten it. The leopard chased after it, and quickly bit the rabbit, holding it in its mouth and leaving quickly. Seeing this scene, Xiao Jiu couldn't help but look at him with admiration. Prince, you are really smart. Haha, don't you see whose husband you are? It's the wife's cleverness that's contagious. The two were flattering each other and showing their affection, and then they heard the crying of the child, and then they realized their current situation. The two did not dare to neglect and rushed towards the child. The child looked only 10 years old, and there was a blood spot on his leg. It should be that he hit his knee when running away. Xiao Jiu squatted down quickly, and he wanted to check his wound for him, but you saw that the other party took a step back vigilantly and stopped crying, but he couldn't cover up the fear brought by the tears on his face. You, don't come over. Don't be afraid, we are not bad people. Didn't we just save your life? Xiao Jiu patiently calmed her down. Looking at the wound that was bleeding, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. I threatened the child directly. If you don't treat this wound, it will get infected and your leg will be broken. Are you sure you want to be so stubborn? When the child heard that his waist and legs were broken, he couldn't hold his temper, and could only follow them back to the old house. After simply treating the child's wound, Xiao Jiu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the bones were not injured, otherwise the leg would really be broken. By the way, why did you appear on the mountain? Looking at the ragged clothes the child wore, with patches of all sizes on his body, he didn't look like a young master from a rich family. However, he didn't run to such a dangerous place alone. After carefully observing for a while, the child didn't say a word. Instead, he was wary of them. After healing the wound, he kept a safe distance from them. Such a distant attitude made people feel helpless. If you don't tell us, we can only take you to the official uniform and help you find your family. There is no way. It is impossible to raise this child. He is so young today. His parents at home are probably very worried. After hearing this, the child panicked and shook his head. Don't send me back, I will die. This made people a little puzzled. What do you mean by dying? What nonsense are you talking about? Xiao Jiu frowned slightly, vaguely feeling the simplicity of this matter. Faced with repeated questioning, the child's psychological defense line was gradually disintegrated. He could only sniff and tell his own story. It turns out that the child's name is Zhang Heng, and he is the illegitimate child of the Zhang family. However, he has never been welcomed and suffered all kinds of bullying in the Zhang family. He ran away because he couldn't stand it. Facing these words, it really makes people feel pitiful. Xiao Jiu's heart is a little more confused. How old are you? It turns out that the bruises on your body are not caused by running away, but because of being beaten. Looking at the bruises of various sizes on Zhang Heng's body, he thought it was to avoid wild beasts, but who knew there was another hidden reason. A touch of heartache would arise spontaneously. Rubbing her shoulders lightly, Xiao Jiu tried to lower his tone. Okay, don't be afraid anymore, we are here, no one will hurt you. This gentle tone made people relax. Zhang Heng nodded, raised his big eyes, and suddenly asked, Can I follow you? This was a bit surprising, but Jiang Yifeng was the first to deny his answer. No. Not to mention their special status, this sudden addition of a child will cause gossip, and he has a father and a mother. What should he do when his family comes to the door? Even if he can protect him for a while, he can't protect him for a lifetime. This truth still needs to be understood. This decisive words made Zhang Heng a little disappointed. Lowering his head, a sad look is self-evident, and it makes people feel a little distressed. Xiao Jiu saw it, and her heart was really not good. Perhaps it was out of the motherly love of a woman. This child really made her unable to let go. Fortunately, he took a look at Jiang Yifeng, and then he said with a hint of request, Why don't we take him in first, and then we can talk about it when his family comes to find us? Anyway, if he goes back now, he will be the only one in the town, so it is better to let him stay. This child has a handsome face, and it makes people happy to look at him. Although Xiaojiu has already opened his mouth, Jiang Yifeng had no choice but to compromise. A few days later, Jiang Yifeng taught him to read and write, and learn martial arts. It must be admitted that although Zhang Heng looks very thin and malnourished, he is very outstanding, and he can endure hardships and learn everything very quickly, as if he is gifted. After several days, Zhang Heng's learning speed is extraordinary, but he was seen packing his bag early in the morning, and was about to leave quietly, but he was stared at by Xiaojiu, who got up early. Zhang Heng, where are you going? Xiaojiu hurriedly took a quick step to look at the bag on his body, and knew that this matter was not simple, and his brows were slightly furrowed. It's impossible to be ungrateful. It's not appropriate to leave without saying goodbye, right? Hearing this, Zhang Heng trembled with fear, and then shook his head. I want to go down the mountain to save my mother. This sounded incredible. After further questioning, I learned that Zhang Heng's mother was a servant of the Zhang family. She was humiliated because she was favored by the master, but she was never treated well. In order to make her son live a better life, she let him go out of the Zhang family. However, this is also understandable. Zhang Heng's mother probably had a harder time there. My father didn't like me and my mother. He despised our low status, and never let me leave the mansion because he was afraid of being laughed at by outsiders. Now my mother has let her go without permission. I'm afraid I will be beaten to death. I can't stay like this anymore. The reason why Zhang Heng learned martial arts and read books these days was that he hoped to be able to return to the Zhang family to rescue his mother. This made sense. Xiaojiu was moved by his filial piety and persistence. After discussing this matter with Jiang Yifeng, the two of them simply went directly to the official. Relying on his status, the county magistrate did not dare to offend rashly. He assigned people to the two of them, randomly found a shop of the Zhang family, and began to check the accounts. According to Zhang Heng, the Zhang family can be regarded as a wealthy family with countless shops and a huge fortune. People like this have more or less dirty hands, so as long as Jiang Yifeng has a handle on him, he can deal with the inhumane Mr. Zhang according to the law. Reporting to the Lord, we have investigated and found that there is a lot of tax missing on this account, and there are also various false accounts that do not match. As soon as these words fell, Jiang Yifeng felt a little more happy in his heart. He held the account book in his hand and laughed happily at this moment. Haha, the government did not find out that the tax was underpaid. It seems that these things are not simple. Then the government and Mr. Zhang colluded with everything and made some shameful transactions in private, or Mr. Zhang evaded paying taxes privately, which is a serious crime. No matter which point it is, he can't escape anyway. Brother, sister, have you found evidence to punish Mr. Zhang? Zhang Heng pulled Xiaojiu's sleeve, and his expectant look made it difficult to hide it from him. Don't worry, this time, the inhuman Mr. Zhang can't escape. With such evidence, Jiang Yifeng and Xiaojiu went directly into the Zhang family, but scared Mr. Zhang. Who are you? Why are you uploading my house? Is there any law? If there is no solid evidence, we will not do such a ridiculous thing. But you, Master Zhang, have evaded taxes and made false accounts over the years. What exactly is your intention? I don't know. The man weighed the account book in his hand, but frightened the parties involved. They couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Who are you? Why do you look so unfamiliar to me? You are not from here. Haha, almost everyone here has been flattered by you. Who is willing to control you? But God is watching you. Do you think you can hide it forever? Jiang Yifeng gradually approached and looked at Master Zhang. He was sweating profusely, his heart almost rose to his throat, and his speech became incoherent. Don't come over here. Come here. Master Zhang evaded taxes, which is a serious crime. Arrest this guy. With an order, Master Zhang looked at Zhang Heng, who was hiding behind them without any warning, and at this moment, he couldn't help but curse. You traitor, did you lead them here? Believe it or not, I will beat you to death. Seeing that Master Zhang was still struggling, thinking of Zhang Heng, who was beaten all over by him, he felt uncomfortable for a long time, and at this moment, he stepped forward and kicked him on the leg. You bastard! I am your flesh and blood after all. You are so cruel to her, you deserve to die. Chapter 316. With Master Zhang's scream, it can be said that it cut through the sky and made people feel heartbroken. Zhang Heng seemed a little scared. He just quietly hit on Xiaojiu's body, not even daring to breathe. He looked at Master Zhang timidly, but couldn't help asking, where is my mother now? Your mother, your damn mother? When talking about this, Master Zhang suddenly laughed out loud, and the sound that almost cut through the eardrum was really a bit horrible. Xiao Jiu frowned slightly, but Jiang Yifeng was the first to lose his temper. It's simply presumptuous. It has come to this point, and you are still so arrogant. It seems that I have to teach you a lesson. With a bit of anger, Jiang Yifeng stepped forward and grabbed his arm directly, and stabbed a dagger into his palm with his backhand. With a burst of heart-wrenching pain, Master Zhang felt that it was difficult to breathe. His pupils trembled violently, and his whole body shook, and he almost fainted on the spot. Ah! You actually used lynching on me. I will go to the court to sue you. Master Zhang screamed loudly, like the howling of ghosts and wolves, which was really creepy in broad daylight. People passing by outside occasionally couldn't help but look inside, but seeing that the government was doing things, they didn't dare to act rashly, so they could only join in the fun obediently. I ask you again, where is his mother? Xiao Jiu didn't even blink at that time. For such an unforgivable person, there was nothing worth sympathizing with. Master Zhang still wanted to quibble, but looking at the sharp eyes of the man in front of him, it seemed that if he said no again, the knife would not be as simple as stabbing into the palm of his hand. No, 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 don't be impulsive, that woman is in the backyard. After saying this, Zhang Heng lost his temper first, and hurriedly ran to the backyard, and Xiao Jiu followed closely behind, without any delay. But when it came to the back month, it was a bit unbelievable to see Zhang Heng standing there stupidly, and he murmured, "Mother." Hearing this, Xiao Jiu vaguely realized that something was wrong, and looked in the direction of his sight, and saw a woman curled up on the ground in the distance, with a chain around her neck tied to the door, and several vicious dogs roaring beside her. The woman's body was covered with bloodstains, and she fell to the ground dying at this moment. Seeing this scene, Xiao Jiu couldn't help but let out a breath of cold air, and the air was still faintly filled with the smell of blood, which was really a bit shocking. He was knocked down and trembling, and hurriedly tried to cover Zhang Heng's eyes, but the other party dodged first, and hurriedly ran to the side of the woman, Mom. Seeing this scene, the hunting dogs beside him began to get a little restless. Really, why are you so impulsive? Come out quickly, those guys can't be provoked. Xiao Jiu took a step forward and wanted to grab Zhang Heng, but it was still a little late. Seeing the hunting dogs, seeing the new food coming, they were boiling like chicken blood. Standing up, they swept directly towards Zhang Heng. When they saw the fangs, they were about to pounce on Zhang Heng, and Xiao Jiu couldn't help but gasp. Fortunately, the hunting dogs were tied with ropes, so they didn't pounce directly on Zhang Heng. Just watching her hugging the dying woman tightly, her crying was deafening, and the listeners were also terrified. Mom, wake up, look at me, why did you become like this? It's all my fault that I came a step late. Xiao Jiu followed behind, and didn't know what to say for a while. There was only endless sadness and sighs in his heart. He couldn't help but clench his teeth and cursed in a low voice, "This damn Mr. Zhang is really a piece of shit. He actually did such a vicious thing to a woman. I don't know what this woman did wrong. It was obviously her who was drunk and promiscuous, but she made an innocent person bear such pain. Thinking about it, it really makes people feel so distressed that they can't breathe." Facing the constant shouting from the outside world, the woman moved slightly, but her voice was extremely weak. Only when people completely closed their mouths could they hear the general meaning clearly. "Fortunately, you are fine. You must live well in the future." The woman's hand fell on Zhang Heng's face, but before it touched the skin, she dropped it directly, her eyes closed, as if seeing her son was safe and sound, it could be considered a worthy death. "Ah, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me, wake up quickly." Zhang Heng kept shaking the woman's body, but no matter how he called, it was useless. As if she thought of something, she knelt down and turned around to look at Xiao Jiu standing in front of her, and kept kowtowing and begging, "Sister, I know you are a good doctor. Please save my mother. She is my only relative." Faced with this series of words, Xiao Jiu seemed a little helpless. She only knew a little bit of medical skills, and even if she was really a good doctor, she didn't have the ability to bring the dead back to life. As an outsider, he could clearly see that the woman was lifeless now, almost like a dead person. "Zhang Heng, you should mourn for her. Your mother has gone to a far place." These words were like knives, piercing Zhang Heng's heart deeply. He sat on the ground dejectedly, and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Xiao Jiu didn't know what to say to comfort him. He tried to put his hand on his shoulder to comfort him, but he suddenly sat up and rushed out the door. "What are you doing?" Xiao Jiu, who vaguely felt that something was wrong, hurriedly followed him. Looking at Zhang Hen, he picked up a stick next to him, and rushed towards Mr. Zhang without any hesitation. "You killed my mother, so you should be buried with her." Although Zhang Heng is thin, she is very strong when she hits people. This stick can almost kill people. Seeing her beating Zhang Yuanwei madly, someone will die sooner or later. No, you should stop him quickly. If Mr. Zhang dies here, or is beaten to death by his own son, I am afraid that the case will be in a different stage by then. Xiao Jiu pulled the sleeve of the man beside him. He was unable to stop the crazy Zhang Heng now, and could only rely on Jiang Yifeng's force to suppress him. Although he hated Mr. Zhang, after all, such an inhumane person should not live. But even if he died, he should not drag down the innocent Zhang Heng. Jiang Yifeng nodded and made a gesture to the guard next to him. Separate them. Let me go, why are you stopping me? I want to kill him and avenge my mother. Zhang Heng cursed and looked at the dying, bruised and battered manor outside, and he was not satisfied at all. Even though the stick in his hand was covered with blood, he still had an impulse to try. Jiang Yifeng seemed a little helpless, and could only step forward and slap Zhang Heng on the back of his neck, which made him close his eyes. What are you doing? Why are you hitting him? Who made him so unstable? I'm afraid he will faint from excitement. Instead of this, let him calm down first. Since the words have come to this point, Xiao Jiu could only nod helplessly. After dealing with the things here, he took Zhang Heng to the old house. It was a bit surprising to find a group of guards waiting there for a long time when he arrived at the door. Seeing Jiang Yifeng and his men coming towards them, one of the guards stepped forward and said, Your Highness, you are finally back. The Emperor invited you to spend New Year's Eve, saying that this year is a good day, and you can't be missing. This was a bit abrupt. It was the Emperor who allowed them to leave, and now it was the Emperor who asked them to go back. This is too double standard. Jiang Yifeng glanced at the woman next to him, and then at Zhang Heng, who was already very excited. For a moment, he felt a little complicated. According to the child's current situation, I'm afraid he won't be able to stay here and settle down. Why don't we take him with us? Xiao Jiu was very straightforward. Since that was what he said, Jiang Yifeng had no special thoughts, and could only nod. After all, the Emperor's order could not be violated. It was probably impossible to stay in the old house to celebrate the new year. Following this group of guards, the two returned to the imperial city together. Today's imperial city was particularly lively, with great fanfare, lights and decorations, and red lanterns hanging everywhere, but it was also an empty scene. What's going on? Didn't we agree to be frugal? Why is there still such a commotion? And there are obviously lights and decorations, but there are few happy people outside. When he came back, and even late at night, Jiang Yifeng looked at the surrounding scenery and felt that something was wrong. His eyes were slightly depressed, and he thought more. Suddenly stopped Xiao Jiu next to him. Wait a minute, something is wrong. This was incredible. As her eyes wandered around, Xiao Jiu felt a strong sense of uneasiness in her heart for some reason. Why is this imperial city so empty? It's a bit surprising. But during this conversation, a voice suddenly came, the third prince intends to rebel, pass on the Emperor's order to injure his feet on the spot. With this order, arrows flew out directly. Jiang Yifeng was quick and handed the child to Xiao Jiu. You protect him first, and retreat quickly. The man drew his sword and kept resisting these flying arrows, and watched a group of people rushing out from all directions. No wonder the imperial city is so quiet today. It turns out that it is preparing for the crisis. Chapter 317. With a roar, several people rushed towards them, and were surrounded, as if they had no way to retreat. It's over. I never thought that the Emperor would be so ungrateful and treat us like this. I never thought that the person who supported the Emperor to the throne was just an ungrateful person. Today's Hongmen banquet was very generous. Xiao Jiu gritted his teeth tightly. At this moment, he was so angry that he had nowhere to vent. He just looked at Zhang Heng, who was confused, and he couldn't hold back his anger. It's useless to say more now. Wait for the king to cover you, and you fight your way out. You quickly find a way to leave here. Jiang Yifeng gritted his teeth, tore off a piece of cloth from his body, and directly wrapped it around his hand, holding the pancake, as if he was ready to die with them. Just looking at this scene, how could Xiao Jiu not bear it? If you want to go, we go together. If you want to stay, we stay together. I will never abandon you at the critical moment. Even if I leave today, if Jiang Yifeng really has something happen here, I'm afraid she will commit suicide for love afterwards. It's better to die together than to do that. Faced with Xiao Jiu's stubbornness, Jiang Yifeng was helpless for a while. If that's the case, then let's fight side by side. You should pay attention to protect yourself. The two sides fought, blood splattered, and the sound of swords and knives was deafening. Amidst these chaos, Zhang Heng was also awakened. At this moment, he only felt a sore neck, but suddenly felt his body shaking heavily. Instantly, his pupils widened, and he realized that the world was now in chaos, with swords and knives flying everywhere. Looking at the figures flashing around, a trace of blood splashed on his face, mixed with a strong smell of iron, and a faint residual temperature. Zhang Heng tentatively wiped it, but a trace of dark red made him tremble with fear. It was the first time he had such a clear contact with this kind of thing. What is going on? Why did they fight? Zhang Heng swallowed his saliva, looking around with trembling eyes, but saw Qiao Jiao suddenly rushed over and grabbed his hand. Why are you still standing here stupidly? Find a chance to escape quickly, and the prince and I will cover you. After all, it was he who insisted on bringing Zhang Heng here and getting him involved in this Hong'an banquet, so naturally he had to keep him safe and sound. Hearing this, although Zhang Heng didn't understand the situation, he still shook his head stubbornly at this moment, and his eyes suddenly became firm. You have helped me so much, I absolutely cannot abandon you at this time. As he said, he directly picked up the sword that was knocked down by someone beside him, and rushed into the crowd. He said that there was no need to distinguish between friends and enemies. After all, those who wanted to kill them were all enemies. Qiao Jiao was a little helpless at that time. As the crowd fought, they were still outnumbered and gradually lost the upper hand. Looking at Jiang Yifeng, whose body was covered with scars of all sizes, Qiao Jiao really couldn't bear it. Prince, are you okay? Don't scare me. Don't worry, I'm fine, but there are too many people. I'm afraid we will really die here. If you want to blame someone, just blame yourself for being sincere and giving it to the wrong person. You actually believed in such an ungrateful person like the emperor. It's too late to regret it now. He took a deep breath, and just when he was regretting, he suddenly heard a roar from afar. Everyone listen to me, no matter what the cost, we must rescue the prince. I saw a man riding a warhorse rushing towards this side, followed by a large number of soldiers, and instantly joined this group of chaotic teams. General Wang, who was riding a warhorse, rushed directly to Jiang Yifeng, grabbed his hand, and pulled him onto the horse. Prince, are you okay? The emperor has been afraid of you for a long time, and took advantage of your return to the hometown to secretly launch a coup. This king should have understood almost everything, but the current situation is really not conducive to us, so hurry up and retreat with people. Fortunately, with the timely support of General Wang, several people were able to retreat unscathed and hid in the rampant ruined temple, and no pursuers caught up for the time being. It's just that the king of Shan in the crowd was extremely warm. He, Jiang Yifeng, had fought for most of his life and had never suffered such grievances. Looking at the soldiers, they were all dejected, as if they had the plague, which was really unbearable to watch. Jiang Yifeng couldn't help but sigh. I really didn't expect that the emperor would be such a person. How did you suddenly appear here? Did you know it a long time ago? It's not that he knew it a long time ago, but the emperor wanted to completely eliminate you, so he took action against us, who were loyal to you first. In order to protect themselves, they could only gather troops in advance to inform them, but they didn't expect that the emperor's hand was much faster than them. So, Jiang Yifeng sighed heavily. Since this emperor doesn't have the ability to rule the country, then let's change someone else. This was said casually. Jiang Yifeng looked at Zhang Heng, who was injured in the fight, and suddenly asked, Zhang Heng, you have great ambitions and are smart. I wonder if you can be the monarch. The sudden words made everyone present feel incredible, and thought that his decision was simply crazy. What a joke, he is just a child, and a child of a different surname. General Wang was the first to disagree. After all, the country still belongs to their Jiang family. How can they let others replace it? And looking at this child's pure appearance, he doesn't look like a rich and powerful monarch at all. His identity can be so casual. Facing this doubt, Jiang Yifeng confirmed with a smile, now that the emperor is in power, the people are living and working in peace and contentment. What's the importance of whose kingdom? Moreover, Jiang Yifeng has been observing Zhang Heng for a long time. This time he will definitely not be wrong. Although this child is young, his mind is very mature, and he has his own unique foresight and calm mind. As long as this is there, plus slowly cultivating him, there will be absolutely no problem at that time. Since Jiang Yifeng has said so much, the general naturally can't say anything more. He can only sigh helplessly. Since the prince has said so, there is no problem in advocating him as the monarch, but our current situation. Don't worry, from the moment the emperor was afraid of me, I have already left a way out. Now in the palace, there is still a troop that is loyal to me. Combined with the troops you have now, it should not be a problem. Jiang Yifeng's careful calculations made people admire him. However, Zhang Heng had no feelings about the monarch position they were talking about. I don't want to be a monarch, Aren't you the most suitable candidate? Looking at Jiang Yifeng, even if he was just a child, Zhang Heng could understand how charming this man was, who could make people follow him wholeheartedly at such a juncture. He was able to govern the country, and would not let the people suffer any grievances. He was also the wise monarch he was looking for in his heart, so he naturally did not want to inherit such a position at this moment. However, Jiang Yifeng did not have such ambitions for the country and family. I just want to be an idle person. Since my mind is not on this position, how can I do it well? Since the words have come to this point, Zhang Heng no longer refuses, and simply grits his teeth and takes this position. That night, Jiang Yifeng sent a private letter to the palace, and the team that had been lurking in it for a long time began to act quietly. The whole night, the palace seemed peaceful, but many of the vanguards had been privately eliminated and replaced by Jiang Yifeng's own people. On the second day, the emperor planned to take advantage of the pursuit and completely eliminate these people. But unexpectedly, Jiang Yifeng and his remaining team had been waiting for a long time at the gate of the imperial city. The two men looked at each other, and the atmosphere seemed extra tense. I really didn't expect that you would dare to come. You are so arrogant. The emperor laughed loudly, and such a voice really made people feel a little sad. Jiang Yifeng took a deep breath and tried to suppress his inner uneasiness. I never thought that I would support you to take the throne and have great expectations for you, but this is the result. Do you feel regret now? Oh, it's nonsense. Don't think I don't know that you have been coveting the throne for a long time. You just want to use me as a puppet emperor. Now I am just looking for a way out for myself. After saying that, he waved his hand. Come on, arrest the rebels who are ready to move in front of you. But as soon as these words came out, those people directly pointed their spearheads at the emperor. Seeing this scene, the emperor was dumbfounded. What on earth is this for? Everyone wants to. Rebellion? As soon as the words fell, the others were also shocked. However, Jiang Yifeng smiled and said, You think you are the only one who is cunning. Don't you think I am not on guard against you? Then he directly ordered, Catch him. With the man's order, the emperor was completely captured. Because the emperor secretly launched a rebellion, it caused dissatisfaction among the ministers and depression among the people. Almost everyone supported Jiang Yifeng, thinking that it was because of the chaos in the palace that Jiang Yifeng promoted Zhang Heng to the throne. After 5 years of assistance, Zhang Heng had become a wise monarch who governed the country well. But Jiang Yifeng happened to choose to travel with Xiao Jiao when he was about to be appointed as the prime minister.